Chapter 1586. Saber 3's words surprised Fang Chen. As a master, he was naturally very clear about his disciple's level. Although his disciple's talent was not bad compared to most martial artists, and he also had a very special physique, the Sky Desolation sword body. But it was not as exaggerated as Saber 3 said. Who was Saber 3? He was a peerless monster who cultivated other cultivation systems. Although his potential was not as good as Fang Chen's, in the lower realm, almost no one could compare to him. However, Saber 3 did not like to be ostentatious and had always been very low-key. In addition, he wanted to break through to the Eternal Realm and set foot in the Immortal Realm. Therefore, after coming out of the Winged Dragon Forbidden Land, he only came to Green Bamboo Island to cultivate. Brother Fang Chen, didn't you notice? Saber 3 saw Fang Chen's expression and continued. At this time, Fang Chen's gaze fell on Tian Xian. First of all, Fang Chen felt that Tian Xian's cultivation had improved. He had reached the heavenly body tier, which was also within Fang Chen's expectations. Then, Fang Chen found that Tian Xian's Sky Desolation sword body had undergone some subtle changes. Fang Chen was a little puzzled, and his divine sense shrouded Tian Xian's body. He was surprised to find that there were layers of sword-shaped runes on the surface of Tian Xian's body, which were quite similar to his own perfect simplified form. Tian Xian, your physique? Fang Chen asked aloud. Tian Xian chuckled, clasped his fists, and said, Master, not long ago, I awakened the bloodline power in my body. The Sky Desolation sword body has also undergone a great change. No, to be exact, it should not be called the Sky Desolation sword body, but the Sky Desolation bone body. The Sky Desolation bone body, this was the first time Fang Chen had heard of it. Brother Fang Chen, don't think that this Sky Desolation bone body is just an ordinary physique. If that's the case, you're very wrong. When it came to the Sky Desolation bone body, Saber 3 said excitedly. Oh, Brother Saber 3 seems to know a lot about the Sky Desolation bone body, Fang Chen asked. Saber 3 nodded and introduced it to Fang Chen in detail. Brother Fang Chen, you know my cultivation system, Saber 3 said. Fang Chen nodded. He naturally knew. The Golden Shield cultivation system allowed one to possess a powerful physical body, which would strengthen the physical body and ultimately intimidate the heavens. I can tell you clearly that the Heavenly Desolate Bone Body is the best candidate for our Golden Shield cultivation system. Sword 3 said in a low voice, My master once left behind his last words in the inheritance. If one day we were able to obtain the Heavenly Desolate Bone Body, we would definitely be able to cultivate our Golden Shield cultivation system to the extreme. Upon hearing Sword 3's words, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Sword 3 caught the change in Fang Chen's expression and immediately laughed out loud. Brother Fang Chen, you and I call each other brothers. Little Tianxin even calls me martial uncle. Why would I do that to him? Fang Chen smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Brother Saber 3, please don't blame me. I was being a little petty. Fang Chen cupped his fists and apologized. Sword 3 shook his head, not caring at all. After all, any martial artist who knew about their cultivation system would have some scruples when they heard this. Brother Fang Chen, although Tianxin is your disciple, I have a presumptuous request, Sword 3 asked. Please speak, Brother Sword 3. I want to teach Tianxin. If he's willing, I can even teach him the Golden Shield cultivation system. He has the Heavenly Desolate Bone Body and cultivates the Golden Shield cultivation system with twice the result with half the effort. It won't take long for him to surpass me, Sword 3 said eagerly. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. The Golden Shield cultivation system was not as powerful as the space-time cultivation system. However, every cultivation system, if cultivated to the extreme, would give people an extremely shocking feeling. Logically speaking, Sword 3 should protect the Golden Shield cultivation system very well. However, he was willing to take the initiative to teach Tianxin. How could Fang Chen not be happy? This is Tianxin's good fortune, Fang Chen said with a smile. Seeing that Fang Chen had agreed, Sword 3 breathed a sigh of relief. If Tianxin was not Fang Chen's disciple, he would definitely take him as his disciple. However, Fang Chen had already taken him in as his disciple, so he could not say anything. He could only teach as a martial uncle. Brother Fang Chen, Tianxin has the bloodline of an ancient almighty in his body. The power of the bloodline is extremely powerful. This awakening has successfully turned his heavenly desolate sword body into a heavenly desolate bone body. That's amazing, Sword 3 could not help but praise. Fang Chen nodded. He had already discovered this when he checked Tianxin's body earlier. The heavenly desolate bone body was indeed more powerful than the heavenly desolate sword body. Moreover, the sword qi around his body was even more powerful. Fang Chen was not too surprised about the awakening of Tianxin's bloodline. Perhaps in ancient times, Tianxin's ancestor was an almighty. Tianxin had the bloodline and encountered an opportunity to awaken his bloodline. Tianxin, cultivate well, Fang Chen said. Master, I definitely won't let you down. Tianxin nodded heavily. It won't be long before I replace you to deal with your enemies. I will surpass all the geniuses who once competed with you in the same era, Tianxin vowed. The path of martial arts requires a tenacious and indomitable heart. I'm very happy that you have such confidence, Fang Chen said. He then turned to look at Sword 3. Brother Sword 3. Brother Fang Chen, I know what you want to say. Sword 3 immediately stopped Fang Chen. There's no need to be so polite between us. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not say anything else. Since Sword 3 had already said so, if he said anything else, it would seem that he did not treat Sword 3 as a brother. After that, Fang Chen asked about Lu Xiong's cultivation situation. The latter's original body was destroyed, and his clone was somewhat affected. Brother Lu Xiong entered the state very quickly. Although he did not obtain anything in the cultivation palace, his bloodline cultivation system is also very domineering. It won't take long for him to fully recover, Sword 3 said. Fang Chen nodded. Now, he was relieved. Finally, he gave Tianxin a careful reminder. He told him to look for him or ask Sword 3 directly if he had any problems with his cultivation. After arranging everything, Fang Chen returned to the island master's residence. Time passed. After returning to Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen had been cultivating. His cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck and could not break through for the time being. In fact, his cultivation speed was already shocking enough. It was shocking to be able to reach such a realm after cultivating for less than 100 years. However, given Fang Chen's requirements for himself, he was still somewhat unsatisfied. After all, he had a golden heart, a supreme true intent, and a space-time cultivation system. However, it was too difficult to break through to the life and death realm. Even Fang Chen did not have the confidence to do so. Buzz. Fang Chen sat cross-legged. His body was faintly discernible, and he was surrounded by a dense aura. These auras were very strange, giving people a feeling that they were both real and illusory. In his mind, the illusory aura was constantly circulating. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The true meaning of dreamland has finally broken through to grade 6. Fang Chen sighed. Apart from the true meaning of space-time, the true meaning of dreamland was the highest level of true meaning he possessed. Even among high-level true meanings, it could be ranked among the top. However, this was not Fang Chen's goal. He wanted to transform the true meaning of dreamland into the true meaning of dreamland. If he could cultivate the true meaning of dreamland, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for Fang Chen, and his strength would skyrocket. The true meaning of dreamland was a supreme true meaning. Although it was not a supreme true meaning, Due to its characteristics, it was comparable to a supreme true meaning. Fang Chen himself was a space-time cultivation system martial artist. His comprehension of the true meaning of dreamland was abnormally strong. Hope that I can fully comprehend the true meaning of dreamland before fighting for the sword essence fruits, Fang Chen said to himself. Following that, he continued to cultivate. True meaning of dreamland and true meaning of dreamland, although there was only a one-word difference, the difference was like heaven and earth. Fang Chen was not too anxious either. His mentality was more peaceful. One day after a month, an uninvited guest came to Green Bamboo Island. He was discovered by the guards as soon as he arrived, but he declared that he knew the island master. The guards reported this news to Deputy Island Master Yin Fang. The latter was afraid of delaying the island master's important matters and immediately informed the island master. He knows me. Fang Chen was somewhat stunned. He immediately stood up and said, "Let him wait for me in the main hall." Okay. The deputy island master left. Fang Chen quickly went to the main hall of the island master manor. After arriving at the main hall, Fang Chen saw a martial artist in a black robe. He felt that this martial artist was somewhat unfamiliar. He did not recognize him at all. Chapter 1587. When the black-robed martial artist saw Fang Chen, his expression became grave. Whoosh! His body underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a bird. He flapped his wings and floated in the air, looking down at Fang Chen. "It's you!" Fang Chen opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This little bird was the one he met after entering the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. After that, he went to the Crystal Palace in the shallow water region to steal the Crystal Dragon Scale Stone. He also owed the latter a favor. If he hadn't kept it a secret, he might have been discovered by the Crystal Princess. All in all, Fang Chen was grateful to him. After that, the two of them didn't meet again. After the sea demon race was destroyed, the little bird disappeared from Fang Chen's memory. He didn't expect the little bird to appear again after such a long time. Furthermore, he came to Green Bamboo Island. "I didn't expect you to recognize me." The little bird turned into human form and said indifferently. Before he came, he thought about it for a long time. But in the end, he decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. But if he failed, there was only one result: death. "Will you send me to the human sacred land?" asked the little bird. The sea demon race was completely destroyed. As long as the human martial artists found any survivors, they would kill them. The little bird looked at Fang Chen. The latter pondered for a moment and then shook his head. "Back then in the Crystal Palace you did me a favor," Fang Chen said. "You know the current situation. My sea demon clan has been completely wiped out. I survived by a fluke and have already given up. I came to find you only to ask that you let me stay on Green Bamboo Island and let me cultivate in peace. I no longer have any attachment to the lower realms. I want to step into the divine world as soon as possible." The little bird said what he wanted. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. "You and I have different standpoints. My human race and your sea demon race are mortal enemies. But if you want to stay on Green Bamboo Island, you have to swear a martial oath to never be an enemy of the human race." Fang Chen said, "I swear in the name of the sea god that I will never become enemies with the human race." Chick made a prompt decision and immediately swore a martial oath. The sea god was the faith of the sea demon clan. Making an oath on the sea god was enough to show little bird's sincerity. "From now on, you can stay on Green Bamboo Island. But normally, you still have to face others in your human form," Fang Chen said. To be honest, he heaved a sigh of relief when Chick was able to make an oath. Otherwise, he could only kill the little bird. Obviously, he was unwilling to do that. After all, he was indebted to Little Bird. "Thank you," Chick said solemnly. Under the restrictions of the environment, it was not easy for him to persuade him to stay. Xiaoniao was very grateful to Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. After settling birdie, Fang Chen left. The chick's deep eyes stared at Fang Chen's disappearing back, speechless for a long time. However, what Fang Chen didn't know was that he was just returning a favor. Unexpectedly, in the future, under the protection of Green Bamboo Island, Chick once again gave birth to the Sea Demon clan. Of course, at that time, the Sea Demon clan absolutely obeyed the orders of the Human clan and became the staunchest supporters of the Human clan. All of this could not be separated from one person, and that was Green Bamboo Island's master, Sanguinati. Of course, this was something that happened hundreds of millions of years later. On this day, Fang Chen came to the Green Bamboo Array. The Green Bamboo Array had now become Green Bamboo Island's cultivation holy land. Only by passing through layers of screening could one enter the Green Bamboo Array to cultivate. After Fang Chen entered the Green Bamboo Array, he directly came to a certain area. Look, it's the Island Master. What is the Island Master doing here? Is he here to check on our cultivation situation? The Island Master is so young. The Island Master is really a peerless genius. Many outstanding geniuses of the younger generation had never seen Fang Chen before. At this moment, when they saw Fang Chen, they all exclaimed. Seeing Fang Chen walk over, the warriors in this area stopped cultivating and all stood up to welcome Fang Chen. Island Master. Everyone greeted. Fang Chen nodded in response. Island Master, are you here to check on their cultivation situation? An elder in charge of this area asked with a smile. Elder Lu, are there any illusory warriors among these people? Fang Chen asked. There are a total of 875 warriors in this area, and about 200 of them are illusory warriors. Among them, more than 30 have reached the creation realm. Elder Lu introduced. Fang Chen nodded and then said, The illusory warriors of the creation realm stay. The others continue to cultivate. After a while, more than 30 illusory warriors of the creation realm walked in front of Fang Chen. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement. One by one, use your strongest illusory skills to attack me. Fang Chen said. Okay, I'll go first. A warrior in blue couldn't help but take a step forward and look at Fang Chen. Lan Hao's illusory skills are considered above average among us. I wonder if the Island Master can withstand it. The other illusory warriors whispered. After a few breaths, Lan Hao still stood there in confusion. What's going on? Why isn't Lan Hao attacking? Could it be that Lan Hao is waiting for the best opportunity? Look at the Island Master's eyes. Hearing someone shouting, everyone's gaze fell on Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes shot out a gray aura. The moment everyone looked at him, their minds went blank. Is this an illusion? Everyone was completely stunned. They didn't expect the Island Master's illusory skills to be so powerful. Deng deng deng. At this moment, Lan Hao's body involuntarily retreated. His forehead was full of sweat and his body was trembling uncontrollably. His heartbeat accelerated and his mind went blank. After a long time, Lan Hao gradually calmed down. He raised his head and looked at the Island Master with a complicated expression. He cupped his fist and said, The Island Master's illusory skills are too strong. Lan Hao admits defeat. Fang Chen nodded gently. If he wanted to improve his true meaning of Dreamland, he had to constantly sharpen it. Every illusory warrior had a different understanding of illusory skills. Perhaps he could find a breakthrough from them. Next, one after another, illusory warriors cast their illusory skills on Fang Chen. However, almost no one could resist Fang Chen's illusory skills. In the process, Fang Chen's harvest was not small. Half an hour later, the last illusory warrior stood opposite Fang Chen. When he saw Fang Chen, the latter felt a shock in his mind. What kind of illusory skill is this? It was rare to see an illusory skill that could surprise Fang Chen. Fang Chen closed his eyes and carefully sensed this person's illusory skill. After a long time, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of joy. Illusory skills, passing off the false as the real. Fang Chen muttered under his breath. He had always been on the wrong path. Now, he finally had a deep understanding of the true meaning of illusory skills. But it was also at this time that Fang Chen's body burst out with a bright light. At the same time, more than 30 illusory warriors instantly fell into a state of stupefaction. They were like walking corpses. This scene was witnessed by the martial artists in the other regions, and their hearts were shaken. Heavens, the island master's strength is too strong. Yes, more than 30 illusory warriors can't resist his illusory skills. I didn't expect the island master's illusory skills to be so tyrannical. When many warriors saw this scene, they were even more determined to cultivate hard. Rumble. In Fang Chen's mind, his primordial spirit trembled. The illusory aura was undergoing an earth-shaking change. His body just stood there quietly, as if he was invisible in the air, hidden in the void. Illusory yet real, this is the essence of the true meaning of illusory skills. Fang Chen opened his eyes with joy on his face. His body was very illusory, and the illusory aura around him instantly disappeared. Crash! More than 30 illusory warriors woke up from their stupefied state. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The island master's illusory skills were 100 times more powerful than theirs. The true meaning of Dreamland had transformed into the true meaning of illusory skills. Fang Chen's heart was incomparably carefree, and then he gave pointers to more than 30 illusory warriors. Finally, he floated away from the green bamboo array. CCC Pavilion, the island master is really a genius. Of course, I thought he only had heaven-defying potential in the Tao of arrays and martial Tao. I didn't expect him to be so powerful in illusory skills. Many warriors sighed. In their hearts, they secretly regarded the green bamboo island master as their goal. Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen's figure was like transparent air, shuttling through the void clouds. Chapter 1588. There was still some time before the 3-month deadline. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and sent someone to inquire about the divine blacksmiths in the lower realm. Island Master's Mansion, Conference Hall. The deputy island master hurried in. Island Master, this is the news sent back by our intelligence personnel. The deputy island master handed a booklet to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took the booklet and opened it. Blacksmith ranking. As soon as he opened the booklet, he saw these 3 words, which immediately aroused Fang Chen's curiosity. Island Master, this blacksmith ranking is a list made by the divine blacksmiths in the lower realm. Although it doesn't have the authority of the Universe Combat Strength list, the divine blacksmiths who can make it on the list rely on their own true skills. The Deputy Island Master introduced. The blacksmith ranking was ranked by the level of the divine blacksmith. Fang Chen nodded slightly and then looked at the blacksmith ranking. There were only 36 names in the blacksmith ranking. There were 3 in total. 2 were 9-star divine blacksmiths, and the rest were 8-star divine blacksmith. Island Master, these 2 9-star divine blacksmiths are famous divine blacksmiths in the lower realm. One of them is an itinerant cultivator, and the other is a consecrator in the ancestral sacred land. The Deputy Island Master explained. The blacksmith ranking was made by the number 1 divine blacksmith master Taiyuan. Yin Fang continued. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the number 1. It was the first time Fang Chen heard the name Taiyuan. He didn't pay much attention to the divine blacksmiths in the lower realm before. This divine blacksmith Taiyuan is an itinerant cultivator. He doesn't like to be tied down, and his whereabouts are uncertain. He likes to play, so he made the blacksmith ranking out of boredom. Yin Fang said, in the beginning, the blacksmith ranking was almost unrecognized by the divine blacksmith. But when they learned that the person who made the ranking was recognized as the number 1 in the lower realm, the blacksmith ranking quickly spread in the lower realm. After these years of development, the blacksmith ranking has become more and more important. The list will be updated every other year. Oh, Tai Laiyuan and Divine Master Muzhen are both 9-star Divine Blacksmith. Why is it that Tai Laiyuan is publicly recognized as the #1 blacksmith? Asked Fong Qin. If one wanted to be recognized without any objections, they had to be like the human race's holy master, who had absolute strength. Speaking of which, Taiyuan's life is truly legendary. He was born on a tiny particle continent. Relying on his monstrous talent, he swept through everything and finally grew to where he was now. The reason why he's stronger than Divine Master Muzhen is because he's reached a higher level. Yin Fong couldn't help but sigh when he talked about Tai Laiyuan. I've touched the threshold of a higher level. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen's expression turned grave. He was also a divine blacksmith, although his cultivation level was slightly lower. However, he knew better than anyone else the difference in levels between God Refiners and God Refiners. A 9-star divine blacksmith was the highest rank in the lower realm. This meant that Tai Laiyuan would be able to refine supreme treasures from the God realm in the near future. This wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. No wonder he was publicly recognized as the #1 blacksmith in the lower realm. Even Divine Master Muzhen, who was ranked 2nd, would feel inferior. Amazing. As the saying went, every field has its own specialization. They might not be the strongest, but if they specialized in a certain field, they would be able to stand at the peak one day. As the saying went, every path leads to the same destination. After that, Fong Chen roughly looked at the 36 names on the list. However, the two that left the deepest impression on him were Tai Laiyuan and Divine Master Muzhen. Alright, you can leave now. Send someone to keep an eye on Divine Master Tai Laiyuan, said Fong Chen. Island Master, don't worry. Once we find Divine Master Tai Laiyuan's whereabouts, I'll report to you immediately, said Yin Fong as he left the meeting hall. Fong Chen looked at the blacksmith list in his hand and smiled. There was only 1 month left before the 3-month deadline. Finally, there was news about Tai Laiyuan. After looking at the blacksmith list, Fong Chen immediately chose Tai Laiyuan. If Tai Laiyuan wasn't willing to forge weapons for him, he would go to Divine Master Muzhen. Divine Master Tai Laiyuan has appeared on the Black River Island, Fong Chen said to himself. Then, he took the Starfield Dragon boat and headed to the Black River Island. 7 days later, Fong Chen arrived at the Black River Island. The Black River Island was the core island of the Black River Archipelago. As soon as he arrived at Black River Island, Fong Chen heard the news about Tai Laiyuan. There are so many martial artists coming to the Black River Island recently. That's right. I heard that Divine Master Tai Laiyuan, who is ranked 1st on the blacksmith list, has settled down on the Black River Mountain. Countless people want to ask him to forge weapons for them. It's a pity that almost no one can see Divine Master Tai Laiyuan. Speaking of which, Tai Laiyuan has a weird temper. He doesn't have any disciples, and he's not willing to accept any. Many people are rejected. Let's go and take a look. No matter what, it's enough to see him from afar. In the past few days, the number of martial artists coming to the Black River Island had increased significantly. Among these martial artists, a large portion of them were divine artificers. Black River Mountain. Fong Chen's divine master spread out and caught some information. He immediately left the Black River Island and headed to the Black River Mountain. The Black River Mountain was the tallest mountain on the Black River Island. There's a natural array on the Black River Mountain. No wonder Divine Master Tai Laiyuan chose to settle down here. He probably doesn't want to be disturbed by others. Fong Chen raised his head and looked at the towering Heihe Mountain, sighing. The Black River Mountain was packed with people. However, no one dared to climb the Black River Mountain for fear of angering Divine Master Tai Laiyuan. Voila! Fong Chen used the spacetime book and his body merged with spacetime. He silently arrived at the top of the Black River Mountain. This array is quite strange, but it can't trap me. With Fang Chen's understanding of arrays, this natural array was not a problem for him. Fang Chen entered the natural array without any difficulty. There was a thatched hut at the top of the Black River Mountain. In front of the thatched hut, an old man in tattered clothes was crafting a weapon. Divine Master Tai Laiyuan? Fang Chen hid in the void and carefully observed Divine Master Taiyuan, who was refining the weapon. Bang! Bang! Taiyuan's sledgehammer had a complicated trajectory every time he swung it. It contains the power of the law. Fang Chen sighed. Divine Master Tai Laiyuan was indeed worthy of his title. His crafting skills were really impressive. Unknowingly, Fang Chen was already shocked by Tai Laiyuan's skills. Half an hour later, Tai Laiyuan's handiwork produced a level 9 divine weapon. Divine Master Tai Laiyuan looked at the rank 9 divine weapon in his hand, and shook his head slightly. He threw the divine weapon in his hand and looked at the sky. You've been watching for an hour. Aren't you tired? Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little embarrassed and a little surprised. He walked out of the void and cupped his fist. Junior Sanguinati greets Divine Master Tai Laiyuan. So it's the Lord of Green Bamboo Island. No wonder you could sneak into my cultivation place. Tai Laiyuan nodded. I'm really amazed to see a Divine Master crafting a weapon today. Moreover, people say that Divine Masters are good at crafting weapons but weak in fighting. Now it seems that the rumors are not entirely true. Fang Chen smiled. Your concealment skills are really impressive. If it wasn't for my sharp senses, I wouldn't have noticed you. Tai Laiyuan said. You're different from others. I have a good impression of you. Tell me, why are you looking for me? If you want me to craft a weapon, then forget it. I, Tai Laiyuan, don't craft weapons for others. Hearing this, Fang Chen curled his lips and felt a little helpless. However, he still told Tai Laiyuan what he wanted. Divine Master Tai Laiyuan, Junior has 2 divine weapons. I want Senior to help me upgrade them. After saying that, Fang Chen took out the somewhat tattered red glass sword and the hidden star sword. You have the nerve to take out such trash, Tai Laiyuan said impatiently without even looking at them. Senior, what will it take for you to help? Fang Chen asked anxiously. Tai Laiyuan turned and left, ignoring Fang Chen. However, just as he was about to enter the thatched hut, he said something. If you can help me find some Blood River crystal iron, I can craft a divine weapon for you. Clearly, Tai Laiyuan was trying to make things difficult for Fang Chen. However, after hearing those words, Fang Chen smiled. His smile was very brilliant. With a thought, a piece of Blood River crystal iron appeared in his hand. Chapter 1589. I wonder if this is what Senior is talking about. Fang Chen laughed heartily. Tai Laiyuan, who had just entered the thatched hut, turned his head. When he turned his head, he fell into a daze. His heart was filled with great astonishment. He had bitterly searched for Blood River crystal iron for several hundred years, but to no avail. However, he had actually seen it today. Blood River crystal iron. Tai Laiyuan didn't care about his image, and directly charged out of the thatched hut, rushing to Fang Chen's side. Holding the Blood River crystal iron, his entire body trembled. It really is Blood River crystal iron. Ah! Tai Laiyuan was too excited. To be able to see Blood River crystal iron in his life. His dream had already been fulfilled. After a long time, Tai Laiyuan finally calmed down. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chen, a complicated expression appearing in his pitch-black eyes. Where did you get this Blood River crystal iron? By chance, I found it in a ruin. Seeing that Fang Chen wasn't willing to speak, Tai Laiyuan didn't ask any further. I can help you raise the grade of your weapon, but you have to promise me that the remaining Blood River crystal iron will belong to me. Tai Laiyuan said. This, Fang Chen was somewhat hesitant. What if Tai Laiyuan purposely held back during the refining process and affected the weapon? As if seeing through Fang Chen's thoughts, Tai Laiyuan sneered. although the Blood River crystal iron is very attractive to me, I'm still the first-ranked blacksmith. How could I do such a thing? I believe, Senior. Fang Chen heavily nodded. First, his goal was to raise the grade of his weapon. Second, even if the remaining Blood River crystal iron was useless to him. In conclusion, he agreed to Tai Liyuan's request. Seeing Fang Chen nod, Tai Liyuan was very forthright. Kid, I, Tai Liyuan, owe you a favor. If you need it, I'll definitely do my best. Tai Liyuan promised. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. Tai Liyuan's favor wasn't light at all. The number 1 blacksmith on the blacksmith ranking waved his arm, and countless life and death sovereigns rushed over. Such a scene was unimaginable. Thank you, Senior. It will take some time to upgrade the grade of the 2 divine weapons with the Blood River crystal iron. However, with my methods, I will definitely be able to complete it within a month at the latest. For the time being, you can stay here with me, Tai Liyuan said. After Tai Liyuan greeted Fang Chen, he couldn't wait to start refining. Fang Chen, on the other hand, had nothing to do, so he carefully observed Tai Liyuan's refining technique. Time passed in a blink of an eye. Half a month later, the red glass sword was completely repaired. After fusing with the Blood River crystal iron, it emitted a dazzling light. In the end, the grade of the red glass sword exceeded Fang Chen's expectations and reached the 9th level. Level 9 Divine Weapon. Fang Chen was extremely excited. Of course, there was another reason for his excitement. Watching Tai Liyuan forge a weapon, Zhang Xian's comprehension of the way of blacksmithing had unknowingly increased. In the past half a month, his refining realm had quietly risen to 5 stars. This, Fang Chen smiled brightly and continued watching. It was easier to upgrade the hidden star sword. Tai Liyuan finished forging about a week before the month-long deadline. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, and a scorching aura spread out. Tai Liyuan looked at the 2 divine weapons on the refining table and laughed. However, when he saw Fang Chen, he was stunned. This kid is also a divine blacksmith. With Tai Liyuan's status, he could tell that Fang Chen was a divine blacksmith. He entered an epiphany after watching me. Tai Liyuan did not disturb Fang Chen. After half an hour, Fang Chen woke up from his epiphany. At this time, his artifact crafting level had reached the 7 stars realm. Not bad. Such a young 7-star divine blacksmith has great potential. Tai Liyuan praised. I don't dare to talk about my refining potential in front of you, Fang Chen said modestly. Kid, if you are willing to focus on refining weapons, I can give you some guidance, Tai Liyuan said. Fang Chen shook his head. Voila! Tai Liyuan threw the 2 divine weapons to Fang Chen. Great! Fang Chen was very excited when he felt the fluctuations from the 2 divine weapons. The red glass sword and the hidden star sword were the result of Fang Chen's hard work. After reaching the 9th rank, their power was boundless. As expected of a 9th rank divine weapon. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. He then thanked Tai Liyuan. Thank you, Senior. I still have to thank you. I found the Blood River crystal iron so easily after searching for so long. Tai Liyuan was in a good mood. After chatting with Tai Liyuan for a while, Fang Chen left Black River Mountain. On the way back to Green Bamboo Island, he went back to the devil-subduing world and left the red glass sword with his clone. His main body continued to use the hidden star sword. Everything was ready. Next was to wait for the sword origin fruit to ripen. Unknowingly, the 3-month deadline was approaching. During this period, not only did Fang Chen convert the true meaning of dreamland to the true meaning of illusion, but he also cultivated the true meaning of illusion to the 6th grade realm. The true meaning of illusion was a transcendent grade true meaning. Combined with the true meaning of spacetime, its life-saving ability was simply super strong. In the lower realm, unless it was an eternal realm expert, otherwise, almost no one could capture Fang Chen's body. Of course, if Emperor Blackblade and Yuan Gu joined forces to seal the void, it would be hard to say. After all, to be able to become an expert at the level of one of the 5 giants, their strength was simply not what ordinary people could imagine. Their means were often unimaginable. The sword origin fruit that ripened once every 30,000 years shook the entire lower realm. All the experts' eyes were focused on the Yuan clan's sacred ground. However, they only watched and did not dare to make trouble at all. Not to mention other things, just the foundation of the Yuan clan's sacred ground was enough to make them unable to make a comeback forever. Ever since the sword origin tree existed, no one had obtained the sword origin fruit from the Yuan clan. This time, the fight for the sword origin fruit was also unusually fierce. Fang Chen had already adjusted his body to the best state and was ready for battle. In the Yuan clan's sacred ground, all the clansmen were incomparably excited. Such an opportunity only came once every 30,000 years. If they missed it, there would be no more. If they could swallow the sword origin fruit, they would be able to soar into the sky. Fang Chen still felt the attraction of the sword origin fruit. When he came to the Yuan clan's sacred ground alone, the entire sacred ground was very noisy. The life and death realm emperors who usually stayed in seclusion also came out one after another. There was no cultivation limit in the competition for the sword origin fruit. As long as one was a Yuan clan clansman, they could participate. Therefore, Fang Chen's biggest opponent this time was not the younger generation who had been defeated by him, but the older generation life and death realm emperors. Although their potential was limited, and some might not be able to break through to the eternal realm in their lifetime. However, the unimaginable attack methods they had developed were impossible to guard against. 3 months ago, Realm Lord Fu Mo had also repeatedly warned Fang Chen to be careful. The competition for the sword origin fruit would only begin tomorrow. He came early today just to familiarize himself with the venue. The reception elder arranged a residence for Fang Chen. "Sanguinati, this is your residence," the reception elder said impatiently. If it wasn't for the patriarch's order to not provoke Sanguinati, he would have killed him with one palm. "This?" Fang Chen frowned. "How is this a residence for humans? This is a storeroom." It was no wonder that Fang Chen was angry. He was actually arranged to live in a storeroom. "Brat, arranging a storeroom is already good enough for you. If you have the ability, don't stay here," the reception elder said disdainfully. Fang Chen suppressed his anger and sneered. "Is this how the dignified Yuan clan receives guests?" The reception elder rolled his eyes at Fang Chen and said, "Are you a guest?" At this moment, a hothead ran over. "Sanguinati, don't be arrogant. Giving you a storeroom is already thinking highly of you." "I'd rather be looked down upon by the Yuan clan," Fang Chen sneered. "Sanguinati, what are you being arrogant for? If you have the ability, suppress your cultivation and fight with me. If you can defeat me, I'll give you my residence. If you're defeated, scram back to where you came from," the person said arrogantly. "Okay." Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he asked with a smile, "Are you serious?" "Of course. Why would I, Yuan Mo, lie to you? Moreover, the reception elder can testify," Yuan Mo said. Seeing this, the reception elder nodded lightly and said, "To be fair, Sanguinati, you have to suppress your cultivation to one level lower than Yuan Mo." Fang Chen had the urge to vomit blood. This was the so-called fairness. The Yuan clan had gone too far. Chapter 1590. Yuan Mo was a genius in the second tier of the Yuan clan. He had also entered the ancestral land of inheritance, but his fame had been completely suppressed by Yuan Liang and the others. After returning, he had been cultivating in the Yuan clan's sacred ground, and his strength had steadily increased. Now, his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the creation realm. Yuan Mo naturally knew how crazy Sanguinati was. Originally, he wanted to let Sanguinati suppress his cultivation and then fight with him. However, The reception elder deliberately let Sanguinati suppress his cultivation level to be on the safe side. In this way, it would be very difficult for Sanguinati to defeat him with his cultivation level of the 7th level of the creation realm. Most importantly, Yuan Mo had asked the master blacksmith in the clan to upgrade his divine weapon to the 8th level not long ago. Sanguinati, if you don't dare to agree, I won't force you. You can stay in this storeroom if you want. This was a blatant look down on him. Fang Chen clenched his fists, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. A clown like you only dares to challenge me like this, Fang Chen said, not to mention suppressing 1 level. Even if I suppress 2 levels to deal with trash like you, I can easily destroy you. Since the other party didn't give him face, he didn't need to give him face either. Fang Chen's words were very arrogant. It directly angered Yuan Mo, and the latter's aura shook. Sanguinati, you're courting death, Yuan Mo shouted. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then get lost. Sanguinati said impatiently. Sanguinati, this is the Yuan clan. Don't be presumptuous. Yuan Mo took a step forward and came to a flat ground. He held the 8th level divine weapon in his hand and faced Fang Chen. The clamor that occurred here attracted many martial artists of the younger generation. Among them were Yuan Liang and the others who had fought with Fang Chen. Sanguinati. Yuan Liang saw Sanguinati and clenched his fists in anger. However, he knew the difference between him and Sanguinati. Why would Yuan Mo challenge Sanguinati? Asked Yuan Liao. Is there something wrong with his brain? Yuan Qian asked, puzzled. No, there's something wrong, Yuan Jiaojiao said in a low voice. At that moment, the reception elder said loudly, Sanguinati, Yuan Ma's cultivation is at the 8th level of the creation realm. According to the rules, you have to suppress your cultivation to the 7th level of the creation realm. Otherwise, you will be breaking the rules. There was a hint of threat in the envoy elder's words. To deal with trash like him, I can even suppress my cultivation by 1 level. Fang Chen sneered, looking down on Yuan Mo. Sanguinati, you're courting death. Yuan Mo was enraged. He brandished his 8th-ranked divine weapon as an icy aura gushed forth. Fang Chen's 6th level creation realm aura surged out from his body. Even if I'm at the 6th level of the Fate realm, I can still defeat you. Fang Chen deliberately provoked Yuan Mo by suppressing his cultivation to the 6th level of the creation realm. Seeing that Yuan Mo's attack was about to reach him, Fang Chen suddenly threw a punch. This punch seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. Everyone around was amazed, and even Elder Lien turned pale with fright. Bang! As expected, Yuan Mo was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. You're too weak. Fang Chen sneered as he looked down at Yuan Mo, who was lying on the ground. Yuan Mo was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. Yuan clan's genius is just SOSO. Fang Chen sneered, glanced at the reception elder, and swaggered to the luxurious house next to him. Sanguinati, you've gone too far. The person who spoke was Yuan Qian. Yuan Qian had been defeated by Fang Chen in the ancestral land. Now that he had the chance, he had to get back at Yuan Mo. Why is the Yuan clan going back on their word? Fang Chen said in a low voice. Sanguinati, weren't you very capable and arrogant just now? I, Yuan Qian, will challenge you. I don't believe that you can defeat me at the 6th level of the creation realm, Yuan Qian said shamelessly. Fang Chen pursed his lips. Yuan clan's people were indeed shameless. Yuan Qian could even say such words. He was indeed a disciple of the Yuan clan. Fang Chen turned around, glanced at Yuan Qian, and then looked at Yuan Liang. I know that you also want to take this opportunity to fight with me. Fang Chen said, I'll say it here today. Yuan clan's disciples have all been defeated by me. I have nothing to fear. If anyone wants to challenge me, bring it on. Even if you want to join forces to attack me, it's fine. At this moment, Fang Chen's attitude was extremely arrogant. His voice shocked everyone. The reception elder frowned, not knowing what to say for a moment. Yuan Liang walked out step by step and stared at Fang Chen with narrowed eyes. Sanguinati, I admit that you are very strong and are a hero among the younger generation. But you are too arrogant. You are not qualified to challenge all the younger generation of the Yuan clan as a 6th-level creation realm martial artist, Yuan Liang said coldly. If I use my full strength, would the younger generation of the Yuan clan still dare to attack me? Fang Chen said sarcastically. For a moment, Yuan Liang did not know what to say. It's useless to say more. Come on. Let me see if you, the so-called strongest person of the Yuan clan's younger generation, have the demeanor of Yuan Ming back then. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Boom! Yuan Liang attacked, his 9th-level creation realm cultivation instantly erupting. He launched a fierce and domineering attack, attacking Fang Chen at lightning speed. Bang! Fang Chen exchanged a punch with him, and his body retreated slightly. Trash! Yuan Liang sneered. Fang Chen was completely speechless about the Yuan clan. The reception elder was watching him covetously and forcing him to suppress his cultivation. Yuan Liang, who was at the 9th level of the creation realm, dared to say such words after forcing him, who was at the 6th level of the creation realm, to retreat slightly. Who is trash? Fang Chen did not hold back and took out the hidden star sword. Swoosh! A 9th-level divine weapon was extremely powerful. The hidden star sword streaked across a strange trajectory in the void, and a resplendent sword light burst out in an instant and shot towards Yuan Liang. Poochie! Yuan Liang's fist was pierced by the sword light, and he quickly dodged. No! Yuan Liang roared as he felt a trace of danger. Bang! At the critical moment, the reception elder attacked and defeated the sword light. Why is the young one losing and the old one can't help but attack? Fang Chen sneered. The reception elder's face was indifferent and a little unhappy, but he still held it in. Sanguinati, this matter ends here. Stay here obediently and don't move around. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, the reception elder dismissed the Yuan clan disciples and glared at Fang Chen fiercely before turning around and leaving. In a luxurious courtyard, Fang Chen sat on the stone bench with a calm expression on his face. With the deterrence of Hidden Demon Realm Lord and the Yuan Demon Sword, the upper echelons of the Yuan clan would not dare to attack him. The rest of the younger generation was nothing to be afraid of. The only thing I need to worry about is those old farts of the Yuan clan. Fang Chen said inwardly. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would not be afraid of low-level life and death realm emperors. However, the competition for the sword origin fruit was set by the Yuan clan. He was afraid that the Yuan clan would tamper with the rules. However, since things had already come to this, there was no other way. Yuan clan's holy land, sacred palace. You are the life and death realm emperors that I value the most. This time, you must obtain the sword origin fruit no matter what. Yuan Gu stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. Behind him, 9 figures stood side by side, emitting a terrifying aura. The 9 of them were the life and death realm emperors that Yuan Gu had carefully nurtured. They had never appeared in the world before. This time, the 9 of them were summoned by Yuan Gu for the ripening of the sword origin fruit. Patriarch, don't worry. As long as it's not a powerhouse on the universe combat power list, the 9 of us are 100% confident. That's right. The 9 sword origin fruits will belong to the 9 of us. No outsider will get it. Yuan Gu trusted the 9 of them. I have great confidence in you guys. However, during this competition, pay attention to one person. Yuan Gu said. His name is Sanguinati, an enemy of our Yuan clan. However, due to the mysterious powerhouse behind him, I can't make a move. Patriarch, how strong is this person? He hasn't stepped into the life and death realm. Hearing this, the 9 of them became even more confident. Don't worry. This competition for the sword origin fruit will be the day of his death. We won't let him leave the Yuan clan's holy land safely. How can an enemy of our Yuan clan be allowed to live freely? Moreover, he came to participate in the competition for the sword origin fruit. What a joke! The 9 of them expressed their stance. They had already treated Sanguinati as their prey. Since ancient times, it had always been the hunter who hunted the prey. I hope this guy can give us a surprise. The 9 of them laughed sinisterly. Chapter 1591. The next day, the day of the sword origin fruit competition finally arrived. Fang Chun followed the crowd to the plaza. Countless Yuan clan disciples stood densely in the huge square. Roughly estimating, there were more than 3,000 people. Among them, there were more than 80 life and death monarchs, and the rest were creation realm cultivators. As for heavenly body realm cultivators, they didn't even have the right to participate. Even if they participated, it wouldn't help. Out of Fang Chen's expectations, he saw Zi Dao in the crowd. He also got a spot? Fang Chen guessed. Right at this moment, Zi Dao turned and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen felt that the Yuan race disciples had a lot of evil intentions towards him. Especially the 9 figures in the front row, they gave him a dangerous feeling. Looks like it'll be a little difficult to get the sword origin fruit. Actually, Fang Chen also had his own trump card. If he used the true intent of illusion and the true intent of time and space, even if he couldn't win, he would be invincible. In the crowd, everyone was discussing. At this moment, Yuan Gu appeared. Monarch Blackblade was by his side. Greetings, Patriarch, greetings, Consecrator. In the plaza, everyone shouted in unison. Fang Chen nodded. It turned out that Blackblade Monarch had become a consecrator of the Yuan race. No wonder the Yuan race would give Zi Dao a spot. Looks like in order to help Zi Dao get a spot, Blackblade Monarch had also put in a lot of effort. Everyone. Yuan Gu waved his hand and said, "The sword origin fruit of the Yuan race's guardian tree, the sword origin tree, ripens once every 30,000 years. And this time, the 9 sword origin fruits are about to ripen. Today, the competition will be held. Only the final 9 winners have the right to enjoy the sword origin fruit." Yuan Gu's words successfully ignited the fighting spirit of everyone in the plaza. "Patriarch, let's start quickly. I can't wait." Everyone shouted. Yuan Gu waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet, and then started to announce the rules of this competition. This competition will be divided into 5 rounds. The first round will be a mixed battle, and only 1,000 people can advance to the second round. Yuan Gu laughed and said, "The remaining 1,000 people will enter the second round, and so on and so forth. The final 9 people will be decided in the 5th round." Below, there was a commotion. Everyone was waiting for the battle to begin. Walla Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade joined forces and set up a battlefield in the void. All the participating martial artists will enter the battlefield. If he was no match for his opponent, he could withdraw from the battlefield. Swords and spears have no eyes on the battlefield. Let's stop here. After Yuan Gu finished speaking, he opened the battlefield. A dense crowd of martial artists rushed in. Fang Chen also followed the large group and entered the battlefield. Let the first round begin. As Yuan Gu's voice faded, a deafening roar immediately resounded throughout the battlefield. The disciples of the Yuan race attacked one after another. At this moment, everyone was an enemy. Every person that was eliminated would increase his chances. However, just as Fang Chen was about to make a move, he felt that he was being watched. It's those 9 people. Fang Chen felt that these 9 people's auras were somewhat strange and were approaching him. Without hesitation, he cast the Time Book Divine spell and disappeared from the battlefield. Yes, where is he? When the 9 of them arrived, they found nothing. They couldn't sense Fang Chen's existence at all. Damn it, this kid must have some concealment secret art. Search carefully. The 9 of them ignored the chaotic battle and carefully searched for Fang Chen. The battle progressed quickly and fiercely. Many weak disciples felt that their lives were in danger and directly admitted defeat. Below, Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade exchanged a glance and smiled. "Brother Blackblade, do you think Sanguinati can survive this round?" Monarch Blackblade shook his head and said, "It'll be extremely difficult." How could Monarch Blackblade not know that Yuan Gu had already arranged for a life and death emperor to deal with Fong Qin? Most likely, he was already dead by now. If he dies on the battlefield, that mysterious expert will have nothing to say. Even the Yuan demon sword won't speak up for him. Yuan Gu smiled. An hour later, there were still 1,000 people left on the battlefield. The closer it was to the end, the crueler and fiercer the battle became. No one dared to act rashly. Otherwise, they would face danger. However, there were still some who couldn't resist. 2 hours later, there were only 1,000 people left on the battlefield. Huff, it's finally over. Most of the martial artists scanned the battlefield with their spiritual sense and discovered that there were only 1,000 people left on the battlefield. Only 1,000 people could advance in the first round of the chaotic battle. Haha, we advanced to the second round. At this moment, many people let out cheerful laughter. If the battle dragged on a little longer, they would definitely be eliminated. Fortunately, they persevered. However, just as everyone was about to let down their guard, a voice suddenly rang out. With a bang, a martial artist near the edge of the battlefield was directly kicked off the battlefield by a large foot that appeared out of nowhere. "It's over." Fong Chen's figure leisurely appeared from the void and grinned. Seeing this, everyone was somewhat stupefied. "The first round is over." At this moment, Yuan Gu's voice sounded. The battlefield was cleared, and 1,000 people landed in the center of the plaza. "Sanguinati, I'll kill you!" The martial artist who was kicked away by Sanguinati couldn't accept this fact and charged at him. Bang! He was once again mercilessly kicked away by Sanguinati. "Sanguinati, you've gone too far." Everyone was infuriated. On the platform, Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade frowned slightly. "Sanguinati, the battle is already over. Do you really think my Yuan race is afraid of you?" said Yuan Gu. "Patriarch Yuan, you also saw that he was the one who attacked me first. Am I not allowed to fight back?" asked Fong Qin. "Patriarch, Sanguinati is too despicable. He hid in the dark and attacked me when I wasn't paying attention," said that person hastily. "Shut up. Don't you find it embarrassing?" Yuan Gu's expression was gloomy. After being scolded by Yuan Gu, that person lowered his head and left. After this interlude, Yuan Gu glanced coldly at Fong Qin and then said, "The first round was just the appetizer. The following trials will be life-threatening at any moment. If you're afraid, you can withdraw now." Yuan Gu swept his gaze over everyone. No one withdrew. What a joke. They had barely managed to stand out in the first round. Who would withdraw? Very good. If no one withdraws, then you'll have 15 minutes to rest. After that, the second round will begin, said Yuan Gu. Everyone used every second to recover their energy. The 9 people at the front looked thoughtfully at Sanguinati. Killing intent appeared in the depths of their eyes. Black River Archipelago, Black River Island, in front of a thatched cottage. Tai Lai Yuan had many friends and was very well informed. He quickly learned that Sanguinati was also participating in the fight for the sword origin fruit. This brat has some ability. He actually managed to get a spot from the Yuan race, smiled Tai Lai Yuan. No matter what, I still owe this brat a favor. He'll definitely be rejected by the Yuan race. I'll go and help him. Tai Lai Yuan waved his hand, and the space in front of him tore open. He stepped through. Not long after, Tai Lai Yuan arrived at the Yuan race's sacred land. Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade were the first to discover Tai Lai Yuan's arrival. What wind has brought a god like you here? Yuan Gu personally came out to welcome him. Tai Lai Yuan appeared and laughed. Yuan Gu, I trust you've been well since we last met. Tai Lai Yuan, I didn't think you'd like to join in the fun. As they spoke, the three of them landed on the main stage. Tai Lai Yuan's status was extraordinary, so Yuan Gu didn't dare to not give him face. The square below instantly burst into an uproar. Isn't that the #1 blacksmith, Divine Sovereign Tai Lai Yuan? Yeah, why has Divine Sovereign Tai Lai Yuan come to the Yuan race? It really is Divine Sovereign Tai Lai Yuan. He actually came. Many of the Yuan race's disciples had heard of Tai Lai Yuan. Now that they saw him in person, they were incomparably excited. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tai Lai Yuan. The Yuan race's sword origin fruits are supreme treasures of the lower realms. It only ripens once every 30,000 years. To be able to see it once, it's worth the trip, said Tai Lai Yuan. I think that's not your only goal, right? Yuan Gu looked directly at Tai Lai Yuan. Tai Lai Yuan laughed heartily. Of course not. I'm here to cheer for my brother. At this time, it was Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade's turn to be surprised. Tai Lai Yuan's brother was also participating in the competition? Could this brother of Tai Lai Yuan be someone from the Yuan race? Thinking of this, Yuan Gu felt inexplicably excited. The people below also exchanged glances, not knowing who Tai Lai Yuan was talking about. Chapter 1592. Cheering for my brother. Yuan wouldn't have cared if someone else had said that, but it was Tai Lai Yuan, who was ranked first on the blacksmith leaderboard. He was the leader of the Yuan clan, one of the 5 overlords. However, he had to be respectful to Tai Lai Yuan. Although Tai Lai Yuan was only a divine blacksmith, his means and connections were frightening. Many years ago, Yuan Gu had tried to rope Tai Lai Yuan in, but it had been to no avail. He hadn't expected Tai Lai Yuan to come to the Yuan clan to cheer for his brother. What was going on? Yuan Gu and Emperor Heirin were confused. However, Yuan Gu suppressed his curiosity and asked, "May I know who has the ability to become your brother, Tai Lai Yuan?" Actually, Yuan Gu was somewhat expectant when he asked this question. After all, Tai Lai Yuan's brother was a member of his Yuan clan. If that was the case, it would be great. It's him. Tai Lai Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Fong Chen. Then, he pointed at Fong Chen. Immediately, everyone in the square focused their attention on Fong Chen. How is that possible? Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade cried out involuntarily as their expressions changed drastically. The square below was also in an uproar. All the disciples of the Yuan clan widened their eyes and looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. He's actually Tai Lai Yuan's brother? What's going on? How did he get acquainted with Tai Lai Yuan? Why is this damned guy so lucky? Many cultivators were filled with jealousy after the initial shock. Then, it turned into hatred. How could he be Tai Lai Yuan's brother? It wasn't fair. However, in this world, the strong were respected. There was no such thing as absolute fairness. Fong Chen pursed his lips as everyone stared at him. He didn't want to be too high-profile, but Tai Lai Yuan's words had pushed him into the limelight. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chen stood up and cupped his fists at Tai Lai Yuan. I have high hopes for you. Work hard. Tai Lai Yuan nodded. Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade looked at each other helplessly. Before this, they had planned to kill Fong Chen in the competition. Now it seemed that it was almost impossible. Of all his calculations, he did not expect Tai Lai Yuan to come. Moreover, he called Fong Chen his brother. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yuan Gu smiled awkwardly and broke the deadlock. He then said, "So this Green Bamboo Island master is your brother, Tai Lai Yuan. I was wondering who it was." "So, it's Island Lord Green Bamboo," said Monarch Blackblade. Tai Lai Yuan sat down in the center of the rostrum. "Yue Gu, do you mind if I watch?" Tai Lai Yuan asked. "Of course not. I couldn't ask for more," Yuan Gu said with a smile. Tai Lai Yuan nodded and said, "Since your Yuan clan allowed my brother and I to compete for a spot, then it should be a fair competition. I don't want my brother to be treated unfairly." Tai Yuan's words carried a hint of warning. Hearing this, Yuan Gu's eyes flickered, and then he said, "Don't worry. My Yuan clan is one of the 3 god clans. Why would we do such a thing?" Then he and Monarch Blackblade looked at each other and then sat down on the rostrum. On the plaza below, the eyes of the 9 people in the front row were filled with cold, killing intent. They turned their heads and glanced at Fang Chen. "Boss, what should we do now?" asked one of them. "Yes, boss. Tai Yuan is watching from above. We'll definitely be discovered once we make a move." A few of them were asking for their boss's opinion. The latter pondered for a moment and then said, "Don't act rashly. Wait for my command." An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The 1,000 martial artists participating in the competition were almost fully rested. At this moment, Yuan Gu stood up and announced the second round of the competition. "The second round of the competition is about to begin. I hereby announce. The location of the second round of the competition is Yuanlong Peak." The 3 words Yuanlong Peak caused an uproar in the crowd. Yuanlong Peak was one of the forbidden areas of the Yuan clan. Under normal circumstances, martial artists of the younger generation were not qualified to enter. Even among the older generation, only life and death realm monarchs could barely enter. But now, the location of the second round of the competition was actually Yuanlong Peak. Everyone looked at Yuan Gu with burning eyes. The latter nodded and continued, "Yuanlong Peak is the cultivation holy land of the Yuan clan. There are a total of 9 steps on Yuanlong Peak. As long as you can step on the 5th step, you'll be considered to have advanced. If you can reach the top, you'll advance to the finals of the 5th round." Rumble. At the same time, Yuanlong Peak was officially opened to the public. Under Yuan Gu's lead, the 1,000 participants arrived at the foot of Yuanlong Peak. Looking from afar, Yuanlong Peak looked like a huge dragon coiling around a mountain peak. It was said that the origin of Yuanlong Peak was very mysterious. Even the Yuan clan was not clear about it. However, there was no doubt that there was a great resistance to stepping on Yuanlong Peak. The slightest carelessness would cause serious injuries or even death. Standing at the foot of Yuanlong Peak, Fang Chen felt a terrifying aura spreading out. "So oppressive," Fang Chen said inwardly. The aura on Yuanlong Peak gave people a very strange feeling. Fang Chen stared at Yuanlong Peak carefully. The Yuan clan disciples also looked at Yuanlong Peak curiously. "Yuan Gu, you're really generous. You actually opened Yuanlong Peak for a competition." Clearly, Tai Yuan knew more about Yuanlong Peak. The sword origin fruit will belong to the strongest 9 people in the end. Therefore, it's a comprehensive test, Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. Among the 1,000 participants, Zidao and Sanguinati were the only ones who were from the Yuan clan. Therefore, even if Yuanlong Peak was opened, it was equivalent to the Yuan clan opening it up internally. There was no loss. Moreover, the second round of the competition had chosen Yuanlong Peak to deal with Sanguinati. It was even more wishful thinking for someone who was not from the Yuan clan to climb Yuanlong Peak. At this moment, Black Blade Monarch's expression changed. However, he still chose to believe in his disciple. Zidao, Yuanlong Peak is not ordinary. Don't force yourself. Just climb the 5th step. Black Blade Monarch secretly transmitted his voice to Zidao. Zidao nodded in response. All right, let the competition begin. Yuan Gu waved his hand and lit up an incense stick in the air. After 1 incense stick's worth of time, all those who have not reached the 5th step will be eliminated, Yuan Gu said. Immediately, 1,000 cultivators scrambled to climb Yuanlong Peak. This is Yuanlong Peak? When Fang Chen stepped onto Yuanlong Peak, he suddenly felt a shock in his mind. Then, a dragon roar resounded in the sky. A horrifying aura surged in from all directions, pressing down on Fang Chen. Could it be that the legends are true? That a true dragon came here before? Fang Chen's heart trembled. What was that dragon roar just now? From afar, Yuanlong Peak looked like a true dragon coiled around it. Could it be that all of this is true? The horrifying aura blocked Fang Chen's path forward. The perfect simplified body cannot block it at all. This energy can seep into my body. Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. The sword-shaped runes on his skin quickly dissipated. He wanted to use the spacetime book, but he shockingly discovered that the space here was different from the outside world. Even the spacetime book could not be used. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed as he watched the disciples of the Yuan clan step onto the second step one by one. Fang Chen realized that Yuanlong Peak rejected outsiders. He turned his head and saw that Zi Dao was in the same situation as him, struggling to resist the obstruction of the horrifying energy. Buzz. Fang Chen took a deep breath. He was trying to resist the horrifying aura. The dragon's roar reverberated in his mind. However, just as Fang Chen was caught between a rock and a hard place, the undying flame suddenly erupted from his qi. Then, the essence blood of the undying bird instantly appeared. In the blink of an eye, the undying bird's aura covered Fang Chen's entire body. Suddenly, the terrifying power that came from all directions disappeared without a trace. Could that aura really be the aura of a true dragon? In ancient times, the true dragon and the undying bird belonged to the category of divine beasts. Now, even the perfect simplified body could not resist that energy, but the undying bird's aura could. Could it have sensed it too? Fang Chen looked inside his body. The undying bird's aura surrounded him, protecting him. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned. Then, he took a step forward. Yuan Gu looked at the martial artists on Yuanlong Peak with a faint smile on his face. Sanguinati's potential is strong, but I'm afraid he can't climb Yuanlong Peak, said Black Blade Emperor. Yuan Gu nodded with a smile. Don't jump to conclusions until the end. Tai Lai Yuan, although Sanguinati is your brother, you should know more about Yuanlong Peak. However, you should be clearer than me about the situation at Origin Dragon Peak. Emperor Blackblade smiled. Tai Li Yuan's face was solemn. However, at this moment, Fang Chen, who had been motionless all this time, moved. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he stepped onto the second staircase. I knew my brother wouldn't be trapped by a mere Yuanlong Peak. Tai Lai Yuan was very happy. It's just the second staircase, said Blackblade Emperor. Humph, your disciple didn't even reach the second staircase, said Tai Lai Yuan. Black Blade Emperor's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, Yuan Gu stopped him. Brother Blackblade, why argue about this? Let's just wait for the results, said Yuan Gu. Black Blade Emperor laughed. That's right. Let's wait for the results. The process isn't important when climbing Yuanlong Peak. The results speak for themselves. Just as Black Blade finished speaking, Violet Blade stepped onto the second staircase. He was very happy that Violet Blade had made him proud. Some of the Yuan disciples had already stepped onto the fifth staircase. However, after stepping onto the fifth staircase, many of them slowed down. Some even stopped at the fifth staircase and gave up. The 9 people at the front were climbing with all their might. Their goal was the peak of the Origin Dragon Peak. Chapter 1594. The Origin Dragon Peak was the sacred cultivation ground of the Yuan race. Since ancient times, no outsider had ever been able to withstand the repulsive force of the Origin Dragon Peak. There were 9 staircases on Yuanlong Peak, and each staircase contained a terrifying power. When this power seeped into one's mind, not only did one have a strong physical defense, but one could also withstand it. The Origin Dragon Peak tested many aspects and honed one's overall abilities. The 9 strongest members of the Yuan race were all geniuses that Yuan Gu had secretly nurtured. However, only 3 of them had stepped onto the 8th step. From this, one could see how strong the repulsive force of the Origin Dragon Peak was. There were no lack of outstanding geniuses in the Yuan race's history. Every generation, there would be one person who would step onto the Origin Dragon Peak. Any genius who stepped onto the Origin Dragon Peak would become the strongest generation in the Yuan race's history. However, ever since Yuan Gu had become the clan leader, no one had been able to step onto the Origin Dragon Peak. Back in the day, before Yuan Gu had become the clan leader, he had attempted to climb the Origin Dragon Peak, but had failed in the end. If he had been able to reach the peak, he would have already stepped into the divine world. But now, an outsider who had not even reached the life and death realm had easily stepped onto the 9th step. Is this real? The entire Origin Dragon Peak was filled with cries of surprise. Some people even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that everything before them was an illusion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can an outsider conquer the Origin Dragon Peak? This is all fake, I don't believe it. There are so many outstanding geniuses in the Yuan race, but none of them have been able to step onto the Origin Dragon Peak. What right does Sanguinati have? The clamor resounded throughout the entire space. Even Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade, who were below, were completely dumbfounded. Tai Lai Yuan, who was standing at the side, was smiling. Previously, he was full of confidence in Fang Chun. In fact, it was also because he supported Fang Chun. In fact, he did not think that Fang Chun would be able to reach the peak either. However, this was reality. It was always filled with miracles and inconceivable things. Fang Chun stood tall and straight on the 9th step. A dense aura instantly enveloped his body. At this moment, Fang Chun was incomparably dazzling. Everyone's gaze shifted to the peak of Yuanlong Peak in shock. How is this possible? After a long time, Yuan Gu woke up from his shock, his face covered in a gloomy expression. A hint of killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Fang Chun. He knew better than anyone else what it meant to reach the summit of the Origin Dragon Peak. Even if they were from the same clan, if they reached the top, their future achievements would be limitless. And this person was an outsider who had some grudges with the Yuan race. It was impossible for Yuan Gu to allow such a threat to continue growing. If there came a day when he grew to the point where he could threaten the Yuan clan, it would be too late for regret. From this moment on, Yuan Gu finally began to take Fang Chun seriously. In the past, although he hated Fang Chun, he thought that Fang Chun was just an ant who did whatever he wanted just because he had someone backing him. But now, he didn't think so. Damnable fellow, Monarch Blackblade said grimly. He did not care what it meant to step onto the Origin Dragon Peak. He only knew that his disciple, Purple Blade, had gained another competitor. This was only the second round, but it was already so intense. What did I say? My brother, when have you ever lost face for me? Tai Lai Yuan knew how Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade felt, so he intentionally struck a blow. It's only the second round. It's nothing. Yuan Gu suppressed his anger and said, as long as my brother enters the finals, he'll definitely occupy a spot. Tai Lai Yuan said confidently. He had personally experienced Fang Chun's abnormal concealment ability. If not for him, who would be able to discover Fang Chun's concealment ability? Even if he enters the finals, it won't matter. Monarch Blackblade said indifferently. After all, the two were at the level of the 5 tycoons. They quickly restrained their emotions and calmly watched the scene. At this moment, at the summit of the Origin Dragon Peak, a dense true dragon chi wrapped around his body and continuously seeped into it. So comfortable! Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, true dragon chi was the biggest obstacle for martial artists to step onto the Origin Dragon Peak. But after reaching the summit, they discovered that true dragon chi was a great tonic. After the true dragon chi entered his body, it rapidly merged with the undying bird chi and continuously nourished Fang Chun's body. In a short moment, Fang Chun's body underwent a huge transformation. As expected of the Origin Dragon Peak, Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. If he wasn't an outsider, he might really be able to step into the life and death realm under this nourishment. Even so, Fang Chun felt his Yuan spirit tremble. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of the threshold to the life and death realm. The true dragon qi gradually dissipated from Fang Chen's body. At this moment, everyone's body trembled, feeling an enormous pressure. The three on the 8th staircase were incomparably ashamed. Thinking back to how they had mocked Fang Chen, they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, Fang Chen ignored them. Standing on the 5th staircase, Purple Blade's face was filled with a complicated expression. Ever since he had made his debut, he had never lost in the younger generation. However, ever since he inherited the ancestral land, he had been defeated by Sanguinati one after another. Now, Sanguinati had suppressed everyone and reached the top of the Origin Dragon Peak. Purple Blade's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Unknowingly, he had already regarded Fang Chen as his lifelong rival. His greatest goal in life was to catch up to Sanguinati, surpass Sanguinati, and defeat him fair and square. Sanguinati, one day I will defeat you. Purple Blade clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Although Fang Chen had greatly provoked him, Purple Blade didn't give up. There were still the 3rd and 4th round. He must strive to enter the finals. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the incense stick in the void had completely burned out. The 2nd round is up. Yuan Gu's voice spread throughout the entire Origin Dragon Peak. All disciples below the 5th staircase are eliminated. Immediately, the disciples below the 5th staircase came down from the Origin Dragon Peak unwillingly. It was just the 2nd round and 800 people were eliminated. Only 200 people out of 1,000 stepped onto the 5th staircase. Of course, the most dazzling one among them was Sanguinati. He had successfully reached the top of the Origin Dragon Peak and directly advanced to the finals. The 200 of you have successfully advanced to the next round. Sanguinati has reached the top of the Origin Dragon Peak and directly advanced to the finals. There is no need to participate in the 3rd and 4th rounds, Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. After speaking, his gaze fell on Fang Chen. Sanguinati, you can choose to go back and rest or continue to watch the battle, Yuan Gu said. As he spoke, the 200 people who had advanced walked down from the Origin Dragon Peak in a single file. I choose to watch the battle. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. Although he had advanced to the finals, he didn't know anything about his opponent. The 3rd and 4th rounds were a good opportunity for him to familiarize himself with his opponent. Yuan Gu nodded and looked at the others. I'll give you an hour to rest. After speaking, his figure flashed and returned to the square. When everyone left, the Origin Dragon Peak closed again. Kid, you always surprise me. Tai Lai Yuan walked in front of Fang Chen and said with a smile. I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior, Fang Chen said modestly. Tai Lai Yuan stroked his beard and said, You're already so dazzling, yet you're still so humble. Why didn't I see you being humble just now? Before stepping onto the top of the Origin Dragon Peak, the people of the Yuan race were all mocking Fang Chen. The latter was not to be outdone and attacked. Fang Chen smiled awkwardly when he heard that. At that time, he was also swayed by his emotions, so he counterattacked. Now that he thought about it, there was really no need to pay attention to those shameless people. Tai Lai Yuan admired Fang Chen more and more. Not to mention that he had obtained the Blood River crystal iron that he had dreamed of from Fang Chen. 88. Just Fang Chen's performance in the Yuan race was enough to gain his approval. Kid, I think you're already confident in this sword origin fruit, said Tai Lai Yuan. Senior, you've also seen that the Yuan race has as many experts as the Cloud. I'm at a disadvantage because my cultivation base is too low. I can only do my best. Fang Chen didn't dare say he was certain. After all, those 9 people had been personally raised by Yuan Gu. Who knew what tricks they had up their sleeves? Until the end, no one dared to say that they would definitely obtain the sword origin fruit. It's good to be cautious. The path of the martial path is filled with many dangers. The more cautious you are, the longer you'll live. Chapter 1595. The Yuan race's sword origin fruit test was the center of attention. The entire lower realm's attention was on the Yuan race's sacred ground. However, apart from the other three sacred grounds, no other force could obtain information about the Yuan race's internal affairs. The news of Fong Qin reaching the top of the Yuan Dragon Peak caused a huge commotion in the three sacred grounds. The human sacred ground. In the battle with Blood Eye, the Sacred Lord had been severely injured, causing his realm to become unstable and almost fall to the life and death realm. Fortunately, the Sacred Lord's Yuan spirit had fused with the world and was protected by the world, thus preserving his cultivation. Even so, the injuries on his body couldn't be healed in a short time. After the Sacred Lord went into seclusion, the first elder took over the sacred ground. What? Sanguinati reached the top of the Yuan Dragon Peak? When the first elder heard this news, his heart was in a state of shock. The fact that Sanguinati had obtained the sword origin fruit quota had already shocked the entire sacred ground. But now, he had suppressed the Yuan race and reached the top of the Yuan Dragon Peak. Could it be that another bone progenitor is about to appear? The first elder muttered to himself. Even someone as strong as the bone progenitor wouldn't be so dazzling when he was in the creation realm. After a long time, the first elder smiled brightly. I really want to see Yuan Gu's expression. Sanguinati was the master of Green Bamboo Island and could be considered a genius of the human sacred ground. The first elder was very happy that he could obtain such a dazzling achievement. If he can really obtain the sword origin fruit this time, so what if he becomes the next sacred lord? The first elder thought to himself. At the same time, the spiritual race and the Luo clan's sacred grounds were also in a great commotion. Especially the Luo clan's sacred ground. The Luo clan master and Luo Liuli were discussing the cultivation of the Luo Water 3000 divine art. Suddenly, the Luo clan master's body shook, and his expression changed. Clan master, what happened? Something that could make the clan master pale should be very important. A trace of worry appeared on Luo Liuli's face as she hurriedly asked. The Luo clan master suppressed the joy in his heart and looked at Luo Liuli. It's about Fong Qin. Luo Liuli became even more anxious when she heard that it was about her son. No one loved their son more than their mother. Qin, what happened to him? Could it be that he's in danger? Luo Liuli asked in a panic. Seeing this, the leader of the Luo clan said, Liuli, no matter what, you're still a saintess. Moreover, you're a genius second only to the Luo Xin in the history of the Luo clan. You've even mastered the Luo Water 3000 divine technique. Why can't you calm down at all? Clan head, don't keep me in suspense. What happened to Qin? Luo Liuli didn't want to listen to the clan head's long-winded words. She only wanted to know if her son had encountered any danger. Seeing how much Luo Liuli loved her son, the Luo clan head no longer kept her in suspense. He laughed loudly and said, Liuli, you gave birth to a precious son. Not long ago, I also told you that I don't know how he obtained the Yuan clan's sword essence fruit quota. Today, the competition for the sword origin fruits has entered the second round. Do you know what happened? Luo Liuli shook her head, her beautiful eyes staring at the Luo clan leader. He actually suppressed everyone and successfully ascended the Origin Dragon Peak. The Luo clan leader said in one breath. What do you mean by reaching the summit of the Origin Dragon Peak? Luo Liuli thought she had heard wrongly and asked again. You didn't hear wrongly. Your son ascended the Origin Dragon Peak. It's absolutely true. The Luo clan leader said. Buzz. Luo Liuli's heart and mind shook when she heard this. Qin ascended the Origin Dragon Peak. As the Luo clan's holy maiden, she naturally knew the significance of the Origin Dragon Peak. As an outsider, he had ascended the Origin Dragon Peak. Her son had created history. Thinking of this, Luo Liuli's fair face revealed a brilliant smile. Ever since she met her son, the smile on her face had increased. "This little fellow surprises us time and time again," the Luo clan leader said. Fang Chun had the Luo clan's bloodline and could be considered half a Luo clan member. Moreover, his mother was the Luo clan's holy maiden. The stronger Fang Chun was, the happier the Luo clan leader would be. "Chun'er has grown up," Luo Yuli sighed. "If this kid is interested, I don't mind letting him take over the Luo clan," the Luo clan leader said casually. "Clan leader, please reconsider," Luo Yuli reminded. "Chun'er is still young and hasn't stepped into the life and death realm. His future is unknown. You mustn't let the Luo clan fall into an abyss of suffering because of a momentary thought." It wasn't that Luo Yuli didn't trust her son. She just didn't want her son to bear such a heavy burden. The Luo clan leader shook his head and said, "Liuli, there's no need to beat around the bush with me. Do you think I don't understand you?" Luo Yuli didn't speak. "Alright, I'm just saying this casually. You don't have to take it to heart. Properly cultivate the divine art 3000 Luo water." The Luo clan leader stood up and prepared to leave. "Clan leader, I hope you'll pay more attention to Chun'er, Yuan clan's holy land on the plaza." Fang Chun didn't need to participate in the next 2 rounds. Therefore, Tai Lai Yuan had Fang Chun follow him. In theory, whether it was in terms of experience or strength, Fang Chun wasn't qualified to step on the platform. But there was no other way. He was Tai Lai Yuan's brother. Just this identity alone was enough to deter any outside forces. Moreover, Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade couldn't do anything if Tai Lai Yuan insisted. An hour of rest time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd round of the competition began. Besides Fang Chun, there were 199 people who needed to participate in the 3rd round of the competition. This 3rd round would eliminate half of the warriors. The 3rd round is a test of the strength of the primordial spirit. Yuan Gu said, "The medicinal effect of the sword origin fruit is very domineering. If the primordial spirit is too weak, even if you swallow the sword origin fruit, your primordial spirit will collapse and you will die." Yuan Gu's words surprised Fang Chun. The sword origin fruit is a very magical fruit. In the history of the Yuan clan, there were people whose primordial spirits collapsed after swallowing the sword origin fruit, Tai Lai Yuan explained. Fang Chun nodded in realization. Whoosh! Yuan Gu waved his hand, and a stone tablet fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the plaza. The front of this stone tablet had the word Yuan. On the back was a drawing of a giant sword with a towering tree beside it. Floating light flowed on the surface of the stone tablet. After the stone tablet appeared, the eyes of the Yuan clan members were burning. Yes. Fang Chun felt that this stone tablet was not ordinary. "This stone tablet has a powerful background," Tai Lai Yuan said. "Do you see the giant sword and the towering tree on the back of the stone tablet?" Fang Chun nodded. "It should be the traces of the sword origin tree and the sword origin sword. The picture is actually real. It was left by the sword origin sword and the sword origin tree," Tai Lai Yuan said. Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked. Although this stone tablet is used to test the primordial spirit, it is one of the supreme treasures of the Yuan clan. It's called the Soul Refining Tablet. Tai Lai Yuan was very knowledgeable and knew a lot. This stone tablet has existed for as long as the Yuan clan. It was said that when the ancestor of the Yuan clan established the sect, he discovered this strange stone and placed it in the Yuan clan's territory through some magical means. The sword origin fruit and the sword origin sword sensed that it was extraordinary and left their marks on it. After that, this stone tablet became more and more powerful. Every once in a while, it would emit a powerful Soul Dao aura for the disciples of the Yuan clan to absorb and strengthen their primordial spirits, Tai Lai Yuan said. Fang Chun was extremely shocked when he heard this. "It's a pity that you directly advanced to the finals. Otherwise, you could use this soul refining tablet to train your primordial spirit." Tai Lai Yuan was a little disappointed. Not everyone had the opportunity to use the soul-refining tablet to train their primordial spirit. As they spoke, the primordial spirit test had already begun. The first disciple of the Yuan clan to be tested was a creation realm martial artist. His primordial spirit entered the soul-refining tablet. In the blink of an eye, his face twitched and his body trembled. Ah! His face was ferocious, and he fell into a state of madness. His primordial spirit is too weak and his mind is not firm. He was bewitched by the soul-refining tablet. Tai Lai Yuan explained to Fang Qin. It was also at this time that Yuan Gu made a move. He forcibly took the disciple's primordial spirit out of the soul-refining tablet. The disciple was still in shock and fell to the ground. Continue, Yuan Gu said coldly. Floating light flowed around the soul-refining tablet. Chapter 1597. The fourth round's test was relatively simple. It was mainly a test of physical strength. The medicinal effect of the sword origin fruit was very overbearing. Only when the physical body and primordial spirit reached the standard could one withstand the overbearing medicinal effect of the sword origin fruit. The purpose of these few rounds was very strong. It was to select the most suitable candidate. In a short while, the competition began. The requirement for physical strength was very high. Therefore, there were people who were eliminated from the beginning. At this time, everyone felt the cruelty of the competition. However, there was no choice. There were only 9 sword origin fruit. Moreover, they ripened once every 30,000 years. Therefore, no matter what, they would do their best to seize this opportunity. The strongest 9 people passed the test very easily. They did not even reveal too much of their strength. Zidao also passed the test, but he was a little embarrassed. It seemed that physical strength was his weakness. Fang Chen looked at the purple saber deep in thought. If he met Zidao in the finals, he might be able to attack his physical body. In the following tests, martial artists were eliminated one after another. After an hour, the fourth round of the competition ended. This round was very cruel. There were a total of 100 people. In the end, only 47 people successfully advanced. The remaining 53 people were all eliminated. It was not that their physical bodies were not strong enough. It was that the 47 people who advanced had too strong physical bodies. After the fourth round of the competition ended, Yuan Gu simply said a few words and let everyone go back. Tai Lai Yuan was the first on the blacksmith ranking. His name shook the lower realm. Naturally, he received Yuan Gu's hospitality. In the blink of an eye, everyone dispersed. At night, Fang Chen closed his eyes and cultivated. He recalled the day's competition in his mind. After some comprehension, the aura around his body revolved. In his chi-si, the 9-pointed astral light was filled with power. He felt that he could break through at any time. However, it was this feeling that prevented him from breaking through. After a long time, Fang Chen stopped cultivating. The laws are too illusory. It's very difficult to comprehend. Fang Chen muttered to himself. After a silent night, early the next morning, including Fang Chen, the 48 martial artists who advanced to the finals all came to the square. Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade came together. Tai Lai Yuan was also among them. Today is the 5th round of the Sword Origin Fruit Contest. It's also the final round. This round is very simple. It's a 2-on-1 battle. Yuan Gu said loudly. 48 martial artists will draw lot. Martial artists who draw the same number will fight. The loser will be eliminated. The winner will continue to fight. Yuan Gu gave a simple explanation of the rules of the battle. They were not allowed to deliberately injure others. Of course, he also said that swords and spears had no eyes in battle. If he felt that he was no match for his opponent, he should immediately admit defeat. He could not joke about his life. If they did not admit defeat, they would die in vain. Fang Chen felt that these words were targeted at him, but he didn't say anything. Next, the draw. 48 people walked up to the rostrum to draw lot. Soon, the lot drawing was completed. Fang Chen opened his lot. It was number 1. This meant that he would be the first to go up to battle. Alright, now that we've gotten the lots, the competition will officially begin. The 2 people who have drawn lot number 1 will come up to the stage and fight, Yuan Gu said. Yuan Liang took out his sword Origin Fruit Contest and walked to the practice platform. Just as he was looking around for his opponent, he suddenly saw the scene he did not want to see the most. Sanguinati. Yuan Liang's expression changed. A trace of fear actually appeared in his heart. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chen walked to the practice platform. I didn't expect the first battle to be you. Fang Chen smiled. Do you still want to fight? Fang Chen's meaning was very clear. He wanted Yuan Liang to admit defeat. In the ancestral land of inheritance, he had defeated Yuan Liang and killed Yuan Ming. Now, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Yuan Liang was not his match at all. Humph. Want to make me lose without a fight? Dream on, Yuan Liang said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Then let's fight. Fang Chen did not want to waste time and said indifferently. Yuan Liang was completely infuriated by Fang Chen's arrogance. His aura fluctuated and his strength burst out. Sanguinati, go to hell! Yuan Liang roared and attacked Fang Chen with a tyrannical attack. Bang! With a loud sound, a figure flew out from the practice platform and landed heavily on the ground. Everyone looked over and was shocked to find that the person on the ground was not Sanguinati, but Yuan Liang. How is this possible? Some of the martial artists who did not know Sanguinati exclaimed. Yuan Liang was a 9th-level creation realm expert. There were few who could match him in the younger generation. However, he was punched by Sanguinati. How strong is Sanguinati? Heavens, is Sanguinati comparable to a life and death realm emperor? Many people exclaimed. A creation realm genius comparable to a life and death realm emperor was too rare. Yuan Liang was one of the elites of the Yuan clan's younger generation. He carried the hopes of the younger generation. However, he was sent flying by Sanguinati with a single punch. Puchi Yuan Liang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He roared at the sky in anger. However, he did not have enough stamina to stand. He knew he could not fight anymore. He could only watch unwillingly as Sanguinati won the competition. Sanguinati wins, Yuan Gu said. There was no expression on his face. He had only defeated Yuan Liang, which was within his expectations. After Sanguinati won, the other disciples of the Yuan clan were next. After 10 battles, all the creation realm martial artists who had advanced to the finals were eliminated. The next battle was between Life and Death Realm Emperors. The Life and Death Realm Emperor was called Yuan He. He was at the 3rd level of Life and Death Realm, and his opponent was a 4th level Life and Death Realm expert. Yuan He, admit defeat. Impossible, Yuan He said in a deep voice. Rumble, the battle began. The 4th level Life and Death Realm Yuan clan expert stretched out a large hand, and a terrifying power instantly swept over. However, Yuan He did not panic at all. He calmly dealt with it. Just as the large hand was about to attack, Yuan He's figure disappeared like a ghost. This scene attracted Fang Chen's attention. He spread out his spiritual sense and carefully sensed the void. Nothing. Fang Chen was somewhat surprised. Yuan He's concealment technique was so profound. He did not believe it and continued to probe. Dong dong dong, the golden heart beat rapidly, and a clear stream appeared. At the same time, space-time energy surrounded his body. Fang Chen closed his eyes, and his body gradually merged with space-time. At this moment, he could clearly see where Yuan He was hiding. What an exquisite concealment technique! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. If not for the fact that he had inherited the Bone Progenitor's space-time cultivation system and the help of the space-time true intent, he would not have been able to discover Yuan He. As expected, I cannot underestimate anyone. Rumble, the 4th level life and death realm martial artist, wanted to use absolute power to force Yuan He to reveal himself. However, he discovered that he was wrong. Yuan He's concealment technique was praised by Feng Chen. He could not force him to reveal himself. Bang! Yuan He found an opportunity and punched out, launching a fierce and domineering attack. In an instant, the 4th level life and death realm martial artist was forced to retreat. By the time the 4th level life and death realm martial artist reacted, Yuan He had already sent him flying with a kick. "Thank you for letting me win." Yuan He chuckled and cupped his fists. Yuan He's concealment technique attracted the attention of others. The following battles were all internal battles of the Yuan race. Although they were fierce, they did not go too far and could be considered friendly. Until the last battle, Feng Chen once again perked up. Purple Blade's luck was pretty good. His opponent was a 1st level life and death realm martial artist. "Purple Blade, your luck is pretty good. You actually advanced to the finals. However, you have no chance of winning against me," the martial artist said. Purple Blade calmly said, "If I don't try, how do I know I won't succeed?" It could be seen that Purple Blade was very confident in himself. "Alright, I won't show any mercy," the martial artist said with a hearty laugh. Rumble, a dense aura emanated from his body, forcing Purple Blade to retreat. On the platform, Monarch Black Blade looked at his disciple with a smile. At the side, Yuan Gu shook his head. Yuan Jin can't block Purple Blade's attack. As soon as Yuan Gu's voice fell, the situation on the stage changed. Suddenly, a purple shadow appeared around Purple Saber. Chapter 1598. "This is..." Feng Chen immediately stood up from his seat. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Purple Saber on the martial arts practice platform. At this moment, Purple Saber's aura kept rising. In the blink of an eye, it had already surpassed the 1st layer life and death realm Yuan race people. Purple Ancestor's aura. Feng Chen had seen Purple Ancestor in the ancestral land of inheritance. At that time, he had defeated Purple Saber, causing the latter to awaken Purple Ancestor's bloodline and draw out Purple Ancestor's phantom. I didn't expect Purple Ancestor to leave such a move on him. Although Purple Ancestor's phantom was condensed by Purple Saber himself, the power contained within was left behind by Purple Ancestor. A horrifying purple light enveloped the entire stage. The 1st layer life and death realm sovereign emperor, who was previously full of confidence, now had a grave expression. Damn it! Purple Saber's aura grew stronger and stronger. He no longer dared to wait and took the initiative to attack. Essence Light Sky Explosion Art. He let out a low roar and formed a seal with his hands. Balls of light appeared in the sky. Under his control, these balls of light quickly shot towards Purple Saber. Purple Ancestor, Purple Chi from the east. When Purple Saber saw this, he sneered and immediately roared. Immediately, Purple Ancestor's phantom behind him swelled, and a horrifying aura spread out. The cultivators below the stage retreated one after another, shocked by Purple Saber's means. Purple Ancestor's phantom spread out his hands, and a horrifying purple light appeared in his palms. Every time it flickered, it gave people a visual shock. When the countless balls of light in the sky shot over, Purple Saber suddenly opened his palms. The palm of the Purple Ancestor's phantom suddenly opened, and the purple light transformed into a purple river of lightning that instantly submerged the ball of light. Gotcha! The submerged balls of light shattered. Dong! Purple Ancestor's large hand stretched out and grabbed the 1st layer life and death realm cultivator. Who? After winning the match, Purple Saber withdrew his aura and regained his calm. Purple Saber's complexion was slightly pale. Purple Ancestor's phantom had already disappeared. On the platform, Yuan Gu was expressionless, while Black Blade Monarch chuckled. What a good move, Purple Chi from the east. Tai Lai Yuan sneered, as if mocking Purple Saber for using purple ancestors' means and not winning honorably. Sometimes we tend to look at the result and not the process. Hearing that, the Black Blade Monarch said meaningfully. The battle is over. Yuan Jin's skills were inferior and he lost the battle. There's nothing much to say, Yuan Gu said. Since Yuan Gu had said so, Tai Lai Yuan couldn't say anything. Fang Chen, who was at the side, gained a new understanding of Purple Saber. I can't be careless when encountering Purple Blade, Fang Chen said to himself. Purple Ancestor's phantom alone was enough to make many life and death realm monarchs despair. Many people from the Yuan race were protesting. But the protest was futile. The Purple Ancestor's phantom belonged to Zi Dao. Yuan Gu could not interfere, as he did not violate the rules of the Sword Essence Fruit competition. There were a total of 24 matches in the first group of the 5th round, and they ended very quickly. At this point, only Fang Chen and Purple Blade were Fortune Realm martial artists. The other 22 were all Life and Death Realm monarch. Moreover, almost all of them were mid-level Life and Death Realm monarch. In the following matches, each group was more intense than the last. There were even scenes of martial artists dying. However, for the Sword Origin Fruit, everything was worth it. Draw lots. In the second draw, Fang Chen drew number 12. This meant that his match was the last one. The first 9 matches of the second group were the strongest 9 people of the Yuan race. Their fighting styles were very similar, and their offensive power was very strong. In the 9th match, the boss's opponent was Yuan He. This made Fang Chen's eyes light up. If the Yuan race's disciples had learned the secret technique, it was most likely these 9 people. So far, he had not seen these 9 people reveal their strength. Now was an opportunity. Sure enough, Yuan He knew that he was no match for his opponent. As soon as the battle started, he used a concealment technique. His figure hid in the void, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Trash! The boss sneered. Without even looking, he clenched his fist and punched at a certain spot in the void. Bang! A deafening sound rang out, and ripples appeared in the void. Yuan He vomited blood and fell from the void. Blood splattered in the sky. Yuan He was heavily injured and fainted. This, everyone exclaimed. This person was too strong. Fang Chen's eyes shone with golden light as he looked at the boss on the martial stage. Powerful. Yuan He hid very well, but the boss easily found him and heavily injured him with one punch. Not to mention other things, the boss's technique alone was enough to get him a spot in the last 9. The 9 matches ended, and the 9 people won with an absolute advantage. Only the last 3 matches were left, and they were especially eye-catching. Zi Dao's opponent was a 3rd-level Life and Death Realm martial artist. In this battle, Zi Dao once again activated Zi Dao's phantom. A terrifying aura spread out. This kind of trick is useless against me. Useless? Zi Dao sneered. Then, a strange power descended from the sky around him. When this power descended, the whole world seemed to calm down. This is the power of law. Fang Chen was the most shocked. He had been comprehending the power of law and was very familiar with it. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the power of law around Zi Dao in disbelief. Could it be that Zi Dao has been hiding his strength all this time? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, anyone could see that Zi Dao had broken through on the martial stage. Rumble! The power of law descended from the sky and entered Zi Dao's body. The purple ancestor's silhouette behind him had completely fused with his body. The process of breaking through to the life and death realm was much simpler than Fang Chen had expected. After the baptism of the power of law, the 9-pointed star in Zi Dao's Qi-Si turned into fragments. The power of law poured in and turned into a long river of law. Of course, the power of law in Zi Dao's Qi-Si could only be counted as a stream of law. It could not even be counted as a river. However, as time passed, the power of law would fill up and turn into a long river of law. Dong! the world shook and the power of law dissipated. The aura around Purple Saber had reached an unimaginable level. He opened his eyes, and there was a trace of power of law in his palm. What about now? As soon as he finished speaking, Zidao attacked. Zidao had completely grasped Zidao's technique. Zidao's huge hand turned into a hand knife, and with the terrifying power of law, it blasted toward his opponent. Zidao's opponent was about to counterattack when he was shocked to discover that his Qi had been sealed. No! He was terrified. With his Qi sealed, how could he circulate his power? In the blink of an eye, while he was still in shock, Zidao's hand chopped down on his arm. Crack! Zidao's arm broke and blood sprayed into the sky. Bang! His body was kicked off the martial arts practice platform by Zidao. Zidao's clean victory caused a huge commotion. On the main platform, Yuan Gu's expression changed. Blackblade, your disciple is really not simple, Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. He actually inherited Zidao's ice sealing technique. Zidao's ice sealing technique is really powerful. I admire it, Tai Yuan sighed. Zidao is Zidao's descendant. After his bloodline awakened, he received the inheritance. Only now did he completely control it. Monarch Blackblade nodded. Even as his master, I can't help but sigh. Zidao's ice sealing technique is too powerful. Fang Chen was shocked. He had watched carefully. The instant Zidao attacked, Zidao's opponent's Qi was sealed in ice. Freezing the Qi is Zidao's technique. Fang Chen pondered how he would block Zidao's move if he encountered him. While Fang Chen was pondering, Tai Yuan transmitted, although this move is powerful, Zidao's strength is limited. So, the best way to break this move is to burn it with fire. The ice sealing technique will break on its own. Of course, ordinary flames won't work, Tai Yuan reminded. Of course, it was just a reminder. He had never thought that Fang Chen would possess the undying sovereign flame, which was one of the flames. The next battle ended very quickly. Finally, the 12th battle arrived. Fang Chen took a step forward and walked onto the martial stage. His opponent was also a third-level life and death realm monarch. Sanguinati. This person was very excited to meet Sanguinati. Chapter 1599. Ever since the trip to the ancestral land ended, there seemed to be no suspense in the competition for the title of number 1 of the younger generation. Sanguinati had killed Yuan Ming and defeated Purple Blade with his absolute strength, becoming the undisputed strongest expert of the younger generation. For a time, Sanguinati's name spread throughout the world. But now, Purple Blade had broken through to the life and death realm and grasped the law of ice, successfully inheriting Purple Ancestor's ice seal. He had regained the title of number 1 of the younger generation. Of course, this was only what he thought. This battle directly determined who was stronger between Fang Chen and Purple Blade. The two's opponents were both third-level life and death realm emperors. If Fang Chen could defeat his opponent with his creation realm cultivation, he would undoubtedly be stronger than Purple Blade. I thought there would be a battle between us. Who would have thought that you would be eliminated? Purple Blade looked at the stage and grinned. Almost no one was optimistic about Sanguinati's chances. Yuan Gu and Blackblade revealed faint smiles. Sanguinati was finally going to be eliminated. His existence was the shame of the Yuan race. Sanguinati! The third-level life and death realm emperor growled and attacked Fang Chen. Rumble, a terrifying aura instantly spread out on the stage. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword. This was the first time he took out a divine weapon since the start of the competition. The hidden star sword had merged with the Blood River crystal iron. Fang Chen didn't know how strong it was. Seeing Fang Chen take out the hidden star sword, Tai Yuan's eyes opened wide. This was his masterpiece. I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise, Tai Yuan said inwardly. Burial sword art of heaven and earth. Fang Chen executed the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Ever since his strength had increased, he could defeat his enemies with a single punch. It had been a long time since he used the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Swish! The hidden star sword trembled, and streaks of exquisite sword light burst out from it. The sword light containing the aura of death shot at the third-level life and death realm emperor from an unimaginable angle. "You want to stop me with a mere sword light?" That person sneered and suddenly punched. Crack! The sword light was shattered, and with a leap, he arrived in front of Fong Qin. "Let's end this here." In his Qi Sea, the long river of laws surged. The law of fire instantly spread out, and a scorching aura engulfed the entire martial arts stage, enveloping Fong Qin. In an instant, Fong Qin was trapped in a sea of fire. This is the law of fire? Fong Qin thought to himself as he carefully sensed the law of fire in the sea of fire. The law of fire danced along with the flames in the sea of fire, giving Fong Qin an unparalleled sense of shock. At the same time, the undying flame in the golden heart wildly absorbed the law of fire in the sea of fire. So comfortable! The law of fire could make the undying flame even more powerful. Hiss, 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 rising to the level of laws, it was no longer something that ordinary people could understand. That person laughed coldly when he saw Fong Qin trapped in the sea of fire. He took a step forward and entered the sea of fire. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. A heaven-shaking battle broke out in the sea of flames. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sea of flames. They wanted to know the result of the battle. Who was the victor? The battle lasted for only a few breaths, and then there was no sound of movement. At this moment, the sea of flames on the martial arts stage was also gradually dissipating. In the middle of the sea of flames, Fong Qin closed his eyes and carefully sensed the law of fire around him. This is the law of fire? At the same time, his mind shook, and the undying flame in the golden heart also underwent a slight change. He felt that he seemed to have caught something. Crash! The sea of flames completely dissipated, and the third-layer sovereign emperor lay on the ground. His clothes were tattered as if he had been burned. As for Fong Qin, he was standing on the martial arts stage, safe and sound. What? At this moment, even Yuan Gu couldn't sit still and stood up. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Qin as if he wanted to see through him. What's going on? Because of the law of fire, they couldn't see the battle clearly. They didn't expect that Fong Qin would defeat his opponent in a few breaths' time. Could it be that he has a supreme treasure? Black Blade Monarch looked at Fong Qin in confusion. Suddenly, he noticed the divine weapon in his hand. 9th grade divine weapon. He thought of Tai Laiyuan. It must be so. This 9th grade divine weapon came from Tai Laiyuan. There must be something strange about it. Black Blade Monarch concluded. He transmitted his voice to Yuan Gu, who glanced at Tai Laiyuan. Tai Laiyuan, you've really put in a lot of effort for your brother. There was a hint of mockery in his words. My brother defeated his opponent with his own strength. Tai Laiyuan spread his hands. Although the 9th grade divine weapon was strong, it wasn't enough to dominate the competition. Only Tai Laiyuan knew that Fong Qin had defeated his opponent with his own strength. What a mysterious guy! Tai Laiyuan said inwardly. Below, there was an uproar. The Yuan race's sacred land was in an uproar. A 9th grade creation realm martial artist defeated a 3rd grade life and death realm martial artist. This had broken the iron law of the lower realm for countless years. They looked at Fong Qin as if they were looking at a monster, a storm raging in their hearts. Facing the shock of the crowd, Fong Qin didn't care. In fact, he didn't even use his full strength. He didn't want to expose himself too early. His opponent was too strong. He couldn't let his guard down. Amidst the noise, Fong Qin walked down the martial arts stage. Yuan Gu calmed himself down and said, The 12 matches have ended. Only 12 people are left. The 9 sword origin fruits will belong to you. The rules of the last match have been changed slightly. You won't fight by drawing lots. Instead, it will be a round-robin battle. Yuan Gu said. What was a round-robin battle? It meant that each person had to fight with the other 11. For each battle, 1 point would be awarded for victory, and none for defeat. After all the battles, the ranking would be based on points. The martial artists ranked in the top 9 would obtain 9 sword essence fruit. This rule was extremely disadvantageous to Fong Qin and Purple Blade. However, Black Blade Monarch and Tai Lai Yuan couldn't say anything. After all, this was the sacred land of the Yuan clan. Yuan Gu had the final say. Of course, after the final ranking is determined, if anyone is unconvinced, they can have 2 chances to challenge others. Yuan Gu added. If you fail both times, you won't be able to get the sword origin fruit. In fact, this was also a chance for the 3 eliminated people to be convinced. This way, others would say that Yuan Gu was magnanimous and magnanimous. In fact, everything was within his calculations. Since you've just had an intense battle, you'll rest for 2 hours. Yuan Gu said. After 2 hours, the most intense battle would begin. The 12 people were united, waiting for the most glorious moment. During the break, Black Blade Monarch called the 10 people of the Yuan clan over and reminded them of some things. Purple Blade was also called away by Black Blade Monarch. Tai Lai Yuan explained some of his knowledge of the Yuan clan to Fong Qin so that Fong Qin could understand his opponents better. Outside the endless void, there was terrifying spatial turbulence everywhere. If life and death monarchs entered the spatial turbulence, they would have 9 chances of survival. Unless a miracle happened, it would be hard for them to escape. On this day, outside the endless void, in a place with chaotic aura, suddenly, a whirlpool appeared. 2 figures walked out of the vortex. The 2 of them were in a very sorry state. What a terrifying spatial turbulence. The 2 had just walked out of the whirlpool when they sensed the terrifying spatial turbulence beside them. Could suck them in at any time. Shueisha, we have to think of a way to leave. Universe Ruler said gravely. When they were defeated, they were forced into the spatial turbulence. Fortunately, they were lucky enough to enter the black hole outside the endless void and escape. Being on the run all this time, the 2 were miserable. Sometimes they even wanted to give up. However, when they thought of the revenge of the extermination of their clan, they were filled with motivation. The spatial turbulence is too strong. If this continues, we'll die for sure. However, just as the 2 were talking, CCC Pavilion CA huge claw stretched out of the spatial turbulence. There are actually 2 humans. A huge and ferocious void creature appeared in front of the 2 of them. Not good. Universe Ruler and Shueisha wanted to escape, but it was already too late. In an instant, the void creature grabbed them. Chapter 1600. More than 90% of the universe was made up of the void ocean. Everywhere was filled with boundless void ocean, and only 10% of the land was made up of land. However, this was nothing to the human race. Within the universe, there were stable laws operating. The laws and rules complemented each other to form a stable order that protected the living beings in the universe. Outside the universe was the endless void. In the endless void, other than the spatial turbulence, there was also the most terrifying chaotic air current. When the universe was first created, the chaotic air current existed. The chaotic air current was so strong that even eternal ancient realm experts would die if they touched it. It was many times more dangerous than the spatial turbulence. The chaotic air current separated the deity world and the lower world. Therefore, it was almost impossible for people from the deity world to come to the lower world. Of course, this was only for ordinary experts in the deity world. Some almighties in the deity world were still able to do so. Outside the endless void, there were all kinds of void creatures. There were many types of void creatures, similar to the races in the lower world. They lived in all kinds of forms, and some void creatures were not afraid of the spatial turbulence. They traveled through the endless void all year round in search of prey. At this moment, beside the spatial turbulence, A void creature the size of a small mountain was there. Its body was ferocious and covered with blood spikes. It stretched out its claws and grabbed two puny humans. In the eyes of the void creature, humans were just its food. "It has been a long time since I saw humans," the void creature said in a hoarse voice. His voice contained a terrifying aura. It made Heaven Primordial Ruler and Blood Fiend Monarch feel their blood rush to their heads. Fortunately, the void creature did not target them. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed in a matter of minutes. "Senior, we accidentally entered this place. Please be merciful." Heaven Primordial Ruler begged for mercy. In the face of such an expert, they did not even have the thought of running away. The void creature was too strong. The aura it emitted was much stronger than the eternal ancient realm holy lords of the human race. For such an expert, he only needed a single look to kill them. "Where did you come from?" the void creature asked again. Blood Fiend Monarch hurriedly said, "We came from the lower world." "Senior, we were originally from the lower world. We accidentally entered the void crack and came here," Heaven Primordial Ruler said carefully. "Lower realm." Hearing the words lower realm, the void creature's eyes that were as big as gongs shot out a strange light. "Interesting," the void creature muttered to itself. His figure flickered as he brought Heaven Ruler Qian Yuan and Heaven Emperor Blood Fiend to a palace. Looking from the outside, this void point floated in the spatial turbulence, which was very terrifying. What kind of expert is able to build a palace outside the endless void? Hegemon Heaven Origin and Emperor Blood Fiend were completely stunned. Could it be that they're almighty figures from the God realm? Aside from that, there was no other reasonable explanation. The palace was surrounded by a gray aura. After entering the palace, Heaven Primordial Ruler and Blood Fiend Emperor discovered that the terrifying aura of the endless void was actually isolated from this place. The atmosphere here was very strange. Roar at that instant, screams echoed in the palace. "They are." At this moment, Heaven Primordial Ruler and Blood Fiend Emperor discovered that there were many void creatures within the palace. However, the strength of these void creatures was obviously not as strong as the one that had captured them. "Now, the two of you have a chance to live," the void creature said. "Senior, please speak," Heaven Primordial Ruler said hurriedly. Blood Fiend Emperor Blood Fiend looked at the mountain-like void creature nervously. "Help me unify the lower realm," the void creature said. "What?" Heaven Primordial Ruler and Blood Fiend Emperor turned pale with fright. "Senior, to be honest, the two of us were forced out of the endless void by our enemies. With our strength, we can't find the way back," Heaven Primordial Ruler said bitterly. "That's right, Senior. Even if the two of us return, we can't help you unify the lower realm. There's an eternal ancient realm expert in the lower realm, and the two of us aren't his match," Blood Fiend Emperor said truthfully. The void creature snorted coldly when he heard this. The atmosphere in the palace instantly turned heavy. Heaven Primordial Ruler and Heaven Primordial Ruler felt their scalps go numb. They did not know what this void creature was planning to do. "I've been searching for the path to the lower realm in the primordial chaos void. However, the primordial chaos void is too big, and I haven't found it yet. Your appearance has given me hope," the void creature said. "The two of you were born in the lower realm, and your bodies have the aura of the lower realm. I can find the boundary wall of the lower realm based on your aura." Blood Fiend Emperor and Heaven Primordial Ruler nodded. "Senior, with your strength, if you descend to the lower realm, you can definitely unify the lower realm easily." The void creature shook his huge head and said, "I'm too strong, and I can't enter the lower realm. I'll send my subordinates and the captives I've captured in the primordial chaos void to the lower realm. What the two of you have to do is guide them and help them in the lower realm." After speaking, the void creature looked at the two of them and waited for them to make a decision. "Senior, it's our honor to serve you," Heaven Primordial Ruler said. "That's right, Senior." As long as you can send us back to the lower realm, we'll definitely help you unify the lower realm. However, I have a presumptuous request, Blood Fiend Emperor said after pondering for a moment. The void creature said in a deep voice. After Senior unifies the lower realm, can you give a portion of your territory to my sea demon race? Blood Fiend Emperor said. I'm not interested in the lower realm's territory. The void creature's words made Heaven Primordial Ruler and Blood Fiend Emperor happy. Yuan race's sacred land on the plaza. From the beginning, there were 3,000 people participating in the battle. Now, there were only 12 people left. Among these 12 people, 9 of them would be able to obtain the Sword Origin fruit. Everyone was incomparably excited. They were only a step away from the Sword Origin fruit. This was especially true for the strongest 9. Their faces were filled with confidence. Among the 12 people, they were the strongest. In a head-on battle, they didn't fear anyone. In everyone's eyes, the weakest of the 12 was probably Purple Blade, who had just broken through to the life and death realm, and Sanguinati, who was at the 9th layer of the creation realm. As for the other Yuan race disciple, his cultivation was at the 4th layer of the life and death realm. In the end, it all depended on the 9 strongest people. At this moment, the entire Yuan race's sacred land was incomparably excited. Who would obtain the Sword Origin fruit that matured every 30,000 years? The final battle was a round-robin battle. In other words, everyone would have to fight 11 battles and be ranked according to their point. Tai Lai Yuan was currently explaining some key points to Feng Chen. Suddenly, Feng Chen closed his eyes. Sword chi crisscrossed around his body. Buzz! A loud and clear sword chime resounded through the sky. Everyone's gazes immediately turned toward Zhang Xian. Tai Lai Yuan was also taken aback. Soon after, he laughed heartily. Who would have thought that this kid could still have an epiphany at this juncture? No one else could have such a mentality. Sword chi crisscrossed as the sword scripture chants in his mind rapidly circulated. It quickly circulated a small cycle in Feng Chen's body. In an instant, all the sword chi in Feng Chen's body gathered in his chi si. In the blink of an eye, his chi si was filled. It was also at this moment that Feng Chen's body resonated. The golden heart beat rapidly. Vast sword chi surged out. It resonated with the sword scripture. The second layer of the sword scripture automatically circulated. Feng Chen felt that he had a deeper understanding of the third layer of the sword scripture. Sword principle. Feng Chen muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Terrifying sword chi shot out from his eyes. His body was like a sharp sword, domineering and fierce. At the same time, the level 9 divine weapon, Hidden Star Sword, also let out a cheerful sword hum. It seemed to be cheering for its master's breakthrough. Feng Chen held the Hidden Star Sword tightly. He could feel the sword principle aura coming from the Hidden Star Sword. He took a deep breath and stood up. Kid, you can break through like this? Tai Lai Yuan squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Feng Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said, I have some understanding. Chapter 1601. The Sword Manual was created by a legendary swordsman. To sword cultivators, it was very mysterious and powerful. According to the Sword Manual, heavenly body tier martial artists could cultivate the first level of the Sword Manual, and creation tier martial artists could cultivate the second level of the Sword Manual. As for the third level of the Sword Manual, if a creation tier martial artist could cultivate it, he would definitely be a peerless genius that appeared once in 10,000 years. After cultivating the second level of the Sword Manual, Feng Chen felt the power of the Sword Manual. He had been cultivating the third level, but he didn't gain anything. Until just now, under Tai Lai Yuan's guidance, he had an epiphany and broke through to the third level. After reaching the third level of the Sword Manual, his attack power increased countless times. Feng Chen's overall strength increased. With his current strength, he could even fight against a mid-level life and death realm monarch. Even if he couldn't, he could use the time book to escape. Fang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the joy in his heart. His gaze fell on the other opponent. At this time, the other opponents also stood up. The rest time was up, and the cycle battle was about to start. The 12 contestants walked to the center of the square in a single file. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Yuan Gu stood on the rostrum, looking at the 12 contestants with a deep gaze. Even he didn't expect that Purple Blade and Sanguinati would be among the 12 contestants. However, it didn't affect the final result. Now, let's start drawing lots. Soon, the 12 contestants finished drawing lot. Fang Chen took out his lot and shockingly discovered that he was actually lot number 1. This meant that he was the first. Stand according to your lot, Yuan Gu continued. Fang Chen stood in the first place, followed by the 4th level life and death tier monarch from the Yuan clan. Purple Blade was third, followed by the 9 strongest contestants. According to the ranking, Sanguinati will be the first to start the challenge. After each challenge, there will be 15 minutes of rest time. Yuan Gu explained the rules. Fang Chen stepped onto the stage. His first opponent was a 4th level life and death tier monarch called Yuan Dao. Sanguinati, you should be proud to be able to enter the finals. Yuan Dao stepped onto the martial arts stage and said sinisterly. Next, I'll use my absolute strength to let you know that a Fortune Realm martial artist is nothing before a life and death realm monarch. Fang Chen sneered. After reaching the 3rd level of the sword scripture, one's attack power would increase by dozens of times. Although there was a huge gap between the 3rd and 4th level of life and death realm, this attack was more than enough to make up for it. Moreover, Fang Chen's attack wasn't limited to the burial of heaven and earth sword art. He also had the Soul Dao secret technique, 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. Of course, there was also the Book of Time and Space that he relied on to survive. Seeing Fang Chen's sneer, Yuan Dao was furious. I hope you can still smile later. Yuan Dao said coldly. Soon after, the aura around his body erupted. A majestic aura gushed out from Yuan Dao's body. The long river of laws in Origin Blade's body rolled endlessly. The Shadow Law was the law that Origin Blade had comprehended. This law's offensive power was not strong, but it was the best way to escape. While at the moment Yuan Dao attacked, his figure instantly concealed in the void. Concealment technique? Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Buzz as if it had sensed the terrifying aura in the surrounding air, the hidden star sword issued a series of sword cries. Majestic sword chi rushed out from Fang Chen's body. The perfect sword body automatically operated, and sword-shaped runes flickered endlessly. Let me see how much the 3rd level of the sword scripture can increase my strength. Fang Chen said inwardly. As for the concealed Yuan Dao, he didn't care at all. Because concealing oneself in front of a void cultivator was like showing one's slight skill in front of an expert. Rumble. Fang Chen tightly grasped the hidden star sword and operated the 3rd level of the sword scripture. Boundless sword chi poured into the hidden star sword. The 9th step divine weapon erupted with an extremely resplendent aura, suffocating people. At the same time, Fang Chen used the burial of heaven and earth sword art. Swish! An unimaginable sword light shot out from the hidden star sword, ruthlessly stabbing at a certain spot in the void. Below, the crowd sneered. Sanguinati is an idiot. Before determining the opponent's figure, he actually attacked randomly. I thought I could fight with him in the finals and beat him up ruthlessly. It seems that I won't have the chance. Sanguinati offended our Yuan clan. It's already a miracle that he can live until now. Next, he won't have any chance. Among the 9 strongest people, some were constantly mocking Fang Chen. Only the leader narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen's every move. He even felt that he was in a trance. How is it possible? How did he find out the location of the Yuan Dao? The moment Fang Chen launched the attack, the leader began to frown. He didn't know whether this attack was a fluke or Fang Chen really had such an ability. Shut up. Hearing the surrounding ridicule, the leader said in a deep voice. As soon as the leader's voice fell, the sword light above the martial arts arena pierced the void and exploded. Bang! A figure wrapped in the power of laws walked out in a somewhat disheveled manner. What? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, all the martial artists widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Yuan Dao had the law of shadow, which was well known in the Yuan clan. Concealment had always been his forte, and he was also proud of it. However, he was forced to reveal himself as soon as he faced Sanguinati. Impossible! Someone in the crowd yelled. On the rostrum, Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade were relatively calmer. I still underestimated this kid, Yuan Gu said to himself. Tai Lai Yuan grinned from ear to ear. On the martial arts arena, the battle was changing rapidly. I've just completed the 3rd level of the sword scripture. The increase in strength can barely reach 50 times. If I reach the transcendent state, it will be at least 100 times, Fang Chen said to himself. He was quite satisfied with the increase in strength of the sword scripture. Although it was only 50 times, it was enough for him to deal with Yuan Dao. Kid, how did you find me? Yuan Dao stared at Fang Chen and asked in a deep voice, surrounded by the power of law of shadow. It's just the law of shadow, Fang Chen sneered. Humph, you're no match for me even if we fight face to face, Yuan Dao said coldly. The next moment, he stopped hiding and rushed toward Fang Chen. In the process, he waved his hand and 3 laser beams shot out from his palm. These 3 laser beams contained his most powerful attack. The power of law also flowed into them. As long as Fang Chen was hit, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Of course, the premise was that he was hit. His attack power is equivalent to a 40 times increase in strength, Fang Chen said to himself. Seeing the 3 laser beams coming, Fang Chen performed the burial of heaven and earth sword art again. Boom! A terrifying sword light with a suffocating sword chi slashed at the 3 laser beams. Crack! The first laser beam was broken and its aura dissipated. Seeing this, Yuan Dao was a little stunned, but he still believed that the remaining 2 laser beams could completely defeat Sanguinati. Crack! The second laser beam was broken. At this time, Yuan Dao's face finally became dignified. Kill! Yuan Dao roared and frantically injected the power of law into the last laser beam. Whoosh! The last laser beam was shot at Fang Chen at an extremely tricky angle. However, no matter how tricky it was, it couldn't escape Fang Chen's sword light. Crack! When the 3rd laser beam was broken, the suffocating sword light pierced through the void and shot toward Yuan Dao. Boom! In a flash, the sword light stabbed Yuan Dao's body, but it was blocked by the power of law. The power of law is too strong, it can corrode the sword light. Fang Chen secretly sighed. If it weren't for the power of law, Yuan Dao would have been blown away by him. Seeing that the sword light couldn't break through the defense of the power of law, Fang Chen stomped his foot and secretly performed the great earth kill. Poochie! Yuan Dao, who was trying his best to resist the sword light, suddenly vomited blood. The defense of the power of law collapsed in an instant, and the sword light pierced his body fiercely. Dong! His body flew out upside down and fell under the martial arts arena. The entire square was dead silent. All the Yuan family disciples widened their eyes, unable to believe what happened in front of them. They felt as if they were dreaming. On the rostrum, Yuan Gu's face was gloomy. Chapter 1602. There were many secret techniques similar to this, but this was the only one that could attract Yuan Gu's attention. Fang Chen's control of Earthquake Kill had reached a perfect level. Of course, Earthquake Kill alone couldn't defeat Origin Blade. After all, Origin Blade was a 4th level life and death realm emperor. If he resisted with all his strength, he could completely resist Earthquake Kill. However, at that time, Fang Chun had used Burial Sword Art of Heaven and Earth to increase his strength by 50 times. He was madly attacking Origin Blade's defense. At this time, Origin Blade would naturally focus his attention on the sword light. Therefore, Fang Chen's attack could be considered a trick. Although it was a trick, he had won the final victory. Moreover, he had fiercely struck back at those who mocked him. After the first battle, Fang Chen directly sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Although the first battle was easily won, some shortcomings were exposed. The gap in cultivation base could be made up with sword scriptures. However, the gap in law power couldn't be made up. Law power was part of the universe's order. The power of law power was unimaginable. Origin Blade's control of law power wasn't perfect. Moreover, his law power was the law of shadow. He wasn't good at attacking, so he couldn't pose any threat to Fang Chen. If it were someone else, it might not be so easy to win the battle. On the platform, Yuan Gu and Black Blade Monarch looked at each other and shook their heads. Step by step, Sanguinati had shown perfect talent. Yuan Gu even had a trace of envy in his heart. Why didn't his Yuan clan have such an outstanding genius? Thinking of this, Yuan Gu sighed. Since he couldn't be used by him, he could only destroy him. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. He didn't consume much energy in the first battle, so he quickly recovered. When the second battle began, Purple Blade walked onto the stage. Black Blade, you are very confident in Purple Blade. Yuan Gu saw that Black Blade Monarch wasn't anxious at all and said in a low voice, "Although Sanguinati's strength has exceeded my expectations, I believe that Zi Dao will be able to deal with him," Monarch Black Blade said. Purple Knife had Purple Ancestor's Ice Seal technique. Once his Sea of Qi was frozen, no matter how strong Sanguinati's attack was, he would not be able to fight Purple Knife. On the martial arts stage, Purple Blade calmly looked at Fang Chen. "Sanguinati, do you still remember what I said to you back in the ancestral land?" Fang Chen said indifferently, "I only remember that you were defeated by me and triggered the will of the Purple Ancestor to seek protection." Hearing this, Zi Dao's expression changed, but it quickly returned to normal. "What's the point of saying all this now?" Purple Blade said in a low voice. "There's nothing better than defeating you in the finals." Purple Blade still had some resentment towards Fang Chen. He had been defeated by Fang Chen in the ancestral land of inheritance and had stolen the highest inheritance. And now, he wanted to defeat Sanguinati in front of everyone. "The strongest person in the lower realm's younger generation is me, not you, Sanguinati." Purple Blade continued, "Today, I will break your legend." There was no point in arguing. Fang Chen did not treat Zi Dao as an opponent at all. He did not even fear a fourth-level monarch, so why would he be afraid of Zi Dao? Let the battle begin. Following Yuan Gu's order, Zi Dao immediately summoned Purple Ancestor's Phantom. Buzz. Purple light surged around his body, and a terrifying aura soared into the clouds. At the same time, a purple phantom appeared behind him. This was Purple Ancestor's Phantom. Purple Ancestor's bloodline flowed in Zi Dao's body. "Purple Ancestor is invincible, ice seal the world." A deafening voice came from Zi Dao's mouth. Immediately after, the temperature in the air dropped rapidly. Terrifying ice law energy circled around Zi Dao's body. Voila! The Purple Ancestor's Phantom behind Zi Dao turned into a ray of light, carrying the terrifying ice law energy as it shot towards Fang Chen. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the ray of light shot towards Fang Chen. Before it hit Fang Chen, it spread out, forming an ice cage, trapping Fang Chen within. At the same time, the power of the law of ice penetrated Fang Chen's body through every opening. Crack! The power of the law of ice was freezing his qi. "Still the same move?" Fang Chen sneered inwardly as he calmly activated the undying flame in his golden heart. Buzz! Scorching flames spread out from the golden heart and drilled into his qi. "Sanguinati, your qi has been frozen by me. Let's see how you block my attack. Feeling Sanguinati's Qi being frozen, Zidao laughed wildly. He could already see the end of the competition, and Sanguinati would be defeated by him. On the main platform, Yuan Gu and Monarch Blackblade nodded. Being frozen by Purple Ancestor's Qi was the most terrifying thing. What was laughable was that Sanguinati was too careless and did not dodge. With his Qi frozen, Sanguinati no longer had the ability to fight. The battle was already over. I told you a long time ago to be careful, sighed. Tai Liyuan was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. On the main platform, inside the ice cage, Fang Chen could not help but sigh when he sensed the law of ice in the surrounding air. He was at a disadvantage because of the ice law energy. If he had the ice law energy, he would not be in such a passive state. Purple Ancestor's ice seal is really strange. If Purple Ancestor used it personally, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do anything. However, when Zidao uses it, its power is much weaker, Fang Chen said to himself. He was feeling his frozen sea of qi. The undying flame is the strongest flame in the world. It is known as the King of Flames. Fang Chen activated the undying flame and controlled it to resist the ice seal. Hiss. Although the ice seal was strong, the undying flame was even more tyrannical. While resisting the ice seal, Fang Chen felt his mind tremble. He saw that the undying flame in his Qi seemed to be changing slightly. That's the fire law. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and stared at the undying flame's changes. The undying flame seemed to be absorbing the fire law energy. Is this the fire law? Fang Chen hurriedly immersed himself in comprehending the fire law. This was an excellent opportunity. The undying flame was pushed to its limits to resist Purple Ancestor's ice seal, triggering the fire law of the world. If he could use this opportunity to comprehend the fire law, he would definitely break through to the life and death realm. Outside the ice seal, Zidao sneered. Sanguinati, don't struggle pointlessly. Admit defeat, Zidao said gravely. He walked towards the ice cage step by step. Since the Blood Sword Saint did not want to admit defeat, he would personally send him off the stage. Everyone's gazes were focused on Purple Blade. When Purple Blade arrived in front of the ice prison, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Boom! Fang Chen's mind trembled as the fire law poured into his mind. He felt as if he was in a sea of fire, feeling the joy brought by the endless flames. Who? In a few breaths' time, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Fire law. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of the fire law's essence. So that's how it is. Fang Chen grinned. After that moment, his comprehension of the fire law had deepened. As long as he comprehended the undying flame more, he would definitely be able to comprehend the fire law. Thinking of this, Fang Chen rejoiced. It's time to break the ice seal. Shortly after, Fang Chen activated the undying flame to resist the ice seal. Hiss. The undying flames might seem to have increased by a lot. In the blink of an eye, the ice law in his Qi completely scattered. His Qi returned to its original state. Dong! A powerful energy surged out of his Qi, flowing to his limbs and bones. It was at this moment that the ice prison was opened. Fang Chen's figure appeared before everyone once more. Sanguinati, you've lost, Zidao said. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Zidao. The battle isn't over yet. Isn't it too early for you to say that? Humph. I've already frozen your Qi. What are you going to use to fight? Zidao shrugged. It seemed like everything was under his control. Unfortunately, your ice seal is too trashy. It's not even enough to tickle me, Fang Chen said indifferently. Chapter 1603. Zidao's greatest reliance was the Purple Ancestor's ice sealing technique and the Purple Ancestor's image. These two great weapons were the trump cards that gave him the confidence to obtain the sword origin fruit. Until now, Zidao had not discovered that Fang Chen's Qi had already been unfrozen. The Purple Ancestor's ice sealing technique was ineffective against Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen's face, Zidao was very displeased. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. Zidao held the purple saber in his hand and stomped his feet. His body floated in the air. A horrifying purple saber light whizzed over like a mountain. It's time to end this. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Zidao's attack. His Qi shook. Extremely horrifying power erupted from the 9-pointed astral light. When the third layer of the sword scripture was activated, the power of the burial sword art of heaven and earth increased by 50 times. Boom! A resplendent sword light shot out from the rank 9 divine weapon, the hidden star sword. Impossible! When Purple Saber, who was charging over, saw Fang Chen's aura, his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed hoarsely. His Qi. Zidao could not believe what he was seeing. The ice sealing technique that Zidao was so proud of was actually ineffective against Sanguinati. Seeing this scene, the 3 experts on the rostrum were also somewhat astonished. Yuan Gu was slightly startled before he regained his composure. Tai Lai Yuan smiled as he looked at Fang Chen. He was so happy that he could not close his mouth. As for the Black Saber Monarch, his face was gloomy. If the ice sealing technique was ineffective against Sanguinati, then Zidao's chances of defeating Sanguinati in a head-on fight were too low. This damn fellow! How did he break the Purple Ancestor's ice sealing technique? Even the Black Saber Monarch could not help but sigh. The ice sealing technique that the Purple Ancestor left behind was very profound. However, a manifestation realm cultivator could actually ignore the ice sealing technique. To be able to ignore the ice sealing technique, he must have the strongest flame in the world. Yuan Gu's voice rang out. Strongest flame. The Black Saber Monarch was somewhat confused. He had seen the strongest flames in the lower domain. From his point of view, those flames were completely unable to resist the ice sealing technique. Yuan Gu's deep gaze penetrated the void and landed on Fang Chen's body. After that, he sighed and said, Brother Blackblade, do you still remember the ancient divine beast, the undying bird? Are you talking about the undying flame that is known as the King of Flames? Thinking of this, Blackblade Monarch widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. The ancient divine beast, the undying bird, has long been extinct. The undying flame also disappeared into the dust of history along with it. I don't believe that Sanguinati can obtain the undying flame. Black Blade Monarch was in disbelief. Then how do you explain why he's not afraid of being frozen? Yuan Gu asked. Emperor Blackblade was speechless. He fell into deep thought, and a complicated look appeared on his face. If Sanguinati really had the undying flame, then it would be too heaven-defying. The closer it got to the end of the match, the more shocked Sanguinati became. How many more secrets does this brat have? Black Blade Monarch stared at Fang Chen and thought to himself. The 3 people on the rostrum had all guessed that Fang Chen had the undying flame, but the spectating disciples in the square did not know. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. There had never been a martial artist who could make them so shocked. Sanguinati was the first. At this moment, even as disciples of the Yuan family, some disciples had to admit that they admired Sanguinati from the bottom of their hearts. Among the younger generation, Sanguinati was the only one who could do this. Even the strongest human in this era, Bone Progenitor, had not reached this height when he was the same age as Sanguinati. The noise in the square gradually disappeared. It was replaced by silence. Only the voices on the martial arts stage could be heard. With a 50-fold increase in strength, the power of the burial sword art of heaven and earth was raised to the extreme. The dazzling sword light blasted away the battle sword in Purple Blade's hand with absolute strength. Then, the illusory figure of Purple Blade in front of him was directly destroyed. Dong! Purple Blade's illusory figure blocked 90% of the attack. The remaining attack landed on Purple Blade's body. Purple Blade's body was sent flying. His eyes were filled with despair. The blow this time was too heavy for him. Ever since he had become Black Blade Monarch's disciple, his path had been smooth sailing. He had never suffered such a blow. As a life and death monarch, he was actually beaten by a creation realm martial artist to the point where he could not even fight back. No, I don't believe it. Purple Blade, who had fallen to the ground, was still muttering these words. His mind was somewhat unclear, as if he was about to enter a state of chi deviation. Voila! Black Blade Monarch leaped down from the rostrum and hurriedly walked to Purple Blade's side. He extended his finger and poked a few times on Purple Blade's body. Purple Blade immediately regained his consciousness. His face was dim and lifeless. Purple Blade, one failure is nothing, Black Blade Monarch said in a deep voice. His voice reverberated in Purple Blade's mind, trying to wake him up. Purple Blade raised his head and said with a pale face, Master, there's no need to say anything. Come back with me. After saying that, Black Blade Monarch grabbed Purple Blade and nodded at Yuan Gu, who was on the rostrum. Brother Yuan Gu, I'll bring my disciple back to treat his injuries first. Yuan Gu nodded. After Black Blade Monarch left, everyone's gaze fell on Fong Qin again. He had won 2 battles. Everything seemed to have deviated from Yuan Gu's expectations. He looked expressionlessly at the rostrum. Sanguinati had already sat down cross-legged and started to recover his strength. Next, there were still 9 battles waiting for him. These 9 battles would be his final test. The 9 of you, no matter what, have to ambush Sanguinati. Yuan Gu transmitted his voice to the 9 people. If someone had told him at the beginning that Sanguinati could enter the finals and perform so well, Yuan Gu would definitely not have believed it. But now, he believed it. He even suspected that Sanguinati still had hidden trump card. No matter what, the sword origin fruit had to belong to the Yuan clan. They could not let Sanguinati take it away. Therefore, Yuan Gu transmitted his voice to the 9 people to prevent any trouble. The 9 of them nodded heavily and looked at each other. When you get on the rostrum in a while, do your best. Even if you lose to Sanguinati, you have to force him to use his trump card. The boss was arranging countermeasures for the others. Boss, don't worry. A mere Sanguinati is no match for us at all. Yes, boss. The sword origin fruit belongs to the 9 of us. No one can take it away. Don't let your guard down. Sanguinati's potential is very strong. Moreover, I saw that he was very relaxed in the previous battles. He should be holding back. Don't be fooled by his cultivation. Otherwise, you will pay a heavy price. The boss warned. After these few battles, the boss's view of Sanguinati had changed greatly. He sensed a trace of danger from Sanguinati. Therefore, he urged the other 8 people to do their best. The battle in the Yuan clan's sacred land quickly spread to the other 3 sacred lands, especially the Luo clan's sacred land. After the Luo clan leader informed Luo Liuli, the latter was very excited. The 3 sacred lands' gazes were attracted by the Yuan clan's sacred land. However, in a certain place in the lower realm, something unexpected happened. At the edge of the void ocean, this place was endlessly desolate and belonged to an undeveloped land. The environment here was very terrible. Human race martial artists would not come here at all. Even when the sea demon race dominated the void ocean back then, they would not come here either. But today, lightning suddenly flashed and thunder rumbled here. Terrifying strong winds blew wildly. Rip! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void. Immediately after, a terrifying vortex like a black hole appeared from the crack. The aura inside the vortex was suffocating. But just as it appeared, it was enveloped by the void creature's great magical ability. The aura could not leak out at all. Whoosh! 2 figures walked out of the vortex. Finally back. Universe Sovereign took a deep breath and said with a grin. Beside him, Blood Fiend Monarch said in a deep voice, This time, we must make the human race pay a heavy price. Just as the two were talking, void creatures walked out of the vortex one after another. The vortex lasted for about an hour before finally disappearing into the horizon. The void creatures descended, bringing a large number of captives and preparing to occupy the lower realm. Chapter 1604. Void creatures didn't belong to the lower realms, so they were invisibly rejected by the lower realms. Moreover, with the methods of the powerful void creature, it couldn't send experts of the eternal realm and above into the lower realms. Therefore, the strongest of the void creatures that descended this time was only at the peak of life and death realm. The leader of the void creatures was called Shimo. He was the strongest of these void creatures. Although he was only at the 9th level of life and death realm, he could contend against eternal realm experts. Of course, it was merely a confrontation. He couldn't defeat eternal realm experts. Apart from the void creatures, there were also a large number of captives. Their strength varied from low to high-level life and death realm to high-level life and death realm. They were all captives that the void creatures had captured in the primal chaos void. The entire lower realms are under the control of the human race. If you want to hide, I have a place to go. Universe Ruler said. Lead the way. Shimo said solemnly. Under the lead of Universe Ruler and Blood Fiend Monarch, the group arrived at Pterosaur Danger Ground. Noiselessly, the void creatures entered Pterosaur Danger Ground. With Pterosaur Danger Ground as the core, they began to set up a solid defense. At the same time, Shimo issued an order for some low-level life and death captives to infiltrate the human race and scout for information. With the void creatures' invasion, danger gradually descended. However, the human race martial artists were completely unaware that the human race's Saint Lord was in seclusion, and his injuries were unknown. The Yuan race's sacred land was holding the Sword Origin Fruit Contest. It was exceptionally intense, and Yuan Gu had no time to care about anything else. As for the other two Sacred Lands masters, their gazes were also attracted by the Yuan race's sacred land. Yuan race's sacred land. After a short rest, Fang Chen's third opponent was Old Nine. His cultivation base was at the 5th level of life and death realm. His battle strength was extremely tyrannical, and even the others didn't dare to underestimate him. Old Nine walked onto the stage and looked at Fang Chen with a beaming smile. Kid, let's end it here. Old Ninth attacked with lightning speed and power. Rumble. Old Nine's attack was too tyrannical. The entire stage was shaking. Fortunately, the stage was jointly constructed by the upper echelons of the Yuan race. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a life and death realm monarch. Heaven and Earth Burial Sword Art. Fang Chen performed the sword burial art of heaven and earth once again, increasing his strength by 50 times. A terrifying aura surged out. The 9th-ranked divine weapon, the Hidden Star Sword, erupted with its tyrannical side. Bang Yu 1. Old Ninth's terrifying attack was blocked by the Hidden Star Sword. A rank 9 divine weapon is not bad, but you are not worthy of him. Old Ninth sneered and continued to attack. Rumble the terrifying attacks were extremely concentrated. He didn't want to give Fang Chen any chance. He wanted to end the battle quickly. A faint smile appeared on Yuan Gu's face when he saw the situation on the stage. Sanguinati's miracle came to an end. Although his potential was heaven-defying, there was still a huge gap between their cultivation levels. On the stage, Sanguinati was forced to retreat. When everyone thought that Sanguinati was going to fail, his figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. The Space-Time Book. Fang Chen finally used the Book of Time and Space. All this time, he had never wanted to reveal his trump card. But now, he had no choice but to reveal it. Old Ninth's strength was very strong. He was considered above average among mid-level Imperial Emperors. If he didn't use the Book of Time and Space, it would be impossible for him to defeat Old Ninth. Okay. Fang Chen's figure disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, He appeared out of thin air and abruptly appeared behind Old Ninth. Pucci. The sword burial art of heaven and earth was performed again. At the same time, Fang Chen performed the 5 lightning tribulation art. Rumble. Countless lightning bolts swooped down from the sky and bombarded Old Ninth. The sword burial art of heaven and earth, which increased his strength by 50 times, also stabbed at Old Ninth. Not good. Old Ninth cried out in his heart. With a thought, a black dart appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he poured all the energy in his chi into the black dart. Then, he threw it out. A terrifying aura erupted from the dart, suffocating the cultivators in the square. Crack! The dart shattered Fang Chen's sword light and shot towards Fang Chen with a powerful force. At this moment, spots of light flickered around Old Ninth's body. He successfully blocked the attack of the 5 lightning tribulation art. Yu 2, swoosh. Fang Chen's figure once again merged into spacetime. The 5th level of the Book of Time and Space was activated to the extreme. His figure moved quickly in the void. From time to time, he would stab with his sword. Pucci. In the beginning, Old Ninth could still resist. But as time passed, problems appeared in Old Ninth's defense. Caught off guard, he was stabbed by Fang Chen's sword in the air. Blood splattered in the sky. Old Ninth's thigh was injured, and he could not stand steadily. Damn it. Old Ninth opened his palm, and the black dart floated in his palm. Sanguinati, I want you dead. Old Ninth injected his blood into the black dart. Immediately, the black dart emitted a suffocating aura. However, before the dart could be shot out, it was interrupted by Fang Chen. The concealment method of the Book of Time and Space was not something that people from the lower realm could imagine. Most importantly, Fang Chen was a spacetime cultivator, and he also had the peak 9th grade spacetime true meaning. If he did not want to be discovered, no one would be able to discover him. Pucci. The star-concealing sword stabbed Old Ninth again, causing him to roar. However, it was useless. Fang Chen had been hiding in the dark, and Old Ninth could not do anything about it. On the rostrum, Yuan Gu's face was extremely gloomy. This damn guy, what kind of secret technique did he cultivate? Yuan Gu was a little surprised. Even he could not catch Fang Chen's figure. Emperor Blackblade stared at Fang Chen from the side. This guy hid too well. Tai Lai Yuan was not surprised. He had already experienced it. After an hour, the battle finally ended because Old Ninth's stamina was exhausted. Old Ninth lost unjustly, but there was no other way. Fang Chen did not break the rules. Sanguinati, you despicable person. Old Ninth glared at Fang Chen from below the stage, killing intent surging. Yu 3, Fang Chen ignored Old Ninth's threat. As long as he could win the final victory, it did not matter what move he used. Moreover, the Book of Time and Space was not a crooked trick. Fang Chen stood calmly on the stage. Since he had already exposed the Book of Time and Space, he would use a shocking method to deal with the next battle. His gaze fell on Old Ninth. Old Ninth cultivated the Yuan clan's secret technique, and could see through some concealment method. I don't know if your secret technique can see through my concealment method, Fang Chen said to himself. When he saw Fang Chen's provocation, Old Ninth's face broke into a wild smile. It had been a long time since someone had dared to provoke him so openly. Moreover, the other party was a 9th-level creation realm martial artist. Sanguinati, I hope you can hold on until I come out, Old Ninth said in a low voice. The following battle was really beyond everyone's expectations. Fang Chen activated the Book of Time and Space to the maximum. The Yuan clan members could not even see his figure. Old 8th failed, Old 7th failed, and Old 6th failed as well. When Old 5th and Fang Chen fought, something unexpected happened. During the battle with Purple Blade, Fang Chen could vaguely feel the mystery of the Flame Law. Old 5th happened to have the Flame Law, and he used it to fight against Fang Chen. Fang Chen bathed in Old 5th's Flame Law and gradually understood it. When the battle was coming to an end, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by the undying flame. At this moment, the undying flame was undergoing a fundamental transformation. Flame law. Fang Chen's mind was filled with a scorching aura. In the sky, the terrifying power of the flame law descended and enveloped Fang Chen's body. What? On the rostrum, Yuan Gu clenched his fists and his heart burned with anger. Not only did Sanguinati not fail, but he also comprehended the power of the flame law. Damn this guy, his luck is too good. Tai Lai Yuan laughed loudly. Many martial artists could not step into the life and death realm in their lifetime. There were also some who could step into the life and death realm in a few breaths. Fang Chen belonged to the latter. He comprehended the flame law at this critical moment and allowed the power of the law to descend and baptize his body. As long as the baptism was over, he would step into the life and death realm. Chapter 1605. The law of fire burned everything in the world. The power of law fell from the sky. This was the will of the universe, and no one could stop it. The scorching flames made the fifth brother, who was a life and death emperor, constantly retreat for fear of being affected. When a martial artist broke through, they would receive the baptism of the law. This was the safest time to be protected by the will of the universe. The fifth brother wanted to give up the battle and wait for Fang Chen to finish his baptism. However, the moment he turned around, he saw Yuan Gu's gloomy face. Suddenly, his fighting spirit soared and he stopped in his tracks. A sinister look appeared in his eyes. A plan appeared in his mind, and that was to destroy Fang Chen's baptism. I broke through to the life and death realm with the law of fire. With the protection of the law of fire, I shouldn't be stopped by the will of the universe. Thinking of this, the fifth brother's body was wrapped in flames as he walked towards Fang Chen step by step. Fifth brother. Below, the boss saw that something was wrong and roared loudly. However, it was too late. The fifth brother was already close to Fang Chen. As long as he took another step forward, he would enter the baptism range. On the rostrum, Yuan Gu's face turned green and he did not speak. Sanguinati, go to hell. Under everyone's gaze, the fifth brother's fist-wrapped fist fiercely blasted towards Fang Chen. His fist rushed into the range of the nomological baptism and immediately merged with the sea of fire. Crack! However, before it could touch Fang Chen's body, a look of horror appeared on his face. With a cracking sound, his fist exploded, and a bloody mist gushed out. Ah! A miserable scream came out of the fifth brother's mouth. In an instant, his body was wrapped in the power of law and directly blasted into pieces. The will of the universe was irreversible. It was not something a human could resist. Fifth brother. The boss looked at the martial arts stage with scarlet eyes and cried out miserably. Watching the fifth brother die without being able to do anything, no one could understand this kind of pain. Fifth brother, I will definitely avenge you. The boss clenched his fist and said word by word. Rumble. On the martial arts stage, the baptism continued. Fang Chen's body, bathed in the power of the law of fire, was undergoing a transformation. Yu-1. Within his sea of qi, the nine-pointed star gradually shattered. Instead, it evolved into a stream of laws. At first, there was only a trickle of water in the stream. However, as the power of the laws of fire in the sky continued to pour in, the stream began to grow larger and longer. After a few breaths, the stream had turned into a small river. After that, the small river became a large river. In the end, it turned into a long river of laws. Fang Chen, who was undergoing the baptism, also sensed the changes in his qi. He was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, when a martial artist broke through to the life and death realm, their qi would at most evolve into a stream of laws. And after he broke through, he skipped the stream of laws and directly evolved into a long river of laws. Most importantly, an ordinary long river of laws was not even 1% of the qi. As for Fang Chen's long river of laws, it had already reached 20% of his sea of qi, and was still increasing. This, Fang Chen was ecstatic. Along with the rapid beating of the golden heart, the long river of laws grew rapidly. After a quarter of an hour, the long river of laws finally stopped growing. Fang Chen looked inside his qi sea and was directly shocked. The long river of laws actually occupied the space of his qi sea. If others knew, they would definitely be shocked. In history, when the most outstanding genius of the human race just broke through to the life and death realm, the long river of laws occupied 30% of their qi sea. As for Fang Chen, he had forcefully raised this record by 20%. This was truly unprecedented and would never happen again. While Fang Chen was shocked, the undying flame had also completed its final transformation. The current undying flame was the flame of the true ancient divine beast, the undying bird. When the undying flame emerged, Fang Chen's body actually emitted a trace of the undying bird's aura that was difficult to detect. On the square, all the martial artists felt an extreme pressure. Ho-ho-ho, the power of the law of fire dissipated, and Fang Chen's figure appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, he had undergone earth-shaking changes. Is this the life and death realm? Fang Chen sighed in his heart. Only after stepping into the life and death realm did he realize that compared to the creation realm, the gap was really big. After stepping into the life and death realm, his physical body had also improved a lot. Martial artists pursued the realm of immortality, and he could be considered to have reached the initial stage. Yu too, with a thought, flames spread all over his body. This is the power of law. The power of law was different from spirit qi. This kind of power was illusory. It could not be seen or touched. However, Fang Chen was the only one who knew that this was real. It formed part of the order of the universe, and the power of law was very tyrannical. Only by controlling the power of law could one be considered to have truly stepped into the martial Tao. Sanguinati, give me your life. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Old Four suddenly roared and jumped onto the stage. I want to avenge Old Five. After saying that, he displayed his power of law and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Voila! Fang Chen urged the power of law of fire, and the undying flame surrounded his body. In the sky, the two powers of laws collided together, forming a terrifying vortex that shook people's hearts. What was unexpected was that the power of law that Old Four was so proud of was completely suppressed by Fang Chen's power of law of fire. How is this possible? Old Four's eyes widened as he roared in anger. On the rostrum, Tai Liuyuan took a deep breath and could not help but sigh. This kid's strength has improved a lot. He had just reached the life and death realm and had just grasped the power of law, yet he could use it to such an extent. He was really a genius. With his power of law suppressed, Old Four used his trump card. I'll let you have a taste of my attack. He once again displayed the burial sword art of heaven and earth. However, this time, his attack power had increased by 80 times. 80 times! Fang Chen's face was overjoyed. The 80 times increase in power completely suppressed Old Four. In a short while, Old Four was defeated. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and stood upright on the martial arts stage. His body was like a sharp sword, extremely terrifying. On the rostrum, Yuan Gu and Emperor Blackblade's faces were gloomy to the extreme. Fang Chen's breakthrough had brought them great shock. Yu 3. They did not want to believe the truth in front of them, but there was nothing they could do. The result could not be changed. Old Four was defeated. So far, Fang Chen had won all 8 battles. Moreover, he had broken through to the life and death realm during the battle. This breakthrough directly indicated the rise of a generation's genius. Do your best. Yuan Gu closed his eyes and transmitted his voice to the other 3. Buzz. In the Yuan race's forbidden area, a loud sword cry resounded. Everyone trembled. Yuan Gu and the other two's gazes all turned toward the forbidden area. This sword cry was emitted by the Yuan demon sword. Swish! The Yuan demon sword appeared from the forbidden area once again, carrying a suffocating aura as it hovered above the stage. Congratulations on breaking through to the life and death realm. The Yuan demon sword vibrated and emitted a fluctuation. Fang Chen raised his head and nodded lightly. Then, the Yuan demon sword said, "Don't kill the Yuan race people. This is a presumptuous request of mine." Fang Chen was indebted to the Yuan demon sword. Since it said so, Fang Chen directly nodded and agreed. "As long as they don't attack me, I won't attack the Yuan race people," Fang Chen said. The Yuan demon sword emitted a fluctuation again, as if communicating with Yuan Gu. A moment later, the Yuan demon sword returned to the forbidden area. In the square, all the martial artists were completely dumbfounded. The Yuan demon sword actually appeared for Sanguinati and communicated with Sanguinati. At this moment, Yuan Gu stood up and waved his hand, indicating for the crowd below to be quiet. The noisy square instantly became incomparably silent. The competition for the sword origin fruit is over. The 8 of them and Sanguinati each have a sword origin fruit, Yuan Gu announced. Emperor Blackblade had no objection to this result. "Patriarch, the battle is not over yet," the eldest protested. "That's right, Patriarch. The battle is not over yet. Why did you announce the result in advance?" "Patriarch, the sword origin fruit can't be given to Sanguinati." With the eldest in the lead, everyone disagreed. Although Sanguinati was getting stronger as the battle went on, they were unwilling to give up the sword origin fruit. Yuan Gu sighed and shook his head helplessly. "This is the will of the Yuan demon sword and me." Yuan Gu's words were full of unquestionable authority. Chapter 1606. When he was in the creation realm, he was able to suppress most low-level life and death realm emperors. Now, he had stepped into the life and death realm with his outstanding performance. Moreover, he had entered the Tao through the Fire Tao. The Fire Tao itself was a law that increased one's attack power. It was very domineering. After entering the life and death realm with the Fire Tao, Fang Chen's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. The original demon sword had once followed Fang Chen. It was the latter who had awakened it. If it hadn't seen the sword embryo in the ancient Eastern Alliance, it wouldn't have recovered its memories and followed Sanguinati. After sensing that Sanguinati had entered the life and death realm, the original demon sword had personally persuaded Yuan Gu. No one knew what the original demon sword had said to Yuan Gu, but it was clear that Yuan Gu's attitude had changed greatly after listening to the original demon sword's words. He immediately cancelled the rest of the round-robin matches and announced the results of the competition in advance. One should know that in the past, with Yuan Gu's temperament, he would never give up the sword origin fruit. But now, he had no choice. Tai Lai Yuan smiled. He felt that Fang Chen was becoming more and more mysterious. Although there were still many voices of opposition in the square, Yuan Gu was the patriarch. His orders were unquestionable. "Thank you, Patriarch Yuan." Fang Chen cupped his fist. He was secretly delighted. He had finally obtained one of the 3 fruits needed to restore the old faker. The competition for the sword origin fruit ends here. Those who didn't obtain the sword origin fruit will be heavily rewarded by the Yuan clan. I hope that after this competition, you will all benefit, Yuan Gu said indifferently. The boss's heart burned with anger. One of his brothers had been killed by Sanguinati. Now, even the sword origin fruit had been taken away. He couldn't accept it. Deep in his eyes there was a strong killing intent. Endure it. The boss warned himself. Obviously, he couldn't make a move against Sanguinati in this situation. However, he would never forget this enmity. "Sanguinati, I will kill you," the boss swore to himself. Whoosh! Just as Yuan Gu's voice fell, a vast wild aura came from the depths of the Yuan clan's forbidden area. This terrifying aura was filled with the aura left behind from ancient times. It was extremely shocking. Is the sword origin fruit ripe? On the square, everyone's eyes widened as they looked into the depths of the forbidden area. The original devil sword vibrated, and let out a shocking sword hum, as if it was talking to the sword origin tree. Fang Chen raised his head. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the void and stared into the depths of the forbidden area. He could vaguely see a towering tree that looked like an old swindler looking down on the world. The towering tree was surrounded by a suffocating aura. 9 golden fruits hung from the lush foliage. Every single one of the fruits was shining brightly. Sword origin fruit. Tai Liyuan widened his eyes and stared at the sword origin tree. The Yuan clan's sword origin tree was also very well known in the lower realm. At the same time, the experts from the other 3 holy lands sensed the terrifying aura spreading out. Their gazes fell upon the Yuan race's sacred ground. Within the Pterosaur danger ground, under the leadership of the Blood Fiend Emperor and the Heaven Primordial Ruler, SHMO and the other void creatures finally took root in the Pterosaur Forbidden Land temporarily. SHMO was very strong. He personally set up the defenses of the Pterosaur Forbidden Land. He was very confident in his methods. Even an Eternal Realm expert wouldn't be able to discover them. On this day, SHMO found the Blood Fiend Emperor and the Heaven Primordial Ruler. "Tell me about the situation in the lower realm," SHMO asked. Leader SHMO, the human race is now the dominant force in the lower realm. They have absolute control, the Heaven Primordial Ruler said. Hegemen Xian Yuan said, however, compared to you void creatures, the human race is nothing. The strongest human is the Holy Lord of the Holy Lands, an Eternal Realm expert, the Blood Fiend Emperor added. Only one Eternal Realm expert? SHMO asked. The 2 nodded. SHMO pondered for a moment and said, "If we were in the Chaos Void with my strength, I would be able to fight against an early Eternal Realm expert. However, I've come to the lower realm and am not a native. If I fight with my full strength, I will be rejected. Therefore, we need to endure for a while. After our people secretly take control of the human race's territory, we will launch an attack." SHMO was very thoughtful. This was also why the powerful void creature had chosen him to enter the lower realm. His goal was clear: to take control of the lower realm. Leader SHMO, what you said makes sense. We need to look at the long term when dealing with the human race. There's no rush. The Heaven Primordial Ruler nodded. After generations of inheritance, the human race's foundation was too deep. The Heaven Primordial Ruler and the Blood Fiend Emperor had a deep understanding of this. They hated the human race to the core and naturally hoped to destroy them. However, it was better to be cautious. Just as the 3 of them were talking, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky. SHMO jumped to his feet, as though he was facing a great enemy. The Heaven Primordial Ruler and the Heaven Primordial Ruler were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. "What's going on?" SHMO asked in a low voice. "The sword origin fruit. This is the Yuan race's sword origin fruit. I didn't expect that we would be able to witness the ripening of the Yuan race's sword origin fruit." The Heaven Primordial Ruler and the Heaven Primordial Ruler were excited. After all, the sword origin fruit was a legend. It only ripened once every 30,000 years. Sword origin fruit. SHMO had heard of the sword origin fruit before. His heart stirred when he heard the words. That's right. Looking at this aura, it should be the Yuan race's sword origin fruit. I wonder which lucky fellows obtained it this time. The Heaven Primordial Ruler said inwardly. Ask around who obtained the sword origin fruit, SHMO said in a low voice. Hearing this, the Heaven Primordial Ruler and the Heaven Primordial Ruler already knew what SHMO was thinking. Leader SHMO, the sword origin fruit is the Yuan race's supreme treasure. It ripens once every 30,000 years, and there are only 9 fruits each time. It should be the Yuan race's people who obtained it. If you want to seize one, it'll be a little difficult. The Heaven Primordial Ruler said bluntly. It'll be a little difficult, but there's always a way. After speaking, the Heaven Primordial Ruler and the Heaven Primordial Ruler went to ask around. Using the life and death realm captives who had sneaked into the lower realm, they quickly obtained the information. Leader SHMO, the Heaven Primordial Ruler flew over with a smile. What did you find? SHMO asked. A great piece of news. The Heaven Primordial Ruler said, the chance to seize the Sword Origin Fruit has come. I didn't expect the Yuan race to give one to an outsider. The guy who obtained the Sword Origin Fruit is a 9th level Creation Realm martial artist. We have a chance to seize his Sword Origin Fruit. SHMO was tempted. I'll leave this matter to you. If you complete it, there'll be a great reward. Leader SHMO, don't worry. I'll instruct the captives to do it. The Heaven Primordial Ruler naturally wouldn't kill Sanguinati personally. If he did, he would definitely be exposed. Yuan race's sacred ground. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Gu stood on the Sword Origin tree and plucked 9 Sword Origin fruit. Immediately, his figure flashed and arrived on the rostrum. The Sword Origin fruit was emitting a strange sword chi, giving people a visual shock. That's the Sword Origin fruit? Feeling the Sword Origin fruit's aura, the golden heart started beating rapidly. This Sword Origin fruit is indeed extraordinary. Yuan Gu looked at the 9 Sword Origin fruit. With a wave of his hand, 8 Sword Origin fruits were sent to each person. Holding the last Sword Origin fruit, his gaze fell on Fong Qin. Sanguinati, the Yuan clan never gives away the Sword Origin fruit. You're an exception. Yuan Gu said in a deep voice, this Sword Origin fruit will write off the grudge between you and the Yuan clan. What do you think? Hearing this, Fong Qin was stunned. The leader of the Yuan clan actually said such a thing. In the entire square, all the disciples of the Yuan clan were shocked. Was it worth it to do so for a mere Sanguinati? Tai Lai Yuan, who was standing at the side, was also slightly stunned. However, he quickly thought about it. Now that he thought about it, the Sword Origin Devil must have said something to Yuan Gu. Otherwise, Yuan Gu's attitude wouldn't have changed so drastically. In the past, I was immature and did something that angered the Yuan clan. However, from now on, our grudge is written off, Fong Qin said. Since Yuan Gu had already said so, of course, he had to give him a way out. Moreover, the leader of the Yuan clan, the leader of the 3 god clans, wanted to make peace with the Sword Origin fruit. Only a fool wouldn't agree. Swoosh. Chapter 1607. With the Sword Origin fruit in hand, Fong Qin was extremely excited. Although there were 3 kinds of fruits in the world, he had finally gotten one of them. Finally, he had to think of other ways to get the remaining 2. Fong Qin could hear some other meaning from Yuan Gu's words. To Yuan Gu, there were countless disciples of the Yuan race. Although the loss of Yuan Ming made the Yuan race very angry, it was not to the extent of hurting them. Previously, the Yuan race had always been targeting Sanguinati. However, there were always experts who came out to help the latter. Putting aside the human race's holy lord, the biggest contributor in the battle against Crimson Eye, the mysterious expert. Even Tai Lai Yuan, who ranked first on the weapon refinery roll, personally came to cheer for Sanguinati. This made Yuan Gu puzzled. What was this kid's background? It was not until the Demon Origin sword said something to him that he changed his opinion of Fong Qin. As the Demon Origin sword said, if the Yuan race wanted to achieve glory, they should not be enemies with Sanguinati. It was best to turn the enemy into a friend. Yuan Gu gradually understood the meaning of the Demon Origin sword's words. Therefore, he used this precious Sword Origin fruit to resolve the grudge between him and Sanguinati. Good, very good. Yuan Gu laughed heartily when he heard this. The previous matter had vanished like smoke in thin air. Since he wanted to befriend Sanguinati, he had to show enough sincerity. Sanguinati, since the establishment of the Yuan race, you are the first person who has obtained the sword origin fruit as an outsider. Yuan Gu had a high opinion of Fangchen. In fact, Yuan Gu knew from the beginning that Sanguinati was very talented. However, he did not expect him to be so strong. Tai Lai Yuan, who was standing aside, also laughed when he saw the situation develop to this extent. The sword origin fruit that ripens once every 30,000 years has been distributed. The Yuan race should celebrate together and hold a big banquet. Yuan Gu waved his hand and said in a deep voice. In the following time, the entire Yuan race's sacred ground was filled with joy. Yuan Gu even invited Fangchen to attend the banquet, but the latter declined. For one thing, he really didn't like this kind of banquet. Secondly, the disciples of the Yuan race didn't like him, so why should he ask for a snub? Therefore, Fangchen bid farewell to Yuan Gu and Tai Lai Yuan, and left the Yuan clan's sacred ground in advance. As for Tai Lai Yuan, he was directly dragged to the banquet by Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu was not stupid. Through the sword origin fruit and Fangchen, Tai Lai Yuan's impression of the Yuan clan had greatly improved. He would definitely use this opportunity to rope Tai Lai Yuan in. Yu won. Even if they couldn't rope him in, they had to maintain a good relationship with him. It would be convenient for some matters in the future. When the other three Holy Lands learned that Sanguinati had obtained the sword origin fruit, they were extremely shocked. Especially those of the younger generation who had competed with Fangchen. Jiang Kuang, Tu Tianjian, and the others from the ancestral sacred land, Ling Ming, Ling Yu, and the others from the Spirit Clan sacred land, Luo Qinhan, and Luo Feng'er from the Luo Clan sacred land. These people were all shocked. When they first entered the ancestral land of inheritance, they had never thought that this guy, who was not even worth mentioning in their eyes, would be so powerful. To be able to achieve such achievements in the future. The sword origin fruit was a secret of the Yuan race. Looking at the history of the Yuan race, no one had ever obtained the sword origin fruit from the Yuan race. Even the strongest human of this era, the bone progenitor, had never tasted the sword origin fruit. However, Sanguinati had done it. Moreover, the news that he had become a life and death realm emperor quickly spread in the three Holy Land. Everyone was even looking forward to when Sanguinati would be able to enter the Universe Battle Power ranking. The Universe Battle Power ranking was the standard to measure the strongest battle power in the lower realm. While the three Holy Lands were shocked, Fangchen silently stepped on the path back. Because of the grudge between him and the Yuan race didn't have a teleportation formation directly to Green Bamboo Island. He needed to go to Old Hua Islands first, and then return to Green Bamboo Island. While with a flash of white light, Fangchen returned to Old Hua Islands. Coincidentally, he met an acquaintance in the teleportation formation, Torvosaurus. At this moment, Torvosaurus gave Fangchen a feeling of vicissitude. He could feel that Torvosaurus seemed to have a story. However, since Torvosaurus didn't want to talk about it, Fangchen didn't force him. Senior apprentice brother Fang, why are you here? Torvosaurus was a bit surprised. I'm preparing to return to Green Bamboo Island, Fangchen said. Torvosaurus chuckled. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. He pulled on Fangchen's sleeve and said, Senior apprentice brother Fang, I'm currently living in Sky Flower Island. Why don't we go and have a drink? Fangchen nodded. Soon, Torvosaurus brought him to his residence. You too, kid, you're pretty good. Your residence is so luxurious. Fangchen patted Torvosaurus's shoulder lightly. How can I be as amazing as you, senior apprentice brother Fang? Torvosaurus sighed. Who in the lower realm doesn't know how amazing you are? Sometimes I really envy you. Fangchen shrugged and asked casually, Where's Murong and Tai Izuan? I saw them a while ago. They're flying around together and training, Torvosaurus said. Fangchen looked around the residence. It was very luxurious. He asked, Right, why are you living in Sky Flower Island? Sky Flower Island was the core island of the old Hua Islands. It was also the headquarters of the old East Alliance. I have a mission, Torvosaurus said softly. Clearly, he didn't want to reveal the details of the mission. Fang Chen nodded. He knew the rules of the demon-subduing world, so he didn't ask anymore. Come, let's drink. We're not going home until we're drunk. Torvosaurus took out 2 jars of wine and placed them on the table. Sky Flower Island, in a secluded courtyard. A group of warriors gathered here. They were discussing something. Sanguinati has left the Yuan race's sacred land. He's currently on Sky Flower Island, one of them said. This is our best chance. If he returns to Green Bamboo Island, we won't have a chance, another person said. The others all nodded. They were prisoners of the void creatures and were under their control. They could only do their best to complete the mission. No matter what, we have to get the sword origin fruit back, the leader said. Don't worry. According to our intelligence, Sanguinati is only a creation realm warrior. With more than 10 life and death realm emperors, he'll die for sure. Only the 4 sacred lands knew that Sanguinati had broken through to the life and death realm. The news hadn't spread yet, so these prisoners didn't know. Okay, let's move out in the morning. Torvosaurus residence. The two had been drinking wine and exchanging feelings. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, their friendship was everlasting. Gulp. Torvosaurus took a big gulp of wine. His face was a bit red. With the help of the alcohol, he said slowly, Senior Brother Fang, my life is yours. If it weren't for you, I would have died many times over. Why are you saying this? Fang Chen shook his head. You 3, there was no need to say anything more between them. Ha ha ha, come, let's drink. Torvosaurus laughed and raised his wine cup to toast with Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to drink, his face suddenly changed and he frowned. This detail was caught by Torvosaurus. Senior Brother Fang. Before Torvosaurus could ask, Fang Chen signaled with his eyes. Come, let's drink. Fang Chen said with a smile. However, he transmitted his voice to Torvosaurus. There are people hiding in the surroundings. Senior Brother Fang, should we? Torvosaurus asked. Fang Chen shook his head and signaled Torvosaurus to keep quiet. Soon after, Fang Chen and Torvosaurus drank 2 cups of wine. Then, he stood up and said, You drink first. I'll go take care of it. After saying that, Fang Chen left. Voila. Fang Chen went to a dark place and used the time book to enter the spacetime. Then, he walked in the void and soon saw some martial artists who were hiding in the dark. More than 10 life and death realm emperors. Could it be the Yuan race? Fang Chen's face was gloomy as he thought to himself. When he looked down, he could see more than 10 life and death realm emperors surrounding the mansion. There was a large distance between each life and death realm emperor. Fang Chen sneered. His figure flickered and silently appeared behind a first-level life and death realm emperor. Illusion. Without saying anything else, he directly used the illusion true intent. 88-8. A dense illusion aura instantly enveloped the first-level life and death realm emperor. The latter had no way to resist and fell into the illusion. At the same time, Fang Chen used the law of fire and burned the undying flame. In the blink of an eye, the first-level life and death realm emperor was burned to ashes. However, the other cultivators had no idea. If it's not the Yuan race, then who wants to deal with me? Chapter 1608. No matter where they came from, they were probably here for him. After all, many people knew that he had obtained the sword origin fruit. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could silently kill low-level life and death realm cultivators. After the undying flame absorbed the law of fire, it had undergone a qualitative transformation. Its power was countless times stronger than before. A mere first-level life and death realm emperor couldn't resist its power. A first-level life and death realm emperor was instantly incinerated, leaving no evidence behind. Immediately after, Fang Chun arrived in front of the second life and death realm emperor. This person's cultivation was at the second level of life and death realm. However, in front of Fang Chen's undying flame, he couldn't resist at all. In just a few breaths, Fang Chun silently killed half of the other party's people. At this moment, the leader still didn't know. Number 4, did you find any traces of Sanguinati? Sanguinati's sudden departure attracted Number 1's attention, so he asked Number 4. Number 4 immediately replied, I didn't find him here. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen's palm pressed against his back. He subconsciously turned his head. When he saw Fang Chen's figure, he wanted to roar, but he found that he was trapped in a sea of fire. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't roar. Under the powerful undying flames burning, Number 4 also fell. When Fang Chun killed Number 5, he was finally discovered. Damn it! Number 1 was burning with rage and directly walked out of the darkness. Sanguinati, hand over the sword origin fruit. When they came, there were 10 people. Now only 3 of them were left. Number 1 glared at Sanguinati. They had underestimated Sanguinati's strength. They didn't expect that he could kill 7 of them in such a short time. Who are you? Fang Chen asked calmly. You don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that if you can't take out the sword origin fruit, you will die without a doubt, Number 1 said coldly. In reality, even if Sanguinati handed over the sword essence fruit, he would still die without a doubt. The sword origin fruit is on me, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take it. Fang Chen sneered. Senior brother Fang. Torvosaurus ran behind Fang Chen and was a little worried. Barbarian dragon, stay away. These trash are not my opponents. Fang Chen's words completely infuriated the 3 of them. Let's work together and kill him. Following Number 1's order, the 3 of them attacked together. Number 1's cultivation base was at the 4th level of life and death realm, while Number 2 and Number 3 were at the 3rd level. With such a combination, even a peak 4th level life and death realm martial artist would be able to contend with them. In their eyes, Sanguinati was like an ant. Boom! Fang Chen unleashed his aura. The power of the law of fire surrounded his body, and the undying flame emerged instantly. Life and death realm, Number 3 said with some astonishment. Humph, so what if you're at the life and death realm? Number 1 roared. Soon after, a strange aura erupted from the 3 of them as they charged at Fang Chen. Voila! Fang Chen used the time-space book and concealed his figure. Where did he go? The faces of the 3 attackers were filled with confusion. They looked left and right, but couldn't find Sanguinati's silhouette. Humph, if you don't appear, we'll kill him. Number 1's gaze fell on Torvosaurus. Soon after, he took a step forward and charged at Torvosaurus. Just as he charged at Torvosaurus, a frightening aura descended from the sky. The primordial killing array instantly covered the ground and trapped the 3 of them. Rumble! A frightening killing power whistled unceasingly. The 3 of them resisted the primordial killing array's power with all their strength. Fang Chen coldly looked at the 3 of them and then entered with the hidden star sword in his hand. Poochie! His sword stabbed out, directly piercing Number 3. The latter's eyes went wide as he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Boom! Undying flame revolved around Number 3 and burned him to ashes. Then, Fang Chen walked towards Number 2. Using the same method, Number 2 didn't even have the chance to fight back before disappearing. In a flash, only Number 1 remained in the primordial killing array. Damn it, the information was wrong. Only now did Number 1 realize how frightening Sanguinati was. But it was already too late. Number 1 risked his life to send this information back to Winged Dragon. Then, he suffered Sanguinati's all-out attack. He only lasted for 2 minutes before being burned by undying flame. Voila! At this point, all 10 life and death realm emperors had fallen. Fang Chen removed the primordial killing array and said regretfully, "Just which power do these people belong to?" He originally wanted to capture number 1 and interrogate him, but he would rather die than submit. Senior Apprentice Brother Fong, are you all right? Torvosaurus's eyes went wide as he looked at Fong Chen like he was looking at a monster. Fong Chen shrugged. I'm fine. Torvosaurus circled around Fong Chen and then cried out, Senior Apprentice Brother Fong, you've broken through to the life and death realm. Fong Chen nodded. Torvosaurus laughed wildly. Senior Apprentice Brother Fong, you're too amazing. I thought the gap between us would shrink a bit, but it seems it was just wishful thinking on my part, sighed Torvosaurus. Your progress isn't bad either, comforted Fong Chen. Torvosaurus nodded, no longer dwelling on this topic. Right, Senior Apprentice Brother Fong, who are these people? Why did they attack you? They came for the sword origin fruit. As for who they are, I don't know, said Fong Chen. Could they be from the Yuan race? Asked Torvosaurus. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and then shook his head, rejecting this idea. It definitely wasn't the Yuan race. It should be someone else. Not the Yuan race. No matter what, Senior Apprentice Brother Fong, you're in danger right now. Quickly return to Green Bamboo Island, said Torvosaurus. A battle between life and death realm experts caused a huge commotion. With Torvosaurus's strength, he couldn't help at all. He was somewhat worried about Fong Chen, afraid that those people would launch another sneak attack. Fong Chen also realized the complexity of this matter. After exchanging a few words with Torvosaurus, he hastily took a transportation array and returned to Green Bamboo Island. Winged Dragon Danger Zone Blood Fiend Emperor was smiling as he waited for the good news from Sanguinati's captives. At this time, Heaven Origin Ruler returned from outside. Blood Fiend, what are you smiling about? Asked Heaven Origin Ruler. I've already sent people to kill Sanguinati. It won't be long before the Sword Origin Fruit is delivered back to Winged Dragon Danger Zone. Blood Fiend Emperor chuckled. It could be seen that Shen Mo was greatly tempted by the Sword Origin Fruit. If he could snatch the Sword Origin Fruit, Shen Mo would definitely attach more importance to him. Perhaps he might even bestow him some divine art. Of course, this was only Blood Fiend Emperor's fantasy. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, Blood Fiend. Heaven Origin Ruler smiled. The two of them were currently subservient to void creatures for the sake of revenge. Their race had been exterminated, and their hearts were filled with rage. As long as the human race was exterminated, they were willing to do anything. Blood Fiend Emperor nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his smiling face suddenly stiffened. Heaven Origin Ruler noticed this and hastily asked, Blood Fiend, what's wrong? Boom. Blood Fiend Emperor's powerful aura soared into the sky, overflowing with killing intent. Blood Fiend Emperor clenched his fists, causing his bones to creak. One could see that Blood Fiend Emperor was thoroughly enraged. The intelligence was wrong. The 10 life and death captives were all killed. Blood Fiend Emperor coldly said. Hearing this, Heaven Origin Ruler cried out in alarm. How is that possible? Heaven Origin Ruler was astonished. Even if Sanguinati broke through to life and death realm, he couldn't have killed them all. Blood Fiend Emperor gradually suppressed the fury in his heart and gravely said, No matter what, the mission failed. We're at a low point in Sanguinati's strength. However, a single failure doesn't mean anything. In any case, only the captives died. It has no effect on the void creatures. Heaven Origin Ruler said, Right now we shouldn't be angry. Instead, we should think about how to deal with Sanguinati. Blood Fiend Emperor nodded. After this assassination, Sanguinati would definitely be on guard and return to Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island was currently impregnable. Once he returned, it would be troublesome. Sanguinati, this time, your soul will scatter. Blood Fiend Emperor said gravely. Don't act blindly without thinking for now. It won't be too late to make a move after gathering enough information. While we were away, the lower realms changed greatly. It changed so much that even we felt somewhat unfamiliar. Heaven Origin Ruler advised. Chapter 1609. Late at night. It was pitch black on Green Bamboo Island. Everyone had already fallen asleep. Fang Chun silently appeared in front of the teleportation formation, attracting the attention of the guards. However, they relaxed when they discovered that it was the island master. Fang Chun returned to the island master's residence. He scanned with his divine sense and instantly discovered that Saber 3 and Lu Xiong were still awake. Crash. Fang Chun arrived at their courtyard. "Who is it?" Saber 3 suddenly asked. "It's me." Fang Chun smiled and walked straight to Saber 3's side, sitting on the stone bench. "Brother Fang, why are you back?" Saber 3 and Lu Xiong were a little surprised to see Fang Chun. "I've already obtained the sword origin fruit." Fang Chun's words shocked Saber 3 and Lu Xiong. The sword origin fruit was one of the Yuan clan's most precious treasures. It only ripened once every 30,000 years, and only 9 fruits would be produced each time. Fang Chun had actually obtained one. "Brother Fang, you're really amazing," Lu Xiong praised. He couldn't help but admire Fang Chun's strength. To be able to obtain the sword origin fruit safely from the Yuan clan was enough to show his strength. At this moment, Saber 3 discovered the change in Fang Chun. "Brother Fang, you've broken through?" Saber 3 asked in surprise. Fang Chun nodded. He didn't hide anything from Saber 3. Moreover, there was nothing to hide about breaking through to the life and death realm. "Amazing!" Saber 3 raised his finger. After chatting with Saber 3 and Lu Xiong for a while, Fang Chun went to rest. During this period, Fang Chun had been inquiring about the whereabouts of the other 2 fruit. However, he hadn't found anything so far. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, these 2 fruits were rare in the world. He would need enough time to find them. A few days later, at night, darkness enveloped the void ocean. There weren't any waves on the calm surface. Suddenly, some black figures walked out of the void ocean. Their bodies were filled with intense killing intent. "This time, we must kill Sanguinati," one of the black figures said. They were the captives that Monarch Blood Fiend had sent over. This time, almost all of the captives were mid-level life and death realm monarch. Moreover, most of them were at the 5th level, while a few of them were at the 6th level. The strength of this batch of captives was much stronger than the previous batch. The Blood Fiend monarch wanted to kill Sanguinati. Of course, he had investigated beforehand. Apart from Sanguinati, there were no other life and death realm monarchs on Green Bamboo Island. Therefore, the success rate of assassinating Sanguinati was still very high. However, they were discovered by the old faker as soon as they landed on the Green Bamboo Island. Although the old faker was recuperating, he could still monitor the whole Green Bamboo Island. "Kid, there's a group of suspicious life and death realm emperors on Green Bamboo Island. They seem to be coming for you." The old faker immediately sent a message to Fang Chun. When the latter heard the news, his face was filled with gloominess. "They're really in hot pursuit." Fang Chun's face was filled with killing intent. He sent a message to Blade 3, informing the latter of the situation. Blade 3 and Fang Chun hid in the void, preparing to deal a powerful blow to this batch of captives. "Brother Blade 3, don't show yourself first. I'll go and meet them," Fang Chun said. If he could deal with the battle, he wouldn't need Blade 3. Breaking through to the life and death realm required constant tempering to stabilize one's cultivation base. "Alright. Be careful." Blade 3 hid in the dark, paying attention to Fang Chun at all times. Voila! Fang Chun's figure shuttled through the darkness and soon arrived in front of this batch of captives. "Sneaky. Where are you going?" Fang Chun stood there quietly and sneered. In the silent darkness, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the group of shadows to be startled at the same time. Soon after, their faces changed greatly. They stopped and looked up. After looking around, they discovered that there was only one person in front of them. Sanguinati. Someone immediately recognized Sanguinati. They had seen his portrait before. Seeing Sanguinati alone, The captives were very happy and surrounded Fang Chen. "Who sent you?" Fang Chen asked calmly. "Dead people don't need to know so much," the leader said coldly. Soon after, the captives attacked at the same time. Rumble, a terrifying attack instantly landed on Fang Chen's body. However, Fang Chen used the spacetime book to flicker. These people couldn't even catch his figure. On the other hand, Fang Chen quickly shuttled through the void and launched sneak attacks on these cultivators. Voila! The scorching, undying flame instantly enveloped a fifth-level life and death realm sovereign emperor. The latter let out a miserable shriek. In the blink of an eye, his body turned to ashes. Don't get enveloped by his flames. End the battle quickly. Seeing this, the leader growled. Soon after, the captives formed a joint attack formation, trapping Fang Chen within. Dong! The joint attack formation's attack power was very strong. Fang Chen couldn't resist it. He used the burial sword art of heaven and earth. The 50-fold increase in strength from the third layer of the sword scripture emerged and slashed at one of the black shadows. However, he was shocked to find that although the sword slashed at the black shadow, the power was distributed to all the black shadows. What joint attack formation is this? In the lower realm, Fang Chen's achievements in Formation Dao were quite extraordinary. An 8-star Formation Master was already at the peak of Formation Dao. However, he couldn't see through this joint attack formation. What a strange joint attack formation. I've never seen it before. He couldn't find any information about this joint attack formation in his memory. The more he fought in the joint attack formation, the more he felt how powerful it was. It's too exquisite. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He really couldn't understand. There was actually such an exquisite joint attack formation in the lower realm. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen finally sent a voice transmission to Saber 3, asking the latter to attack. Swoosh! A resplendent saber light suddenly appeared in the darkness. This saber light tore through the void, carrying a vast power as it swooped down. With lightning speed, the saber slashed at one of the black shadows. This black shadow couldn't resist at all and was split in half, dying on the spot. The sudden turn of events shocked the captives. Form the formation. A black shadow was killed, and the joint attack formation collapsed. The leader roared, wanting to form another formation. However, it was too late. After Saber 3 obtained the inheritance, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. He was invincible among mid-level life and death realm Imperial Emperors. Even if he encountered high-level Imperial Emperors, he could challenge them. He killed one person with a slash as if he was cutting vegetables. Devil! In the blink of an eye, several captives were killed by Saber 3. At this moment, Saber 3 showed his domineering side. The strength of the Golden Shield cultivation system was fully displayed. Fang Chen also attacked at lightning speed, dealing with a 5th-level life and death realm Imperial Emperor. After Saber 3 killed 7 life and death realm Imperial Emperors, the leader finally felt fear. Retreat. The mission this time ended in failure. The leader's figure flashed, and he took the lead to escape. When the others saw this, they also used their escape skills and quickly fled. Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Saber 3 slashed with the long saber in his hand. Immediately, the void was torn apart, and a terrifying saber light slashed at the escaping captives. Crack! Several captives couldn't dodge in time, and were split in half by the saber light. However, there were still a few captives who escaped. They charged into the void ocean without any regard for their own safety. Saber 3 wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. Brother Saber 3, don't chase a cornered enemy, Fang Chen said. Brother Fang, who wants to kill you? They actually sent such a large lineup, Saber 3 asked. Fang Chen shook his head, thinking. To be able to send so many life and death realm Imperial Emperors at once, they are definitely not ordinary small factions. Only the 4 great Holy Lands can do that, Saber 3 said in a deep voice. You obtained the sword origin fruit. Could it be that the Yuan race wants to kill you? Fang Chen shook his head. The aura of these people doesn't seem to be from the Yuan race. At this point, Fang Chen came to a few corpses, squatted down, and carefully examined them. A moment later, his face was a little gloomy. Brother Saber 3, can you recognize the power in their bodies? Fang Chen asked. Saber 3 shook his head, indicating that he couldn't. The power in their bodies is unheard of and unseen. It's too strange. Saber 3 was surprised. Could it be a major force hiding in the dark? Saber 3's words made Fang Chen a little vigilant. That's right, why didn't he think of that? Chapter 1610. Pterosaur Danger Ground. Another failure infuriated the Blood Fiend Monarch. This time, even Shimo was alarmed. A bunch of trash. You can't even defeat an early life and death expert. Shimo said in a deep voice, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Leader Shimo, there's a very powerful life and death emperor on Green Bamboo Island. Our people are no match for him. One of the escaped captives said. They were lucky enough to escape from death. Moreover, that Sanguinati is much stronger than we imagined. Another captive said. Leader Shimo sank into contemplation. Blood Fiend Emperor was apprehensive. Leader, this matter is my fault. I shouldn't have acted rashly before investigating the situation. Blood Fiend Emperor said. I await Leader's punishment. Shimo glanced at Blood Fiend Emperor. This was his first time in the lower realms, so he wasn't familiar with this place. Why would he need Blood Fiend Emperor's help? Forget it. Let's end this matter here. Shimo said, don't leave Pterosaur Danger Ground in the near future. The formation I've arranged is about to succeed. Once it succeeds, the human race will be thoroughly refined. Yes, Leader Shimo. Blood Fiend Emperor and Heaven Origin Ruler withdrew. The escaped captives also turned around and left. Shimo's figure flickered and disappeared into the void. He was setting up a peerless array. If he could set it up successfully, it would turn the lower realm into a huge furnace. At that time, all the human race warriors would be melted and die. Just wait. It won't be long before I complete the mission Master left behind. Shimo said. He vaguely remembered the words the void creatures had said to him when they sent him to the lower realms. They had told him to control the entire lower realms. This was incomparably important to the void creatures. Heaven Origin Ruler and Blood Fiend Emperor returned to their residence. Along the way, Blood Fiend Emperor was silent. Heaven Origin Ruler only glanced at him and guessed his thoughts. Blood Fiend, don't be impulsive. Heaven Origin Ruler warned. Heaven Origin, Sanguinati has repeatedly ruined our plans. Our race's annihilation is related to Sanguinati. This time, I almost made Wemo Shua blame me. Blood Fiend Monarch said coldly. He knew that although Chief Shimo didn't blame him, he had already remembered him in his heart. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with endless anger. Moreover, don't you feel that Sanguinati's growth is too fast? He hasn't even cultivated for 100 years, yet he's already entered life and death realm. Moreover, he's already able to contend against mid-level expert. If he is allowed to grow, there will be endless trouble in the future. Monarch Blood Fiend said in a deep voice. Hegemon Qian Yuan nodded heavily when he heard Hegemon Blood Fiend's words. This Sanguinati has tremendous potential, Hegemon Qian Yuan said. Therefore, I want to personally kill Sanguinati. Blood Fiend Monarch said, with my means, I can definitely sneak into Green Bamboo Island silently. Once I get close to him, Sanguinati will definitely die. But what if we alarm human experts? Hegemon Qian Yuan was somewhat apprehensive. Humph. Have you forgotten that the Void Ocean was once my domain? As long as I sneak into the Void Ocean, even eternal ancient realm human saint lords won't necessarily be able to find me. Blood Fiend Monarch was very confident in his own strength. Seeing Hegemon Qian Yuan still hesitating, Blood Fiend Monarch said decisively, Qian Yuan, help me keep this a secret. I'll be back soon. Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen and Saber 3 carefully inspected and confirmed that these people weren't from Yuan race. Fang Chen was very puzzled. Just what kind of power wanted to kill him? He was certain that the other party had come for the sword origin fruit. However, he couldn't think of anyone who could send out batches of life and death emperors. Without any other choice, Fang Chen could only ask Realm Lord Fuming Demon. Realm Lord, I've encountered some problems. Fang Chen's clone found Realm Lord Fuming Demon and told him what had happened. After hearing this, Realm Lord Fuming Demon fell into deep thought. After a long time, a complicated expression appeared on Realm Lord Fuming Demon's face. He then asked, "Are you sure that the blood flowing in the bodies of the martial artists you killed has a bit of green in it?" This was a very serious problem. Realm Lord Fuming Demon could only make a decision after confirming it. Fang Chen nodded heavily. This was an indisputable fact. This is bad. Realm Lord Fuming Demon shook his head. Realm Lord, what did you find? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Realm Lord Fuming Demon stood up with his hands behind his back. He said slowly, "According to your description, these people shouldn't be from the lower worlds." "What do you mean they don't belong to the lower worlds? Are they from other god realms?" Fang Chen asked in shock. "If I'm not wrong, they should be from the endless void." Realm Lord Fuming Demon said, "There are many void creatures in the endless void. Although the ones you killed looked like humans, they weren't real humans." "Realm Lord, are you saying that the void creatures invaded our lower worlds?" Fang Chen asked. "We still can't be sure if it was an organized and premeditated invasion by the void creatures. Maybe a few void creatures accidentally entered the void crack and came to our lower world," Realm Lord Fuming Demon said. Fang Chen was very confident in Realm Lord Fuming Demon's words. Realm Lord Fuming Demon was from the god realm. Naturally, ordinary people couldn't compare to him. Then what should we do? Should we inform the human sacred land? Fang Chen asked. However, right after Fang Chen's words left his mouth, his clone's body suddenly stiffened. His aura began to dissipate. Realm Lord Fuming Demon's expression changed drastically. There was only one way to end this situation, and that was that the original body was facing a great threat. "What's going on?" Realm Lord Fuming Demon frowned and said. At the same time, in the Island Lord's residence on Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen had just separated from Sword 3 when Blood Fiend Emperor suddenly appeared. "Sanguinati, go to hell!" Blood Fiend Emperor roared and instantly burst out with life and death realm strength. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire Island Lord's residence, directly enveloping Fang Chen. "Not good." Fang Chen cursed inwardly. Without another word, he activated the spacetime book. Whoosh! Before Blood Fiend Emperor's attack arrived, Fang Chen's figure merged with the time-space book. Dong! The entire ground trembled. Blood Fiend Emperor's punch directly blasted a big hole in the space, and a majestic mist gushed out from it. How is this possible? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at Blood Fiend Emperor, who was crazily attacking. Weren't Blood Fiend Emperor and Heaven Origin Ruler forced into the endless void? Why are they here? Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt relieved. However, there was no time for him to think. He had to use the time-space book to escape. Boom! Fist lights bombarded the void, causing the ground to tremble. The buildings in the Island Lord's residence collapsed. Not good, a life and death realm expert is invading. Vice Island Lord Yin Fang and the other experts were the first to discover. Sword 3, who had just returned, sensed the terrifying aura and his face changed. Whoosh! When Sword 3 rushed over, Fang Chen was already nowhere to be seen. The ground was in tatters, and Blood Fiend Emperor was crazily attacking. Brother Fang. Sword 3's eyes were scarlet. Sword 3 rushed into the battlefield and clashed with Blood Fiend Emperor. Scram! Blood Fiend Emperor's plan was extremely meticulous. After killing Sanguinati, he would retreat. However, he couldn't even catch a trace of Sanguinati. Just as he was vexed, Sword 3 appeared, and he could vent his anger on Sword 3. With a sudden punch, he sent Sword 3's body flying. Sword 3. When Sword 3 felt threatened, Fang Chen appeared from the void. He flashed continuously and arrived in front of Sword 3, supporting him with one hand. Blood Fiend Emperor, you're still alive. Fang Chen glared at Blood Fiend Emperor. Humph, I'm here to kill you. Blood Fiend Emperor sneered. Weren't you forced into the endless void? How did you return? Fang Chen asked. He was deliberately stalling for time. Just a moment ago, he had already notified Luo clan head, and the latter was on the way. Brat, you're trying to stall for time. Blood Fiend Emperor sneered. Your life will end here. Chapter 16:11. Only now did Fang Chen realize that the two groups of assassins had something to do with Blood Fiend Monarch. Brother Saber 3. Fang Chen supported Saber 3. The latter's injuries weren't light. Brother Fang, hurry up and leave. Seeing Blood Fiend Monarch attack, Saber 3 pushed Fang Chen away and went up to meet the attack. Bang! Without any suspense, Saber 3's body was sent flying like a kite. Fortunately, Saber 3's cultivation system was different from the human race's. His golden shield cultivation system focused on the strength of the body. Although this attack had heavily injured Saber 3, it wasn't life-threatening. Seeing this, Blood Fiend Monarch was a little surprised. He didn't expect this mid-level monarch to be able to block his attack. Seems like Green Bamboo Island is also filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Blood Fiend Monarch laughed sinisterly as he walked towards Fang Chen step by step. My tribe was annihilated because of you. Blood Fiend Monarch's face was malevolent as he raised his palm. A frightening energy revolved around his palm. In an instant, he slammed his palm down. Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb. His body was restricted, and he couldn't use the time-space book. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed. However, just as Blood Fiend Monarch's palm was about to envelop Fang Chen, a ripple appeared in the void. Immediately after, a furious roar resounded. Stop! The clan head of the Luo clan had arrived. Instantly, he appeared before Fang Chen and sent out a punch, blocking the attack of the Blood Fiend Monarch. You can't stop me. Blood Fiend Monarch's eyes were bloodshot. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Sanguinati. Rumble! Blood Fiend Monarch and Luo clan head clashed while Fang Chen rapidly retreated. Brother Luo, let me help you. While Luo clan head and Blood Fiend Monarch were fighting, Spiritual clan head had also arrived. He sensed the battle fluctuations on Green Bamboo Island and hurried over. With the two giants joining hands, Blood Fiend Monarch felt a trace of pressure. Just one more step. The Blood Fiend Monarch's heart was filled with indignation. He was just one step away from killing Sanguinati. But in the end it was all for naught. Retreat! Emperor Blood Fiend forced the two giants back with a punch. Then, with a flash, he fled into the distance. Where are you going? The Blood Fiend Monarch's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the edge of the Green Bamboo Island. As long as he entered the void ocean, he would not be afraid of anyone. Right at that moment, a furious roar was heard. Yuan Gu had arrived. He used the Yuan race's technique. A ball of laws condensed in his palm and blasted toward Blood Fiend Emperor. When the latter saw this, he gritted his teeth and plunged into the void ocean, risking injury. Dong, the law sphere exploded in the void ocean, and terrifying waves surged into the sky. The Luo clan leader and the Spirit clan leader rushed over. Brother Yuangu, where is Monarch Blood Fiend? The Luo clan head asked solemnly. He fled, Yuangu said. The void ocean is Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor's world. There's no way we can catch up with him after entering. The Spirit clan leader nodded his head. He could understand why Yuan Gu did not give chase. What happened? Yuan Gu asked curiously. We came over because we sensed the battle, the spirit clan leader said. Let's go to the island master's residence. Before long, the three giants arrived at the island master's residence. At that moment, the island master's residence was in a mess. It was almost turned into ruins. Fang Chun supported the injured Saber 3 and kept asking about his injuries. Saber 3's face was covered in blood. He grinned, Brother Fang, don't worry. I won't die. Brother Saber 3, go and treat your injuries first. I'll take care of this place. After saying that, Fang Chun got Lu Xiong to support Saber 3 to rest. Then, he got Vice Island Master Yin Fang to take care of the funeral. Right at that moment, the three giants arrived. Seniors, please follow me, Yi Futian said. Fang Chen brought the three of them to the meeting hall. This building was the only one in the entire island master's residence that was intact. After entering the meeting hall, the three of them looked at Fang Chen. What happened? Yuan Gu asked. Yeah, didn't Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor enter the chaotic void? How could he appear here? Even Eternal Realm experts would get lost in the chaotic void. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor must have some secret. Fang Chen nodded his head and explained, This matter started when I left the Yuan clan. Fang Chen immediately told the three giants about the 2 waves of assassinations he encountered after obtaining the Sword Origin Fruit and leaving the Yuan clan. After hearing this, the 3 of them nodded their heads slightly. If they were not mistaken, these 2 waves of assassins should be Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor's men. Seniors, have you heard of the void creatures? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, the 3 of them instantly became serious. You mean? Yuan Gu hurriedly asked. There was a tinge of green in the blood of the assassins I killed previously. I've vaguely seen some introductions about void creatures in some ancient books, Fang Chen said in a panic. The assassins who killed you were the void creatures? Yuan Gu opened his eyes wide and asked hurriedly. The 3 of them naturally heard of the void creatures, but they were not very clear. If they were really the void creatures, then they would be in big trouble. I suspect that after the Blood Fiend Monarch and the Heaven Primordial Ruler were forced into the Chaos Void, they accidentally encountered the void creature. Then, they brought the void creature back to the lower world with the intention of destroying the human race. Fang Chen voiced his guess. The 3 of them fell silent at the same time. If what Fang Chen said was true, then it was too terrifying. Void creatures were able to soar in the primal chaos void. They were so powerful that it made people gasp in amazement. We have to investigate this matter carefully, Yuan Gu said. We will go to the human tribe's holy land to ask the Holy Master about this matter. After speaking, the 3 giants left. After this battle, more than half of Green Bamboo Island was destroyed. However, under the leadership of Deputy Island Master Yin Fang, everyone began to rebuild. Through the void ocean, Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor escaped back to the Pterosaur Forbidden Land. Huff huff. As soon as he returned, he felt that his body was locked by a powerful aura. Humph, come to my place. This voice was filled with anger. It was Shu Mo's. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor was shocked and immediately went to Shu Mo's residence helplessly. You idiot, you actually acted on your own. Now the human tribe has noticed us. Shu Mo said in a deep voice. Leader Shu Mo, we are so hidden here. The human tribe shouldn't be able to find us. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor said. Humph, keeping you by my side will only ruin my plan. Shu Mo's words were filled with killing intent. Although the human tribe can't find this place for the time being, it doesn't mean that we are not exposed. I hope that your stupidity won't affect my plan. After speaking, Shu Mo stood up and a green light appeared in his palm. Leader Shu Mo, please let me go this time. I am willing to atone for my sins. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor was shocked and begged for mercy. Leader Shu Mo, please let Blood Fiend Emperor go this time. Ruler Qian Yuan also pleaded for Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor. What's the use of keeping you alive? Shu Mo said. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor's body trembled. He didn't want to die in Shu Mo's hands like this. Suddenly, Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor seemed to think of something. Leader Shu Mo, I discovered something important that might be useful to you. You only have one chance, Shu Mo said. Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor took a deep breath and said, I went to deal with Sanguinati this time and didn't come back empty-handed. On Green Bamboo Island, I found a quasi-divine tree that I had once cut in half. Shu Mo was silent. The quasi-divine tree didn't attract him at all. When I thought of the sword origin fruit that Sanguinati obtained, I suddenly thought of something. Perhaps Sanguinati obtained the sword origin fruit to help the quasi-divine tree recover its cultivation, said Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor. He had once seen a method in an ancient book that involved 3 kinds of fruit. You mean the sword origin fruit, the moon prosperity fruit, and the peaches of immortality? Shu Mo asked. I am 90% sure. Sanguinati has a close relationship with the quasi-divine tree. It is only natural that he would do such a thing for it, said Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor. And then, we can use the remaining 2 fruits to lure Sanguinati and even the upper echelons of the human tribe, Monarch Blood Fiend Emperor said with a sinister smile. Chapter 1612. Recommended reading? Human Sacred Land. The 3 great leaders arrived at the same time, and the Great Elder welcomed them personally. Great Elder, we want to see the Sacred Lord for something important, Yuan Gu said. The Great Elder looked helpless and said, To be honest, the Sacred Lord is still in seclusion, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Great Elder, go and inform him. This concerns the survival of the human race, the Spirit Clan leader said. This was not an exaggeration. If their guess was right and the void creatures attacked, it would be really dangerous. You should know that the Sacred Lord is in seclusion, and I have no way to wake him up, the Great Elder said. Although he was the Great Elder of the Sacred Land, he was above everyone else. However, he did not dare to violate the rules set by the Sacred Lord. The place where the Sacred Lord was in seclusion had a strong restriction, and unless the Sacred Lord appeared, it would be difficult to open it. Bring the 3 of us to the place where the Sacred Lord is in seclusion. The Great Elder was also a person who could distinguish right from wrong. The 3 great leaders came at the same time, and the matter must be very serious. The Great Elder nodded and brought the 3 great leaders to the forbidden grounds. However, they did not expect a voice to be heard the moment they arrived. Creak. The door of the seclusion grounds opened, and the human race's Sacred Lord walked out. Sacred Lord. The Great Elder called out. The 3 great leaders greeted the Sacred Lord. I already know why you are here, the human race's Sacred Lord said. Oh, the 3 of them looked at each other. The Sacred Lord continued. The void creatures used the Blood Fiend Monarch and Qian Yuan ruler to tear the void and come to the lower world. Their aura was rejected by the universe will, and I noticed it when they came in. So the Sacred Lord already knew about it. I wonder if the Sacred Lord has any countermeasures, Yuan Gu asked. Yes, the void creatures invaded to occupy the lower world and enslave the human race, the Spirit Clan leader said. Since the void creatures came to the lower world, why did they hide and not attack the human race? The Luo clan leader was puzzled. The universe boundary wall is very strong, and even if an Almighty opened the boundary wall and formed a spacetime tunnel, the Almighty would not be able to send the Almighty down because of the universe will's rejection. Once it exceeds the tolerance range of the spacetime tunnel, the tunnel will explode, and the void creatures that enter will definitely die. The human race Holy Master said, Therefore, there are no experts above the eternal ancient realm among the void creatures that entered the lower world. Hearing this, the 3 leaders sighed in relief. What they feared the most was eternal realm experts. In the face of an eternal realm expert, even if they joined forces, it would be useless. Since they don't have any eternal realm experts, we can take this opportunity to kill them all, said Yuan Gu, who was in favor of war. The human race's holy lord shook his head and sighed. If this was before, we could take the initiative to fight. But now I haven't fully recovered and my strength has decreased a lot. The human race's holy master's words made Yuan Gu and the others' faces darken. The human race's greatest reliance was the eternal realm holy masters. Without the help of the holy masters, the human race had no chance of winning. The battle prowess of void creatures was abnormally tyrannical. Presumably, there would be quite a number of life and death realm monarchs entering the lower realm this time. What should we do? The spirit race master asked worriedly. Since the void creatures have entered the lower realm, they must know about my situation. The reason why they don't dare to attack is because they are afraid of me. Therefore, I can't attack. Once they know about my situation, a disaster will befall the human race, said the human race's holy master. All right, I'll go back and deploy. Send out all the experts in the race to search for the void creatures, said Yuan Gu with cupped fists. I'll go back too. The three leaders went back one after another. The human race's holy master looked up at the sky and sighed softly. Then, he returned to his seclusion place. Under the leadership of Vice Island Master Yin Fang, the battered and exhausted Green Bamboo Island was completely repaired in less than half a month. The current Green Bamboo Island didn't look like it had been through a battle at all. On this day, Fang Chun sat comfortably on the old faker's body. Old faker, I've already obtained the sword origin fruit. I'll work hard to find the remaining 2 fruits. Don't worry, I'll definitely gather all 3 fruits to heal you and help you enter the God realm, said Fang Chun. The old faker was touched, but he didn't say anything. Leave everything to fate. You don't have to worry about it. The old faker said, you have great potential. Now that you've entered the life and death realm, it won't take long for you to enter the eternal realm. Hearing the old faker's words, Fang Chun nodded. However, at this moment, Fang Chun received a message. The message came from Realm Lord Fu Mo. What? The Moon Dragon Sky Fruit appeared? An excited smile appeared on Fang Chun's face. After asking around for so long, the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit finally appeared. Realm Lord, where did the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit appear? Asked Fang Chun. Before long, the Realm Lord transmitted back. Someone saw the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit appear on a remote island. Starry Sky Island. Realm Lord Fu Mo told Fang Chun the location of the Starry Sky Island. The latter was very excited. Old faker, I've already found the whereabouts of the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. Just you wait. It won't be long before I bring it back. After saying this, Fang Chun left Green Bamboo Island with a swoosh. He boarded the Starfield Dragon boat and headed to the Starry Sky Island at the fastest speed. At the edge of the endless void ocean was a huge island called the Starry Sky Island. Originally, there were humans living on this island. However, after a great battle, there were no signs of life. Fang Chun's target was the Starry Sky Island. At this moment, on a mountain peak on the Starry Sky Island, Blood Fiend Emperor's face was gloomy as he looked below. Blood Fiend, if it's as you guessed, Sanguinati will definitely come to the Starry Sky Island. Once he enters the Starry Sky Island, he won't be able to return. Universe Lord smiled sinisterly. This place was very far from the Pterosaur danger ground. Even if the humans knew it was a scam, they wouldn't think that they were hiding in the Pterosaur danger ground. In fact, the reason he chose the Starry Sky Island was because it was far away from the human domain. Even if the big shots of the human race rushed over, they would need some time. There were already many captives hiding on the Starry Sky Island. As long as Fang Chun entered, he would die without a doubt. This time, no matter what, he had to kill Sanguinati. At the same time, he had to kill some human experts. However, what Blood Fiend Emperor and Universe Lord didn't know was that there was an extremely terrifying force hiding in the void not far from the Starry Sky Island. Silvermoon Island. For a long time, the Silvermoon Island was unknown. Even the human race's Saint Lords didn't know of its existence. The distance between the Starry Sky Island and the Silver Moon Island wasn't very far. However, the Silver Moon Island was surrounded by a dusky mist, completely concealing it in the void. This was the protection of the Silver Moon Island's ancestors for their descendants. Only an Eternal Realm expert could sense it. Otherwise, Life and Death Realm emperors wouldn't be able to find it. The Silver Moon Island stood aloof from worldly affairs and had always been peaceful. However, today, the people of the Silver Moon Island had gathered together. Elder, a suspicious martial artist, has appeared on the Starry Sky Island. Elder, they might be coming for our Silver Moon Island. Should we counterattack? Elder, we're waiting for your decision. Many people were waiting for the Elder's decision. Everyone, our Silver Moon Island has always stood aloof from worldly affairs and has always lived here in seclusion. Don't act rashly for now. If the location of the Silver Moon Island is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Elder said solemnly, I'll first ask the Saintess for her opinion on this matter. Just as the Elder's words left his mouth, the azure-robed Bai Qingqing with a beautiful figure walked out. She looked like an otherworldly fairy. Her every move was so beautiful. Greetings, Saintess! Everyone shouted. The Saintess' position on the Silver Moon Island was extremely high, second only to the Silver Moon Island's ancestors. Many people obeyed the Saintess' orders without question. I already know what happened on the Starry Sky Island. It's not against the Silver Moon Island. Everyone, don't panic. Bai Qingqing's red lips parted slightly, and her charming voice entered everyone's ears. We'll listen to the Saintess' orders. All right, everyone. The Silver Moon Mountain is about to open. Prepare yourselves and enter the Silver Moon Mountain to cultivate. Hearing the words Silver Moon Mountain, everyone exclaimed. Chapter 16:13. Starry Sky Island. Swoosh. A stream of light flashed across the void ocean. Immediately afterward, a huge Starfield dragon boat quickly sailed over. Starry Sky Island. Standing on the Starfield dragon boat, Fang Chen stared at Starry Sky Island and clenched his fists in excitement. I hope I can find the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit smoothly, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he kept the Starfield dragon boat and stepped onto Starry Sky Island. As soon as he entered Starry Sky Island, he appeared in front of Monarch Blood Fiend and Overlord Qian Yuan. Sanguinati, let's see how you escape this time. As soon as Emperor Blood Fiend finished his words, his body flashed and he teleported to where Fang Chen was. Standing on Starry Sky Island, Fang Chen frowned. He could vaguely sense danger on Starry Sky Island. Forget it. Let's find the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit first, Fang Chen said. Then, he spread out his divine consciousness and came to a dense forest. Swoosh! The Blood Fiend Monarch appeared. Bringing with him an extremely tyrannical power, he punched Fang Chen's body. Bang! Caught off guard, Fang Chen's body was smashed into the ground by Monarch Blood Fiend's punch. Damn it! Fang Chen spat out blood as sword-shaped runes flashed around his body. Conspiracy. The little mouse appeared with a whoosh and immediately used its sharp claws to dig a hole in the ground. Boss, let's go. With Little Mouse in front and Fang Chen behind, they quickly moved underground. Damn Monarch Blood Fiend. This is all his conspiracy. Fang Chen was furious. However, he was seriously injured and did not dare to stay here. Sanguinati, you can't escape. Monarch Blood Fiend went underground and found that Fang Chen was nowhere to be found. Sanguinati has entered Starry Sky Island. Kill him. Monarch Blood Fiend sent a voice transmission. Immediately, all the captives hidden in Starry Sky Island moved to search for Fang Chen. Ho-ho-ho, the little mouse's speed was extremely fast. It carried Fang Chen through the underground. An hour later, Fang Chen felt that he had temporarily shaken off Monarch Blood Fiend's pursuit. Get out. Little Mouse drilled into the ground with Fang Chen. While Fang Chen endured his injuries and used the Book of Time and Space to hide in the void. Then, he hurried away. Moments later, Monarch Blood Fiend arrived. Damn it. Blood Fiend Monarch searched the surroundings but didn't find any traces of Fang Chen. He was furious. I don't believe that you can escape. At the same time, Hegemon Xian Yuan's voice sounded by his ear. Brother Bloodfiend, the formation is complete. Sanguinati won't be able to escape, Hegemon Heaven Origin said. Brother Qian Yuan, let's search together, said Monarch Bloodfiend. Starry Sky Island. Fang Chen walked through the void. 6 hours later, he found a secluded place and started healing his injuries. Boss, will they find us? Little Mouse asked worriedly. Not for now. Shortly after, he closed his eyes and started healing. The golden heart beat rapidly, and a clear stream of energy drilled out of it, nourishing Fang Chen's body. An hour later, Fang Chen's injuries were completely healed. Fortunately, after entering the life and death realm, my perfect sword body improved once more. Otherwise, even if I didn't die from Monarch Blood Fiend's attack, I would have been heavily injured. Fang Chen inwardly said. His eyes flickered with murderous intent. Right at this moment, a clamor came from the distance. In an instant, Fang Chen discovered that the newcomers were 4th layer life and death realm experts. Boss, what should we do? Little Mouse looked at Fang Chen. Kill! As soon as Fang Chen's voice sounded, he grasped the hidden star sword and charged at the newcomers. Sanguinati. These people also discovered Sanguinati. However, before they could say anything, a sword light flashed, and the person at the front had his throat slit. Fang Chen's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. His battle strength was raised to the peak, and he killed one with a single sword strike. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, these people were all killed. Let's go. Fang Chen took Little Mouse and entered the void, leaving this place. A moment later, Heaven Origin Ruler and Monarch Blood Fiend arrived. However, they were a step too late. Damn it. This kid's concealment technique is too strong. We can't continue like this. Heaven Origin Ruler said. He can't escape. Monarch Blood Fiend was full of confidence. If the outside world knew that 2 peak life and death experts had joined hands to scheme against a 1st layer life and death realm expert, they would have been killed. Moreover, they had even sacrificed the life of a life and death captive. They would definitely be shocked. In fact, Fang Chen was very difficult to deal with. At this moment, the space-time cultivation system revealed its absolute strength. Fang Chen was furious. He was prepared to play with Monarch Blood Fiend. He walked in the void, and no one could catch his figure. He could see anyone. As long as they were alone or in a small group, Fang Chen would attack with lightning speed. One sword strike killed one person, leaving no trace for 1,000 li. After killing, he didn't linger and immediately entered the void. He knew that Monarch Blood Fiend was watching him. If he delayed, Monarch Blood Fiend would definitely catch up. In a short half a day, Fang Chen killed 15 life and death realm monarch. Heaven and Earth burial sword arts had become even sharper. With an 80 times increase in strength, 4th layer and even 5th layer life and death experts had no power to resist. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Fang Chen hid in the void and sneered. He continued to search for his next target. 3 days later, the number of captives Fang Chen killed reached 30. For a martial artist who had just entered life and death realm, this was an absolutely shocking achievement. However, Fang Chen didn't think so. He continued to search for his next target. In the depths of Starry Sky Island, on a mountain peak, Fang Chen discovered a 6th layer life and death expert. Should I make a move? Fang Chen struggled with his thoughts, but ultimately decided to make a move. Swish. He activated the space-time book and suddenly appeared in front of the captive. Sanguinati! Seeing this, the 6th layer life and death expert furiously roared. Soon after, he attacked with lightning speed. Dense law of fire surged out of his body. He clenched his fist and ruthlessly punched at Fang Chen. Dong! When Fang Chen's fist collided with his His body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Sanguinati, you're dead. This person sneered and continued to attack with lightning speed. Fang Qin used heaven and earth burial sword arts. Dense law of fire revolved around the hidden star sword. Bang! Bang! A sixth-layer life and death realm monarch was tyrannical. The difference in cultivation between Fang Qin and him was too great. Even an 80-fold increase in strength was of no use. I need to be fast. Fang Qin also knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, Blood Fiend Monarch would definitely rush over. Using 5 Thunder Tribulation technique, countless shocking lightning bolts swooped down from the sky. Just as they were about to hit the 6th-layer life and death realm monarch, he suddenly shifted his body and dodged. Poochie! Fang Chen's hidden star sword streaked across the sky and pierced the man's arm. Ah! The man faced the sky and roared. His body suddenly erupted with a terrifying power, and soon after, his body began to grow. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 30-meter-tall giant. The giant's hand reached out, wanting to grab Fang Qin. Bang! Fang Chen's body was smashed into the ground. Gotcha! A crack appeared in the ground, and a terrifying power instantly surged out, sucking Fang Chen's body into the ground. Then, the crack disappeared and the ground returned to normal. This sudden change shocked the 30-meter-tall giant. Who? At this moment, Heaven Origin Overlord rushed over. Where's Sanguinati? Heaven Origin Overlord asked. I fought with him. A terrifying power surged out from the ground and sucked him in, said the captive. Heaven Origin Overlord stared at the ground, sinking into deep thought. After Blood Fiend Monarch arrived and learned of the situation, he attacked the ground. However, to his surprise, even with his strength that was infinitely close to the Eternal Realm, he still couldn't break open the mountain. There's something strange about this mountain, Blood Fiend Monarch said gravely. Blood Fiend, do you think there's some kind of powerful inheritance here? Heaven Origin Overlord asked. It's possible. Blood Fiend Monarch said, let's join hands and see if we can break this mountain. Alright. Heaven Origin Overlord and Blood Fiend Monarch joined hands and unleashed a storm of attacks. However, the mountain didn't budge, and even the soil stopped flying. This made Blood Fiend Monarch's face turn even gloomier. Damn it! A life and death monarch could destroy an island or even an archipelago in a fit of rage. Chapter 1614. Recommended reading? Fang Qin felt that he was being enveloped by a terrifying power. He did not even have the chance to resist before he was pulled into the endless darkness. What is this place? There was still a powerful force around him, but Fang Qin was surprised to find that this force didn't seem to have any malice towards him. In the endless darkness, Fang Qin felt that his body kept falling. This process lasted for about half an hour. Bang! A deafening sound was heard. Immediately after, Fang Qin gritted his teeth. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Otherwise, this fall wouldn't be too light. When he fell to the ground, the terrifying aura instantly disappeared. Fang Qin hurriedly looked around, wanting to confirm if there was any danger. Heaving a sigh of relief, Fang Qin hurriedly mobilized the power of law to heal his injuries. After a while, his strength was restored. At this time, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly, attracting Fang Qin's attention. What's going on? Fang Qin stood up and stared ahead. The golden heart seemed to be guiding him. Fang Qin followed the guidance of the golden heart and walked forward. Voila! Fang Qin stretched out his finger and ignited the undying flame on his fingertip. In an instant, the dark space was illuminated. At this time, Fang Qin realized that this seemed to be a cultivation place. Whose cultivation place is this? Looking around, his eyes finally fell on the front. He saw a futon there. That is, Fang Qin quickly walked to the front of the praying mat and felt a familiar aura. This is, Fang Qin was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the futon. The aura of the saint's village. To be precise, It should be the aura of the heavenly prison saint. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Did the heavenly prison saint come here back then? The force just now pulled me here. Could it be that it sensed the aura of the saint's village on me? Back then in purgatory, he accidentally stepped into the saint's village. After receiving the inheritance of the Zhongjian emperor, he was respectfully called the new saint by the villagers of the saint's village. From that moment on, he was inextricably linked to the saint's village. The founder of the saint village was the heavenly prison saint. In the memories of the villagers of the saint's village, countless years ago, the heavenly prison saint led the powerful warriors of the saint's village away. He left and never came back. The saints of the saint village were all looking forward to the return of the warriors. Could it be that the sky prison saint left his inheritance here? Fang Chen wondered. Thinking of this, he was quite excited. Then, he sat down on the futon. A familiar aura came from the praying mat. An illusory figure condensed in the void. Greetings, new saint. This figure was exactly the same as the portrait of the sky prison saint that he had seen in the saint village. When you see my projection, it means that a new saint has appeared in the village I left behind. Unfortunately, I can't see your true appearance. The heavenly prison saint continued. Before I left, I cultivated here for a short period of time, leaving behind some opportunities for those who came after me. I hope you can protect the descendants of the saint's village. The heavenly prison saint's projection flickered, as if he could not hold on any longer. Remember, after you get the inheritance, make a trip back to the saint's village. This was the last sentence that the heavenly prison saint's projection said. After saying that, the illusory figure dissipated. It really is the place where the heavenly prison saint used to cultivate. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He was too lucky to have encountered such a good thing. At the same time, he was also grateful to the blood fiend emperor. If he had not painstakingly deceived him to come here, he would not have found this place in his life. Buzz. Fang Chen closed his eyes. Waves of aura emerged from the praying mat and drilled into his mind. The heavenly prison saint actually left behind a divine art. Fang Chen was very excited. Fang Chen had a very clear understanding of divine art. Divine arts were many times more powerful than supreme-grade secret art. Although he had a divine art, it was a concealment divine art. What the heavenly prison saint left behind was an offensive divine art. Most importantly, this divine art was actually a sword Dao divine art. Heavenly Imperial Sword Technique. Fang Chen quickly immersed himself in this sword Dao divine art and began to comprehend and cultivate. At the same time, the saint's village. When Fang Chen activated the heavenly prison saint's projection, something earth-shattering happened in the saint's village. On this day, the villagers in the saint's village were all working hard to cultivate. However, without any warning, the ground in the saint's village shook incessantly, which alarmed the villagers. Just when they were puzzled, a dazzling light suddenly broke out of the ground and floated in the sky. That's a ring. Seeing the huge ring in the sky, the villagers of the saint's village exclaimed excitedly. They knew that the ring was left behind by the heavenly prison saint. The living spirit has shown up and left us the inheritance. The villagers of the saint's village were all cheering. The huge ring in the sky emitted a gentle light. Under everyone's gaze, it landed in the hands of the village chief. The day of our saint's village's rise has arrived. The village chief laughed wildly. On this day, the village chief found the inheritance of the heavenly prison saint in the ring. All the villagers were comprehending the inheritance. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that after absorbing the inheritance in the ring, the villagers' cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It was very shocking. Some villagers who were only at the heavenly body tier directly advanced to the creation tier after absorbing the inheritance, and they were still improving. If the outside world saw this scene, it would definitely be very shocking. However, the villagers of the saint's village didn't think so. They were still immersed in the inheritance left behind by the heavenly prison saint. They vaguely remembered the ancestral teachings. The moment the ring appeared, it indicated that the saint's village would soon be able to reappear in the world. This ancestral teaching had been passed down for countless generations. In their generation, the ring finally appeared. Improve their cultivation and reappear in the world. This was what every villager thought in their hearts. However, Fang Chen didn't know what happened in the saint's village at all. He was also absorbing the inheritance of the heavenly prison saint. Simply speaking, the inheritance of the heavenly prison saint was divided into 3 parts. The first part was the strengthening of the primordial spirit, the second part was the strengthening of power, and the third part was the divine technique. Fang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and temporarily put the heavenly imperial sword technique aside to strengthen the primordial spirit. One had to admit that the heavenly prison saint had his own set of theories. After reading the heavenly prison saint's explanation, Fang Chen sighed. Previously, his soul cultivation path had always been a detour, and it was only today that he came to a realization. I see. According to the heavenly prison saint's words, to strengthen the primordial spirit, one had to first abandon what they had before. In other words, before strengthening, one had to disperse the power in the primordial spirit. This was a very dangerous method. The slightest carelessness would cause damage to the primordial spirit. If it was light, the primordial spirit would be injured, and if it was heavy, it would be death. However, Fang Chen believed in the heavenly prison saint. Moreover, his intuition told him that if he succeeded according to the heavenly prison saint's method, it was very likely that his primordial spirit would undergo a qualitative transformation. He might be able to use this to break through to the Saint Master Realm. Saint Master Realm soul cultivators were equivalent to mid-level life and death realm monarch. They could even challenge high-level life and death realm monarch. Fang Chen took a deep breath and began to strengthen his primordial spirit according to the heavenly prison saint's method. Strengthening the primordial spirit was a long process, so Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry. Just like that, he began to disperse the power in his primordial spirit. Dong at the crucial moment, the golden heart came to his aid. Soon, the power in his primordial spirit dispersed. At this time, his primordial spirit was incomparably weak. Temper! Fang Chen growled and formed different seals with his hands, beginning to temper his primordial spirit. On the starry sky island, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler had been thinking of ways to shatter the mountain. However, they had failed. No matter what method they used, they couldn't shatter the mountain. Brother Blood Fiend, what do we do now? Heaven Origin Ruler asked. I don't believe that he'll hide inside like a tortoise. Blood Fiend Monarch said in a deep voice, I'll wait for him here. To martial artists, 3 to 5 years or even 10 years was nothing. It was just a matter of a snap of a finger. Blood Fiend Monarch made up his mind. He had to wait for Fang Chen to appear. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Shin Mo when he returned. Chapter 1615. The tempering of the primordial spirit was a very painful process. The process was very long. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Fang Chen's primordial spirit already had some initial power, but it was still not enough. According to the Sky Prison Saint's inheritance, tempering the primordial spirit was just the beginning. Blood Fiend Emperor and Qian Yuan Ruler had been waiting for a long time. During this time, the two of them received news that there were some small problems with the formation that Shin Mo had set up and was being repaired, causing their escape plan to be delayed for a long time. Undercurrents were surging on Starry Sky Island. Not far away on Silvermoon Island, many people had climbed up Silvermoon Mountain. Under normal circumstances, Silvermoon Mountain would not be opened easily. However, every time it opened, the strength of the people on Silvermoon Island would increase greatly. It was no exaggeration to say that Silvermoon Mountain was a sacred mountain in the hearts of the people on Silvermoon Island. Bai Qingqing stood at the top of Silvermoon Mountain, looking at the excited people climbing up Silvermoon Mountain one after another. A smile appeared on her pretty face. However, there was a trace of disappointment in her deep eyes that could not be concealed. After becoming the saintess of Silvermoon Island, she had a heavy burden on her shoulders. There had always been one person in her heart. Fang Chen, where are you? Little did she know that Fang Chen was very far away from her. In these few months, Green Bamboo Island had completely recovered to its peak. With the island master gone, Deputy Island Master Yin Fang was in full charge of Green Bamboo Island. With Saber 3 in charge, no one dared to cause trouble on Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen's disciple, Tian Xian, had also improved a lot under Saber 3's guidance. After a period of investigation, the three magnates finally found some clues. In the Yuan clan's sacred land, Black Blade Emperor and Yuan Gu had just finished playing chess. Brother Yuan Gu, I'll go back first. Every time they played chess, he would be defeated by Yuan Gu. Black Blade Emperor could not do anything about it. Yuan Gu's chess skills were very good. He could not win at all. However, at their level, it was not a bad choice to play chess when they were bored. Emperor Black Blade had just left. When Yuan Gu turned around, he was shocked to discover a gray-robed martialist sitting in Emperor Black Blade's previous seat. Who are you? Yuan Gu said coldly. Yuan. His aura rippled as he prepared to make a move. Clan leader Yuan, he's a guest from afar. Is this how you treat a guest? That person smiled. He didn't fear Yuan Gu at all. My Yuan clan only welcomes friends. We don't welcome anyone else, Yuan Gu said in a deep voice. This person waved his hand, indicating for Yuan Gu to sit down. Clan leader Yuan, I'm here to make a deal with you. Why are you so angry? Deal with me. Truth be told, when Yuan Gu carefully sized up that person, he discovered that he was unable to see through him. Yuan Gu muttered in his heart. Not long ago, a mysterious expert had appeared. Now, another one had appeared. How many hidden experts are there in the end? Shimo looked at Yuan Gu with a smile. He had used a concealment technique to conceal his aura. Even Yuan Gu could not discover that he was a void creature. Clan leader Yuan, I believe you will be interested in this deal. Speak. Yuan Gu was not in a hurry to chase him away. Clan leader Yuan, with your talent, you can actually lead the Yuan clan further, Shen Mo said playfully. For example, you can lead the lower worlds. Who are you? Yuan Gu's aura erupted as he said in a deep voice. To tell you the truth, I'm the void creature you've been looking for, Shen Mo said as he released his aura. It's you. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Yuan Gu asked. Shen Mo shook his head. You can't kill me. You came to me because you want me to betray the human clan? Yuan Gu asked. It's not betrayal. I just want to help you become the ruler of the lower worlds, Shen Mo said. Yuan Gu's eyes flickered. In fact, before the fight for the sword origin fruit, he had already made the decision to force the Sacred Lord to step down. However, because of Sanguinati's appearance, he gave up on this idea. Seeing that Yuan Gu was interested, Shen Mo continued, we can work together to destroy the human clan. Your Yuan clan will be the ruler of the lower worlds. Why are you helping me? Yuan Gu was not a child. He would not be deceived by a few words. Because I need something from the sacred hall, Shen Mo said. You can go back. Yuan Gu shook his head and did not say anything else. You will agree. Shen Mo was very satisfied with this conversation. Even if Yuan Gu did not agree, he had achieved his goal. He could see that Yuan Gu's heart was wavering. You too. It was much easier to destroy the human clan from the inside than to fight head-on. After Shen Mo left, Yuan Gu hurriedly informed the other two sacred lords. Not long after, the Spirit Clan Lord and the Luo Clan Lord arrived. Brother Yuan Gu, why did you call us in such a hurry? The Spirit Clan Lord asked. Just now, the void creature said that he came to find me, Yuan Gu said directly. What? He came to find you? Isn't he afraid of the human clan? The Luo clan lord asked in surprise. The spirit clan lord's eyes flickered. He seemed to have guessed it. He came to find you to rope you in, right? Yuan Gu nodded. He told the other two sacred lords what happened. I will never betray the human clan. It's even more impossible for me to work with the void creature, Yuan Gu said. Brother Yuan Gu, don't be rash. Perhaps we can make use of this point of yours to infiltrate the void creature's inner circle. From there, we can find their headquarters and annihilate them in one fell swoop, the spirit clan lord said with a smile. You mean? Yuan Gu asked. That's right. You can pretend to agree to them. Starry Sky Island. Fang Chen was still tempering his primordial spirit. Half a year later, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was finally tempered. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the void. Thick thunderbolts swooped down and bombarded Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Dong. His primordial spirit seemed to have been reborn and became stronger. 5 Thunder Calamity Technique. Fang Chen recited the 5 Thunder Calamity Techniques incantation in his heart and began to make the final breakthrough. The 5 Thunder Calamity Technique was a Soul Dao secret technique. It was very powerful. It was also Fang Chen's strongest ability as a soul cultivator. In half a year, his primordial spirit had successfully transformed and began to make the breakthrough. The power of thunderbolts bombarded Fang Chen's body and quickly entered his mind, nourishing his primordial spirit. Kacha. After circulating the chant for one cycle, Fang Chen felt a vast power erupting from his primordial spirit. Yu 3, huff, 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 huff. 5 3-meter-long thunderbolts condensed in the void. Each thunderbolt contained an extreme amount of power. 5 bolts of lightning struck down consecutively. Bathing in the thunderbolts, Yi Chen continued for about 15 minutes. Fang Chen roared angrily. He immediately stood up and released a powerful aura from his body. Success! Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. After strengthening his primordial spirit, the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique was naturally cultivated. So powerful! Fang Chen sighed inwardly. He felt that if he fully activated the 5th level of the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique, even a mid-level life and death realm monarch would be affected. Blood Fiend Monarch, wait for me to finish accepting the Sky Prison Saint's inheritance. Then I'll play with you. Thinking of Blood Fiend Monarch, Fang Chen's heart was filled with endless fury. If not for him, the old faker wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that my primordial spirit has been strengthened, it's time to strengthen my power. Strengthening his power was easier than strengthening his primordial spirit. After all, Fang Chen's foundation in this aspect was relatively deep. Moreover, he had the perfect sword body, which was known as the strongest sword body in the universe. Thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't wait to strengthen his primordial spirit. I wonder how much my strength will increase after strengthening my primordial spirit. Fang Chen inwardly said. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged and began strengthening. Meanwhile, in the subduing devil world, his clone was comprehending the heavenly imperial sword art with all his might. Fang Chen. Realm Lord subduing devil personally looked for Fang Chen. Realm Lord. Your main body is trapped on the Starry Sky Island. Recently, I've recalled all the subduing devil world disciples. Realm Lord subduing devil said, this time, I'll send the 8th and 9th layer disciples to the Starry Sky Island to rescue you. Realm Lord Blood Fiend Monarch is on the Starry Sky Island. Senior brothers will be in danger. Fang Chen dissuaded. Don't worry. It's time to show the world the strength of our subduing devil world. Realm Lord Subduing Devil said confidently. Chapter 16:16. The current situation was extremely chaotic. Fortunately, the void creatures didn't intend to launch a large-scale attack for the time being. However, the human race had already made preparations and had been searching for void creatures. Although the void creatures were powerful, the human race wasn't a pushover. This matter concerned the survival of the human race, so they had to take the initiative. On Starry Sky Island, Fong Chen sent out the news while strengthening his strength. After receiving the news, the human race's big shots immediately headed to Starry Sky Island to rescue. However, along the way they were shocked to discover some traces of void creatures. After weighing the pros and cons, the big shots discussed and decided that it was important to search for void creatures. To rescue Sanguinati, other experts would be enough. For a moment, the entire lower realm was filled with undercurrents. Fong Chen began strengthening his strength in front of the inheritance left behind by the Sky Prison Saint. The strengthening of his strength was easier than Fong Chen had imagined. In just 3 days, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Voila! At a certain moment, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His body erupted with a suffocating power. What a powerful power! After strengthening, his strength had doubled. What shocked Fong Chen was that the amplification of the sword scripture had also greatly increased. 100 times! Fong Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. An 80 times amplification was already powerful enough. Now it had actually increased to 100 times. He raised his palm and clenched his fist. Immediately, crackling sounds could be heard in the surrounding void. From this point, it was enough to see how powerful his strength was. The current me can suppress a 4th-level life and death realm monarch with pure strength. If I use the time-space book and burial sword arts, killing a 5th-level life and death realm monarch is not a problem. Fong Chen inwardly said after inspecting his body. After reaching the life and death realm, it was incomparably difficult to increase his strength. And this opportunity was too important for Fong Chen. The enhancement of the perfect sword body allowed his defense to reach the highest level. No one in the same realm could break through his defense. Just as Fong Chen was preparing to comprehend the sky defensive sword art, his heart suddenly shook. All of a sudden, his mind shook and his face lit up with joy. This period of time, the clone had always been comprehending the heavenly imperial sword art. And now, through time acceleration, the clone had already comprehended the basics of the heavenly imperial sword art. In other words, to Fong Chen, the divine art heavenly imperial sword art had already reached the entry stage. That's great! On Fong Chen's face, there was an uncontrollable smile. Soon after, he opened his palm and the star-concealing sword appeared. Swish! He wanted to try out the power of the heavenly imperial sword art. Then, the hidden star sword streaked across a strange trajectory in the void as it moved along with the chant in his mind. In the blink of an eye, 36 beams of sword light shot out. Deng 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 at the last moment, the 36 sword lights merged into one and pierced into the surrounding walls. Crack! A deep crack appeared on the wall. So strong. Just now, Fong Chen did not use his strength, nor did he use the power of law. It was just pure swordsmanship. After testing it, its power was unimaginable. Heavenly Imperial Sword Technique, as expected of a divine technique. It's too powerful. Fong Chen was full of praise for the Heavenly Imperial Sword art. The most important core of this divine technique was sword control. Sword control was easy to say, but difficult to do. Some life and death realm experts, and even eternal ancient realm experts, could not achieve true sword control. The so-called sword control was something one could only see on the surface. Sword cultivators controlled their own sword to attack the enemy, but this was only the most superficial sword control. The core of the heavenly imperial sword art was to communicate with the sword through the warrior's heart and control it. It would be very difficult to achieve this. For the time being, I can't control the sword as I wish. Fong Chen nodded inwardly. Cultivating divine techniques was incomparably difficult. And now, to be able to cultivate the heavenly imperial sword art in such a short time, Fong Chen was very excited. Although it was only the entry stage, his battle strength had increased a lot. Although he was only at the first level of life and death realm, it was nothing to Fangchen. With his current realm, he could still kill mid-level life and death realm monarch. Who could do this with such strength? Now I can go out. However, before going out, he had to make the necessary preparations. Starry Sky Island was very far from human territory. He didn't know if the upper echelons of human race had arrived. If not, he would have to face Blood Fiend Monarch's attack. Voila! With a thought, Fangchen took out the Dark Demonic Wheel. With my current strength, how much of the Dark Demonic Wheel's power can I bring out? Fangchen asked. Soon, the artifact spirit replied, Master, your strength has increased a lot. However, it's still not enough to bring out the Dark Demonic Wheel's power. However, I've checked. With your current strength, you can bring out 70% of the Dark Demonic Wheel's power. Moreover, you can use it 3 times in a row. Can 70% of the power deal with life and death realm experts? Fangchen asked. At most, you can resist the attack. Suppressing them is a bit difficult, the artifact spirit said. Every life and death realm expert had cultivated a law to the extreme. Such experts were very difficult to deal with. Resisting attacks was easy, but suppressing them was hard. So it's like that. Fangchen's eyes flickered. Soon after, he said, It's enough. Holding the Dark Demonic Wheel in his hand, Fangchen bowed deeply to the praying mat. Senior Sky Prison Saint, if Junior manages to escape from danger, I'll definitely return to Saint Village. Fangchen said solemnly. Kacha. The praying mat seemed to have sensed it. With a kacha sound, it shattered and turned into ashes. On the mountain peak, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler were waiting. Blood Fiend, if we keep waiting like this and the human army arrives, we'll be in trouble. Heaven Origin Ruler reminded. Don't worry. I have a feeling that he'll come out soon. Blood Fiend Monarch gloomily said. Swish. Just as his voice fell, the mountain peak suddenly shook. Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler stood up and stared at the mountain peak. Rumble. As the mountain peak shook, the earth cracked. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Amidst this aura, a figure shot out. Sanguinati. Blood Fiend Monarch recognized Sanguinati at a glance. The aura around his body shook as he directly executed a thunderous attack. Dark Demonic Wheel. Fangchen was already prepared. He activated the Dark Demonic Wheel. Dong. A suffocating dark aura surged in front of Fangchen, forming a strong defense that blocked Blood Fiend Monarch's attack. Kacha. Blood Fiend Monarch smashed the dark light screen with a punch. However, his attack was also blocked. Die. Heaven Origin Ruler attacked as well. However, his attack was also blocked by the Dark Demonic Wheel. He used the Dark Demonic Wheel twice as soon as he came out. This was beyond Fangchen's expectations. Heaven Origin Ruler. Fangchen's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect that in order to kill him, these two powerhouses had waited here for more than half a year. Let's go. Fangchen used the divine technique, the Book of Time and Space, and escaped into the void. Sanguinati, you won't be able to escape. Blood Fiend Monarch laughed wildly. Blood Fiend, the thing in his hand is a little strange. Heaven Origin Ruler said in a deep voice. This supreme treasure is obviously beyond his strength. I don't believe that he can use it repeatedly. Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler sealed the entire space, and began to search for Sanguinati. Silvermoon Island, Silvermoon Mountain. Saintus by Qingqing stood at the peak of Silvermoon Mountain as usual, looking into the endless distance. The people of Silvermoon Island were cultivating crazily. When will these days come to an end? Bai Qingqing sighed after a long while. There was a look of helplessness on her face. However, just as she was about to return to the palace, her body trembled. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled for a moment. Soon after, her pretty face was filled with dissatisfaction and excitement. This aura. No one knew this aura better than her. Sensing the aura in the air, Bai Qingqing's eyes were filled with tears. She was extremely excited. Fang Chen, is that you? Bai Qingqing's eyes pierced through the void and landed on Starry Island. It's you. It's really you. Bai Qingqing could finally confirm that the aura coming from Starry Island was Fang Chen's aura. Her heart was filled with excitement. However, the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced with coldness. Chapter 16-17. Fang Chen pushed the spacetime book to its limit. His body merged with the void, traveling at high speed. However, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler weren't so easy to shake off. Sanguinati, you're dead for sure. Blood Fiend Monarch caught a glimpse of Fang Chen's shadow and immediately punched out. Immediately, a powerful force came from the sky, tearing the void apart. Fang Chen's body was directly forced out. Sanguinati, hand over your life. In order to kill Sanguinati, the two had waited here for a long time. This time, no matter what, they had to kill Sanguinati. Rumble. The joint attack of Heaven Origin Ruler and Blood Fiend Monarch was too powerful. Fang Chen couldn't resist at all. Dark Demonic Wheel. Fang Chen used the Dark Demonic Wheel for the third time. Facing the attacks of two powerful experts, he had no other choice. Dark Demonic Wheel emitted a dazzling black light, terrifying and boundless. In an instant, a suffocating dark light screen formed in front of Fang Chen. Dong! Two deafening attacks landed on the dark curtain of light. At this moment, the entire Starry Sky Island shook. The full power attacks of two peak life and death experts were too tyrannical. If not for the Dark Demonic Wheel, Fang Chen would have died long ago. Gotcha! The dark light screen was shattered by the two energies. However, the two energies also dissipated. During this process, Fang Chen entered the void and rapidly advanced. He can't hold on much longer. Blood Fiend Monarch gloomily said. On the Starry Sky Island, a life and death chase quickly unfolded. At the same time, on Silvermoon Island, Saintess Bai Qingqing's face was filled with anger as she quickly left Silvermoon Island. However, before she reached the edge of Silvermoon Island, she was stopped by many people. Saintess, where are you going? Asked a highly respected elder. The others also stared at the Saintess without blinking. Saintess, are you going to abandon us? Saintess, wherever you go, we'll go. The people of Silver Moon Island believed in their ancestors. The Saintess was chosen by their ancestors. Her every word and action represented their ancestors. Therefore, they were very respectful to the Holy Maiden. Seeing that the saint's face was filled with anger and that she was about to leave, he asked worriedly. My friend is in danger on Starry Sky Island. I'm going to save him. Bai Qingqing thought for a moment and decided to explain. A friend of the Saintess is a friend of Silver Moon Island. That's right. Saintess, let us go with you. One more person means one more power. The citizens were filled with fighting spirit. Bai Qingqing wanted to refuse, but she nodded in the end. The group of people boarded the Starfield Dragon boat and quickly rushed to Starry Sky Island. As the distance was not too far, the people from Silver Moon Island arrived at the edge of Starry Island in the blink of an eye. Saintess, Starry Sky Island is surrounded by a powerful formation. We can't enter. The elder looked around and said in a deep voice. Bai Qingqing suddenly waved her small, fair hand. A terrifying power instantly burst out. Dong Shi used all her strength to attack the formation that surrounded Starry Sky Island. However, the formation only shook for a moment and then stopped. This scene caused Bai Qingqing's face to darken even more. Is there any other way? Bai Qingqing turned to look at the elder. The elder pondered for a moment and then said, Saintess, Silver Moon Island has a battle formation. This battle formation requires 81 people to set it up. Once the battle formation is set up, its attack power is infinitely close to that of an Eternal Realm expert, but what? Bai Qingqing asked hurriedly. To set up this battle formation, we need an extremely powerful expert who can control the core of the formation, the elder said. I can do it, Bai Qingqing said directly. The elder shook his head and said, Saintess, this battle formation is too powerful. Therefore, the martial artist who controls the core of the formation will suffer a backlash if he is not careful. We can't let you take the risk. There's no time. If we don't go in, my friend's life will be in danger. Bai Qingqing was willing to do anything for Fang Chen. She did not care about a mere backlash. Saintess. The elder wanted to dissuade her but was stopped by Bai Qingqing. As the Saintess of Silver Moon Island, I order you to set up the battle formation quickly. I will control the core of the formation, Bai Qingqing said in a low voice. There was no room for doubt in her words. Everyone, listen to my order. Set up the formation. Bai Qingqing gave the order as the Saintess of Silver Moon Island. The elder did not hesitate and shouted loudly. Not long after, the 81 martial artists gathered together and stood in a scattered manner. Saintess, please stand in the center of the battle formation, the elder said. Bai Qingqing nodded and went to the center of the formation. Then, the elders began to set up the battle formation. Buzz. A powerful aura that belonged to Silver Moon Island instantly spread out. The 81 powerhouses burst forth with resplendent light. When the 81 powers gathered together, the entire sky changed color. At the same time, this terrifying force surrounded Bai Qingqing. After a few breaths, the formation around Starry Sky Island was broken by Silver Moon Island. At this moment, on Starry Sky Island, Fang Chen's figure was forced out by Monarch Blood Fiend and Ruler Qian Yuan. Sanguinati, let's see how you escape this time. Monarch Blood Fiend laughed sinisterly. He and Ruler Qian Yuan surrounded Fang Chen and locked onto him. Fang Chen held the dark demonic wheel, wanting to forcibly activate it. Master, don't be rash. You have reached your limit. If you forcibly activate it, you will definitely suffer a backlash, the dark demonic wheel's artifact spirit advised. Fang Chen shook his head. He had no other choice. This was the only move he could use against two peak experts. Okay. However, just as Monarch Blood Fiend was about to attack, Starry Sky Island suddenly shook. Then, the formation they had set up shattered. The experts of the human race have arrived. Let's end this quickly. Their expressions changed drastically. They immediately attacked at lightning speed. Stop! A delicate voice could be heard from afar. Following that, countless figures appeared out of thin air. Dong! A terrifying light appeared in the void, forcefully blocking the attacks of Sovereign Lord Blood Fiend and Sovereign Lord Qian Yuan. Whoosh! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Bai Qingqing took the lead and charged in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this azure-robed woman before him, Fang Chen's body trembled slightly. He had never thought that after Ruan Yen died, he would meet Bai Qingqing in such a way. Qingqing. Fang Chen called out softly. Only then did Bai Qingqing turn around. Her face was filled with an excited smile. She couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes. I'm not late, right? Bai Qingqing held back her tears. Fang Chen shook his head worriedly. Qingqing, it's too dangerous here. Hurry up and leave. This sudden turn of events surprised Monarch Blood Fiend and Ruler Qian Yuan. However, when they saw Bai Qingqing, their faces revealed ferocious expressions. Another one has come to die, sneered Monarch Blood Fiend. Who dares to touch our Silver Moon Island Saintess? Countless sonic booms came from the sky. The residents of Silver Moon Island had all rushed over. A deafening sound echoed through the clouds. The residents of Silver Moon Island were in a battle formation. Their auras were shocking. You still have helpers? Monarch Blood Fiend didn't even care about peak life and death expert. Kid, although someone has come to save you, you'll die today. Monarch Blood Fiend said. The residents of Silver Moon Island calmly stood on the ground, waiting for their Saintess order. Bai Qingqing wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. After hearing Monarch Blood Fiend's words, her face turned gloomy. Leave this place to me. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to you. Bai Qingqing patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said. Subsequently, Bai Qingqing walked in front of the residents of Silver Moon Island. Saintess, as long as you give the order, we'll fight with our lives on the line. An elder said gravely. Standing behind Bai Qingqing, Fang Chen's heart shook. Although he didn't know what Bai Qingqing had experienced, to be called saintess by these people, her status shouldn't be low. However, even so, she couldn't resist monarch blood fiend and ruler Qian Yuan. Qingqing, you're not their match. Hurry up and leave. Fang Chen said. These two are my Silver Moon Island's enemies. How should we treat our enemies? Bai Qingqing asked. Kill, kill, kill. Their auras shook the heavens. Ever since the residents of Silver Moon Island had lived in seclusion, they hadn't seen humans from the outside world for a long time. Chapter 16-18. Silver Moon Island had been hidden from the world for countless years. This time, it had finally appeared. 81 powerhouses maintained the battle formation. They appeared in front of the world in an extremely powerful manner. The Saintess friends were their Silver Moon Island's friends. Although Silver Moon Island didn't have many people, they were very united. The Silver Moon Island's experts were very merciless. They only had one word to describe their enemies: kill. At this moment, they were fearless even in the face of two colossi. A terrifying aura surged out of the battle formation. 81 experts took a step forward and surrounded Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler. I've never heard of Silver Moon Island. It must be a trash island. You want to deal with us with just these people? You're courting death. Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. Heaven Origin Ruler's face was also full of disdain. In truth, if the newcomers were experts on the level of the 5 tycoons, they might be afraid. However, they were merely high-level life and death experts. They posed no threat. Kill! Following the elder's roar, a resplendent radiance erupted from the battle formation. All of Silver Moon Island's experts erupted with frenzied attacks. Rumble, battle cries shook the entire Starry Sky Island. Blood Dragon Wave. Blood Fiend Monarch condensed a small blood-red ball in his palm and instantly threw it out. Immediately, the blood-red ball exploded, and a terrifying power spread out. Crack! Among the 81 experts, someone was instantly injured. Replace. Seeing this, the elder roared. Immediately, someone stepped forward and replaced the injured expert. The battle formation had been maintained. It was their greatest reliance against the two-peak expert. Silver Moon Heaven Art. The battle was extremely intense. The two experts' methods were unimaginable. The battle formation could only temporarily block the two experts' attack. Once the battle dragged on, they would definitely lose. Therefore, Bai Qingqing made her move. She had received all the inheritances of Silver Moon Island's ancestors. Among them, the most powerful was the divine art Silver Moon Heaven Art. When Silver Moon Heaven Art was used, a silver crescent moon appeared behind Bai Qingqing's back. This crescent moon contained an extremely terrifying power. What kind of attack is this? Fang Chen was extremely shocked. After not seeing her for so many years, Bai Qingqing's strength had grown to such an extent. Fang Chen knew a little about theurgy, so he could tell at a glance that Bai Qingqing was using theurgy. Qingqing, let me help you. After saying that, Fang Chen used the time and space book and entered the battle matrix. 100-fold increase in power burst out, and the divine technique Heavenly Imperial Sword Technique was used. Swoosh 36 terrifying sword lights appeared in the void. Under Fang Chen's control, they blasted towards Blood Demon Monarch. Bang bang bang! Just as Monarch Blood Fiend was about to attack Bai Qingqing, he was forced to retreat by the sudden sword light. Courting death. When the Blood Fiend Monarch saw Fang Chen attacking, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He let out a low roar and turned around to chase after Fang Chen. The battle was extremely intense. At the same time, not far from Starry Sky Island, two old men were hurrying along. They were Princess Xian's masters, the Black and White Heavenly Lords. They also knew about the relationship between Fang Chen and Princess Xian. When they learned that Fang Chen was in danger, they immediately rushed over. In fact, not only black and white heavenly lords rushed over, but Tai Liyuan, who was close to Fang Chen, was also rushing over. Of course, the senior brothers of Demon Subduing World were also rushing over. In the void ocean, a starry sky dragon boat was rapidly flying. There were dozens of life and death realm monarchs inside the boat. Among them, 7 were mid-level life and death realm monarchs, while the remaining 3 were high-level life and death realm monarch. They were the senior brothers of Demon Subduing World. Demon Subduing World had always been a hidden great power in the lower realms. Even Fang Chen didn't know how strong Demon Subduing World was, and this time, Fang Chen was trapped in Starry Sky Island. Demon Subduing World's Lord had dispatched 8th and 9th layer disciples to rescue Fang Chen. At the same time, they were showing the world the strength of Demon Subduing World. "I hope junior brother Fang can hold on," the leader said solemnly. "According to Realm Lord, junior brother Fang is in great danger this time. If he's not careful, he'll lose his life. 2 peak life and death realm experts are trying to kill him. It's a pity that we're too far away from Starry Sky Island." Although the disciples of Demon Subduing World were unfamiliar, they had never seen each other before. However, they were very protective of their disciples. As long as a disciple of Demon Subduing World was in trouble, they would definitely go all out. "Let's hurry." Under the control of Demon Subduing World's disciples, the Starry Sky Dragon boat rapidly flew towards Starry Sky Island. If someone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. Yu too. The 3 peak life and death realm monarchs were experts in the universe's battle power ranking, ranked in the top 10. It should be known that even Blood Fiend Monarch was only in the top 10 before he broke through. These 3 were incomparably powerful in the eyes of the world, but they were also very mysterious. However, nobody knew that they were also Demon Subduing World's disciples. The battle on Starry Sky Island was in full swing. The addition of Bai Qingqing and Fang Chen clearly increased the pressure on Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler. However, peak life and death realm experts were too powerful. As time passed, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler gradually gained control of the battle. At this time, the captives hidden on Starry Sky Island also rushed over. "I'll deal with them." Seeing this, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Soon after, his figure flickered and appeared in front of these captives. The people of Silvermoon Island worked hard to arrange the battle formation. They couldn't be disturbed. Only by dealing with these captives could they deal with Blood Fiend Monarch with peace of mind. Sky Defensive Sword Art. Fang Chen didn't hold back at all as he used Sky Defensive Sword Art. The 3rd layer of Sword Scripture was fully activated. With a 100-fold increase in strength, the offensive power of Sky Defensive Sword Art became extremely powerful. Every time the hidden star sword was brandished, there would be 36 terrifying sword lights shooting out swiftly. Although the captives were dodging, there were still some weaker ones who couldn't resist and were pierced by the sword lights, dying on the spot. Kill! Fang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Killing captives below the 6th layer of life and death realm with one sword strike was nothing difficult. As for captives above the 6th layer of life and death realm, Fang Chen could kill them with 3 to 5 sword strikes at most. A large number of captives charged at Fang Chen. The majority of them were mid-level life and death realm. There were only a few high-level captives. Damn it! While fighting, he was also paying attention to the situation outside. Seeing Fang Chen killing the captives without the slightest scruple, Blood Fiend Monarch roared towards the sky. "Brother Heaven Origin, help me!" Blood Fiend Monarch roared. Heaven Origin Ruler nodded in understanding, then spread out his hand and used his trump card. Yu 3. A saber appeared in his hand which he fiercely slashed out. The whole world seemed to be split apart. More than half of the people of Silvermoon Island, maintaining the battle formation, were instantly injured. The battle formation shook, on the verge of shattering. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Blood Fiend Monarch jumped out of the battle formation. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing wanted to help Fang Chun, but she was stopped by Heaven Origin Ruler. Your opponent is me. With Heaven Origin Ruler's interference, Blood Fiend Monarch could deal with Sanguinati without worry. Sanguinati, let's end this here. Blood Fiend Monarch's figure shuttled back and forth, arriving in the middle of the battlefield. He fiercely punched at Fang Chun. The latter sensed the terrifying aura and immediately dodged to the side. Gotcha! Even so, his clothes were torn apart by the fist light. Die! After failing to hit, Blood Fiend Monarch continued to attack Fang Chun. Pung! Fang Chun retreated as he executed the Five Thunders Tribulation technique. It's useless. The difference in strength between him and Blood Fiend Monarch was too great. It was a miracle that he could last until now. Let's see who will save you this time. Blood Fiend Monarch laughed sinisterly. Within the battle formation, Bai Qingqing was very worried about Fang Chun. However, she was suppressed by Heaven Origin Ruler. If it weren't for the battle formation, she wouldn't be Heaven Origin Ruler's match at all. You must hold on. Bai Qingqing prayed in her heart. Dong! Blood Fiend Monarch punched again, and Fang Chen's perfect sword body defense shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. You should be proud to be able to withstand 2 of my punches and not die. Unfortunately, you're already dead, Blood Fiend Monarch said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 16-19. The Black-White Heavenly Lords were also experts on the Universe Combat Strength list. Strictly speaking, their strength was enough to be ranked in the top 20. However, the Black-White Heavenly Lords didn't care much about the Universe Combat Strength list. They had been living in seclusion and didn't compete with the world. The last time they appeared was because Princess Xin had been captured. Otherwise, they would have continued to live in seclusion. The Black-White Heavenly Lords rushed into the battlefield like a cannonball. As they rushed over, the palms of the Black-White Heavenly Venerates kept changing. A yin-yang fish pattern appeared beneath their feet. Then, Old Black stood in the middle of the black fish, while Old White stood in the middle of the white fish. The moment the two of them stood on the yin-yang fish, the sky changed color. There was a storm, lightning, and thunder. The yin-yang fish carried the Black-White Heavenly Lords and appeared in front of Fang Chun in an instant. Then, the two of them looked at each other and didn't know what to say. The yin-yang fish floated in front of them from under their feet. The Black-White Heavenly Lords placed their hands on the yin-yang fish and made it stand upright. Dong! Blood Fiend Emperor's fist hit the yin-yang fish hard. Crack! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The blood mist on Blood Fiend Emperor's fist was instantly absorbed by the yin-yang fish. Cracks began to appear on the Blood Fiend Monarch's fist as he roared furiously. Dong! The Black-White Heavenly Lords held the yin-yang fish and fought against Blood Fiend Emperor. Black-White Heavenly Lords, you want to stop me too? Blood Fiend Emperor's eyes were scarlet as he fell into a state of madness. He couldn't kill a mere Sanguinati after such a long time. Moreover, he had attracted the help of so many experts. His fist was pressed against the yin-yang fish as he confronted the Black-White Heavenly Lords. He has a relationship with my disciple. We can't leave him in the lurch, Old Black said. A strange light flowed on the yin-yang fish as it constantly swallowed the blood-red light on Blood Fiend Emperor's fist. You can't stop me with just you. Blood Fiend Monarch was thoroughly enraged. Furthermore, he could sense that something was amiss. Human warriors were rushing over. If they couldn't kill Sanguinati in a short period of time, they would be in trouble. When he thought up to this point, Monarch Bloodfiend stared at the yin-yang fish, and then he laughed wildly. Your greatest reliance is the yin-yang fish. If I were to destroy your yin-yang fish, I wonder what sort of expression you'd have? After saying that, Blood Fiend Monarch withdrew his fist. The blood in his body churned continuously. While a Monarch Blood Fiend bit his finger, and dripped a drop of essence blood into the void. Roar in an instant, the essence blood turned into a huge blood demon. Main body. For countless years, no one had been able to force the blood fiend monarch to reveal his true form. Roar as the blood demon appeared, blood fiend monarch's body gradually faded away. The essence blood flickered on the blood demon's forehead before finally entering his brain. Blood demon exuded a terrifying aura that was comparable to an eternal realm expert. This is, the black-white heavenly venerables were shocked. They did not expect blood fiend monarch to have touched the threshold of the eternal realm. Yin-yang fish, limitless universe. Of course, the black-white heavenly venerables would not sit still and wait for death. They used their trump card. The black-white heavenly venerables were one. The yin-yang fish that they controlled was their greatest reliance. It was also one of the methods that allowed them to dominate the lower realm. The yin-yang fish spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, its appearance could not be seen clearly. At this moment, the yin-yang fish exuded a boundless aura. Break! The blood demon spoke in human language and roared furiously. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and charged towards the yin-yang fish. He knew that if he wanted to defeat the black-white heavenly venerables, he had to attack the yin-yang fish. Otherwise, everything would be nonsense. The blood demon's bloody mouth suddenly bit down on the yin-yang fish. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle between the yin-yang fish and the blood demon was extremely shocking. The aura that spread out shattered a mountain in the distance. Ha! The black-white heavenly venerables' faces turned pale. Limitless universe was their strongest technique. It was obviously difficult to deal with blood fiend monarch. Fang Chen, who was behind them, was moved. He stared coldly at the blood demon. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. You too. Then, he used the space-time book and hid in the void. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived above the blood demon. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the sky imperial sword technique. 36 beams of sword light suddenly appeared and ruthlessly pierced towards the blood demon's forehead. There was a drop of scarlet blood on the blood demon's forehead. This was the blood fiend monarch's essence blood. If it was destroyed, the blood demon's combat power would be greatly reduced. Bang! The blood demon opened his claws and sent Fang Chen flying. At the same time, the 36 sword lights were all swallowed by the blood demon. Do you think you can deal with me? The blood demon stared at the black-white heavenly venerables with his scarlet eyes. At this moment, the yin-yang fish in front of the black-white heavenly venerables was fading. It would not be long before it completely dissipated. What if I'm included? As soon as the blood demon finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Tai Laiyuan, the first on the blacksmith leaderboard. Tai Laiyuan. The black-white heavenly venerables were surprised to see Tai Laiyuan. Tai Laiyuan, do you think you can stop me? The blood fiend monarch was furious. Was it so difficult to kill Sanguinati? Why was this damned guy able to get so many experts to help him? What a lucky bastard! The blood fiend monarch could only think that Sanguinati had gotten lucky. Tai Liuyuan's appearance had obviously reduced the pressure on the black-white heavenly venerables. However, the blood fiend monarch was not afraid. Tai Liuyuan's most frightening aspect was his crafting skills and his connections. If he was alone, the blood fiend monarch would not be afraid. Bai Qingqing, who was in the battle formation, finally relaxed when she saw the experts arriving one after another. She used the battle formation to fight the Heaven Origin Overlord. Blood Fiend, end this quickly. The Heaven Origin Overlord in the battle formation transmitted his voice. Hearing that, the blood demon monarch's face turned hideous. He opened his bloody mouth and attacked the three of them. Kill! The black-white heavenly venerables and Tai Laiyuan joined forces to fight the blood fiend monarch. Yu 3. As for Fang Chen, he continued to kill the captive. The battle was very intense. The black-white heavenly venerables and Tai Laiyuan were actually able to contend with the blood fiend monarch. This situation lasted for about 15 minutes before it was finally broken. The senior brothers of the demon-vanquishing realm had finally arrived. Rumble, the senior brothers of the demon-vanquishing realm were very high-profile. They boarded the Starfield Dragon boat and directly arrived at the battlefield. Black-white heavenly venerables, Tai Lai Yuan, why are they here? Someone asked in surprise. Junior brother Fang's connections are really amazing. He actually managed to get the three of them to fight for him, another person said. It's good that junior brother Fang is not in danger. The appearance of the senior brothers of the demon-vanquishing realm attracted the attention of the Blood Fiend Monarch and the others. Yes. When he saw who it was, he was even more shocked. Long Yang, one of the top 10 on the Universe Combat Power list. The battle stopped because of the arrival of Long Yang and the others. The Blood Fiend Monarch did not care about the arrival of the Black-White Heavenly Venerables and Tai Lai Yuan. However, the appearance of Long Yang and the others had caused him to feel slightly intimidated. Long Yang, the Black-White Heavenly Venerables and Tai Lai Yuan were also a bit surprised. They didn't expect that even they would appear. They couldn't help but glance at Fang Qin. This kid was really mysterious. Seeing Long Yang and the others, Fang Qin nodded and smiled. His senior brothers were finally here. Although he had expected it, he was still a bit shocked. He didn't expect that 3 of the top 10 of the Universe Combat Power list were disciples of the demon-vanquishing realm. Blood Fiend Monarch, Sanguinati is my brother. If you attack him, you're my enemy. Long Yang stared at the Blood Fiend Monarch. Long Yang, do you think you can stop me? Asked the Blood Fiend Monarch. He also didn't expect things to develop to this point. He was furious. It's not up to you whether or not I can stop you. Long Yang sneered and turned to greet the Black-White Heavenly Venerables and Tai Lai Yuan. The 3 of you, thank you for helping my brother. Long Yang, you're too polite. The 3 laughed. When the 3 of them fought against the Blood Fiend Monarch, they could only stay undefeated. However, the appearance of Long Yang and the others changed the situation. Blood Fiend Monarch is a traitor of the human race. I wonder if the 3 of you are interested in hunting him down? Long Yang's words made the Blood Fiend Monarch's expression change. Chapter 1620. Fang Qin stood at the side. He couldn't help much with the encirclement of Blood Fiend Monarch. Long Yang had just transmitted a message to him. Their goal was to kill Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler. This time, the demon-subduing world was angry. You guys go and help them first. Long Yang said to his junior brothers behind him. They nodded and joined the battle on Silvermoon Island. Seeing this, Fang Qin also entered the battle formation and fought side by side with Bai Qingqing against Sovereign Qian Yuan. Not good, there's danger. Hegemon Universe Origin had a bad premonition. He wanted to flee this place. However, the annoying flies around him made him very angry. Die. Heaven Origin Ruler attacked. At the same time, on another battlefield, Long Yang and the other 3 had reached an agreement. The 6 of them joined forces to fight Blood Fiend Monarch. Blood Fiend Monarch, came back alive from the Chaos Void. Why would I be afraid of trash like you? Blood Demon Monarch was completely enraged. Blood-red aura surged around his body crazily. Attack. The Black-White Heavenly Lords were still controlling the yin-yang fish, while a rank 9 divine weapon appeared in Tai Lai Yuan's hand. Tai Lai Yuan was known as the strongest blacksmith in the lower world. His blacksmithing skills had exceeded everyone's knowledge. The rank 9 divine weapon in his hand was his life's work. Its attack power was extremely strong, and it was infinitely close to a supreme treasure of the deity world. The combined attack of the Black-White Heavenly Lords and Tai Lai Yuan made Blood Fiend Monarch unable to withstand it. Now, Long Yang and the other 2 had also attacked. It's been a long time since I exercised. Long Yang smiled. Then, the 3 brothers attacked at the same time. Flower-breaking hand. Long Yang shouted and used the demon-subduing world's flower-breaking hand. Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless of flowers appeared in the skies. At this moment, Long Yang stretched out his gigantic hand and grabbed out at the Blood Fiend Emperor. The other experts also made their moves together. Blood Fiend Monarch had underestimated the strength of Long Yang and the other two. The three of them had entered the universe's combat power ranking a long time ago. For so many years, they had been cultivating in seclusion in the demon-subduing world. At this moment, the strength of their battle prowess was unimaginable. Under the attacks of the six people, the Blood Fiend Monarch was forced to retreat. The Blood Fiend Monarch's Blood Fiend Monarch dissipated and returned to his human form. Yu won. Bang! After receiving a heavy blow, Blood Fiend Monarch actually spat out blood. Damn it! All of you will die. Blood Fiend Monarch fell into a frenzied state. His body started to burn. Not good, he's burning his own blood essence. Monarch Blood Fiend had a secret technique that allowed him to raise his cultivation by one realm by burning his own blood essence. In the blink of an eye, the aura around him had risen to its peak. Eternal Realm. The Black-White Holy Sovereigns exclaimed. The aura of the Eternal Realm was too shocking. They controlled the yin-yang fish and slammed it into the Blood Fiend Monarch. They wanted to interrupt the latter's secret technique. Crack! The powerful yin-yang fish was unable to withstand a single blow from the Blood Fiend Monarch as it shattered instantly. Seeing this, the black-white heavenly venerables quickly retreated. At the same time, the rank 9 divine weapon in Tai Liyuan's hand pierced towards the Blood Fiend Monarch. Pucci! The rank 9 divine weapon left a faint mark on the Blood Fiend Monarch's body. The Blood Fiend Monarch stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the rank 9 divine weapon. However, he failed. It's effective. Tai Liyuan was secretly delighted that the rank 9 divine weapon could leave a mark on the Blood Fiend Monarch's body. He continued to control the weapon that he was proud of to attack the Blood Fiend Monarch. Rumble! When the flames around the Blood Fiend Monarch completely disappeared, his cultivation had reached the Eternal Realm. Now, how are you going to fight me? The Blood Fiend Monarch looked around and sneered. Although he would suffer a backlash from burning his blood essence, he could easily kill these people if he reached the Eternal Realm in a short period of time. Bang! The Blood Fiend Monarch casually threw out a punch, causing the black-white Holy Sovereigns' faces to change drastically. Too strong. The black-white Holy Sovereigns' hearts were in turmoil. However, Long Yang wasn't surprised at all. He unhurriedly pulled out a sledgehammer from his bosom. This hammer was the divine world's supreme treasure that Realm Lord Fu Mo had used to deal with Shui Mao. Long Yang, I'll kill you first. The Blood Fiend Monarch sneered and his face was filled with mockery. Then, his body flashed and he appeared in front of Long Yang. Long Yang, be careful! Tai Liyuan shouted. The Blood Fiend Monarch's attack was about to touch Long Yang's body. The latter raised the hammer in his hand. You want to stop me with this trash hammer? The Blood Fiend Monarch sneered and his powerful attack instantly landed on Long Yang's body. Dong! The ground was still fighting. The Blood Fiend Monarch's powerful attack instantly exploded when it landed on Long Yang's body. The hammer in Long Yang's hand suddenly emitted a scorching aura and absorbed the power of the explosion. Then, under Long Yang's control, the hammer carried a wild force and smashed onto the Blood Fiend Monarch's head. Crack! The Blood Fiend Monarch's skull shattered and blood splattered across the sky. His body fell to the ground. How is this possible? The black-white Holy Sovereigns and Tai Liyuan were completely shocked. Long Yang had actually injured the Blood Fiend Monarch, who was in the Eternal Realm. What was going on? The hammer is the supreme treasure of the divine world. Tai Liyuan stared at the hammer, unable to take his eyes off it. It's really the supreme treasure of the divine world. Tai Liyuan felt as if he was dreaming. He had not expected to see the supreme treasure of the divine world here. You! The Blood Fiend Monarch crawled up and stared at Long Yang with his eyes wide open. Dong! Another strike and the Blood Fiend Monarch's body shattered. His bones cracked. No, I can't accept this. The blood fiend monarch roared into the sky. Although I have reached the eternal realm in a short period of time by burning my essence blood, it is not stable. Long Yang thought to himself. The blood in his body was boiling. It was all thanks to Realm Lord Fu Mo that he was able to use the hammer. However, after 2 consecutive strikes, Long Yang felt that he could no longer hold on. The last strike must kill the blood fiend monarch. He felt that his limit was 3 strikes. Thinking of this, Long Yang did not waste any more time. He forced himself to use the supreme treasure of the divine world to attack. The blood fiend monarch did not have any strength to resist and was sent flying by the hammer. UU3, crack. His arms were smashed and his body shattered. Only a trace of his aura was left. I can't die. The blood fiend monarch's consciousness was a little blurry. He fled in panic. Kill him! Long Yang roared. The black-white heavenly lords and Tai Lai Yuan were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses. The 3 of them surrounded the blood fiend monarch and suppressed him. No! The blood fiend monarch let out a final scream before he was killed by the 3 of them. Crack! The blood fiend monarch's body exploded and turned into ashes. Who? Long Yang's body went limp and sat on the ground. Senior brother Long Yang. The other 2 called out worriedly. I'm fine. Go help them. Long Yang said while panting. Brother Long Yang, let's finish the battle first. You can rest for a while. The black-white heavenly lords said. Then, the black-white heavenly lords and Tai Lai Yuan joined the battle. The heaven primordial ruler was disheartened and wanted to escape. However, he was trapped by the formation of Silvermoon Island and was surrounded by several peak experts. Crack! The heaven primordial ruler lost an arm and shouted, I'm willing to surrender. Surrender? The black-white heavenly lords and the others sneered. They definitely wouldn't let the tiger return to the mountain. They had to eliminate the source of the problem. When you were dealing with the human race, did you ever think that such a day would come? Tai Lai Yuan asked coldly. The heaven primordial ruler was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to the blood fiend monarch and come to Starry Sky Island to attack Sanguinati. Now, Sanguinati wasn't dead. Instead, the blood fiend monarch was dead. CCC Pavilion canned the heaven primordial ruler was in danger. I can swear a martial oath to be a servant of the human race forever. The heaven primordial ruler still didn't give up and fought for one last chance. I'm very strong. If I join the human race, it will definitely increase their strength. Moreover, the void creatures are planning to invade the human race. I know the details of their situation and can tell the human race everything. In order to survive, the heaven primordial ruler was willing to do anything. Betraying the void creatures? As long as he could survive, so what? You're really unscrupulous in order to survive, Bai Qingqing said coldly. If we were the ones who lost today, would you let us go? Chapter 16:21. In the end, the commotion caused by Sanguinati was perfectly resolved before the upper echelons of the 4 great sacred lands arrived. Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler were killed. Fang Chen was quite touched that he had escaped death. The black-white heavenly lords didn't have much of a relationship with him. They had only come all the way here to help him because of Princess Xin. As for Tai Lai Yuan, his attitude towards him had changed greatly after he had given him the Blood River Crystal Iron. After obtaining the Sword Origin Fruit from the Yuan clan, Tai Lai Yuan had treated him like a brother and had taken good care of him. Of course, the most important thing was still Bai Qingqing. If she hadn't led the people of Silvermoon Island and successfully blocked the attack of Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler, Fang Chen would have died. Fang Chen wouldn't have waited for the others to come to his rescue. The arrival of the senior brothers of the demon-subduing world had sealed the victory. Heaven Origin Ruler was killed by senior brother Long Yang. According to him, those who bullied his brother deserved to die. After the battle ended, everyone present sighed. The two great powerhouses who had once been famous in the lower realm and ranked in the top 10 of the universe combat strength list. Moreover, they were the leaders of the two races. Just like that, they had died on Starry Sky Island. One could still bear the sins of heaven, but one couldn't bear the sins of one's own making. If they hadn't been overwhelmed by hatred, they wouldn't have done such a thing. At this point, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler only existed in history. The heavy atmosphere on Starry Sky Island gradually dissipated and calmness was restored. Everyone remained silent. After a long time, Fang Chen broke the silence. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help this time. I'll remember this favor." "Kid, don't be so polite with us." Old White laughed. "Besides, we didn't deal with Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler for you. More importantly, we did it for the sake of the human race." Tai Laiyuan nodded. "It's good that you're fine." The senior brothers of the demon-subduing world didn't say anything. As disciples of the demon-subduing world, they understood each other and didn't need to be so polite. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as the battle ended, the great elder of the human race's sacred land led a large number of human race powerhouses over. Yes. When they saw that the battle had ended, they were very surprised. After learning that Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Overlord had been killed, they were even more shocked. "You guys." Great Elder's heart was in turmoil. He rushed here as fast as he could. However, it was still too late. He didn't expect Fang Chen to have such a wide network. Even the great beings on the Universe Combat Powers list were willing to stand up for him. After recovering from his shock, the great elder explained to Fang Chen why the big shots hadn't come. "What? They discovered the nest of the void creatures?" Fang Chen asked in surprise. "I only found some clues. I don't know the specifics. In short, it's good that you're fine," the great elder said. "Although the Blood Fiend Monarch and the Heaven Primordial Ruler are dead, the void creature is still hiding in the dark. The most important thing now is to find the void creature and gather all the forces in the lower world to completely exterminate them," said the Black-White Heavenly Lords. "That's right. The void creature is much more terrifying than the Blood Fiend Monarch and the Heaven Primordial Ruler. We must treat it with caution," Tai Laiyuan said in a low voice. "This is a serious matter. We'll meet up with them now and work together to deal with the void creature." The Black-White Heavenly Lords also realized the importance of this matter, and said in a low voice, "Great Elder, you lead the way." The Great Elder nodded and said, "Fang Chen, with your strength, you won't be of much help in the upcoming battle. Return to Green Bamboo Island first." Now that there was no longer any danger, the Grand Elder left Starry Sky Island with Tai Laiyuan and the Black-White Heavenly Masters. "Brother Fang, we'll go back first," Long Yang said. "Thank you." Fang Chen knew that Long Yang and the others were returning to the demon-subduing world, so he didn't stop them. Soon, only Fang Chen and the people from Silver Moon Island were left on the entire Star Island. At this moment, Fang Chen finally had time to talk to Bai Qingqing properly. The moment Fang Chen turned around, he saw Bai Qingqing's bright eyes staring at him. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. He said, "Is there something on my face?" Bai Qingqing burst out laughing when she heard that. 2 small dimples appeared on her pretty face, making her look very pretty. "I'm thinking that the guy who couldn't even defeat me back then has grown to this level. I can't imagine it," Bai Qingqing said with a smile. She was extremely excited to see Fang Chen again. When Fang Chen left Qingyi Island, she had said that she wouldn't be a burden to Fang Chen the next time they met. And now, she had done it. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "Thank you for this." "Why are you telling me this?" Bai Qingqing said. Fang Chen chuckled and scratched his head. Bai Qingqing didn't hide her love for Fang Chen at all. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. She walked step by step toward Fang Chen and then hugged Fang Chen. "You must have had a hard time these years, right?" Back then, Fang Chen was only a heavenly body tier cultivator. He couldn't even defeat a creation tier elite. and now, he had already stepped into the life and death tier. He must have suffered a lot along the way. It's all right, Fong Chen said. There were still people from Silver Moon Island around, so Bai Qingqing only hugged him and then retreated. Right, why are you here? Hearing Bai Qingqing's question, Fong Chen said, I need 3 kinds of fruit. I heard that one of them is on Star Island, so I hurried over. Who would have thought that it was a scam by Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Prime Ruler? What fruits? Sword Origin Fruit, Peaches of Immortality, Moon Dragon Sky Fruit, Fong Chen said. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing was a little surprised. These 3 fruits were all unique in the world and were very rare. Ordinary cultivators would find it extremely difficult to obtain even one of them, let alone all 3. These 3 fruits are very rare. What do you need them for? Bai Qingqing asked. Fong Chen told Bai Qingqing about the old faker's injuries in detail. After hearing this, Bai Qingqing was also quite moved. You're still so loyal. Then, a brilliant smile appeared on Bai Qingqing's face. Fong Chen was still the original Fong Chen. He hadn't changed. He was still as loyal as before. Only this kind of Fong Chen was the most charming. Right, Qingqing, why are you here? I heard them call you the Saintess of Silver Moon Island. What's going on? Fong Chen changed the topic and asked. It's a long story. Bai Qingqing's eyes looked at the sky, and she sank into her memories. She told Fong Chen everything about how she was captured after leaving Qingyi Island, and how she accidentally became the Saintess of Silver Moon Island. After hearing this, Fong Chen was quite surprised. He didn't expect such a hidden island to exist in the world. Silver Moon Island was very strong. Fong Chen felt that they were second only to the Holy Land. As expected, there are many hidden forces in the lower world, Fong Chen sighed. At the same time, he was very pleased that Bai Qingqing had a high position in Silver Moon Island and controlled so many experts. Silver Moon Island has always been aloof from worldly affairs. It's hidden here and no one knows. But this time, I happened to discover the battle on Starry Sky Island and sensed a familiar aura. So, I led the people of Silver Moon Island out into the world, Bai Qingqing said. Fong Chen was silent. Bai Qingqing had done a lot for him. Silver Moon Island was hidden and aloof from worldly affairs. They didn't want to be involved in worldly affairs. But Bai Qingqing had resolutely led the people of Silver Moon Island out into the world for him. You don't have to think too much. Silver Moon Island's appearance was a matter of time. It's just that you came out early. Bai Qingqing didn't want Fong Chen to blame himself. That's right. We of Silver Moon Island are willing to risk our lives for our friends. You are the saintess friend. How can we just sit by and do nothing? Said the elder. The other people of Silver Moon Island also nodded, agreeing with the elder. Fong Chen was very touched. Let's go. Bai Qingqing led the people of Silver Moon Island and prepared to return to Silver Moon Island. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fong Chen as she said sweetly, Let's go. Fong Chen instinctively asked, Where are we going? Don't you need those 3 fruits? I'll take you to get them. Bai Qingqing looked back and smiled. It was very charming. Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, then became overjoyed and quickly followed. Qingqing, are you telling the truth? Do you know where the 3 fruits are? Chapter 1624. After 2 months, his fire law had finally reached the 4-star boundary. Within his Qi Sea, the long river of laws had expanded by a lot. As everyone knew, the larger the river of law, the more powerful one would be. After breaking through to life and death realm for less than a year, only a monster like Fong Chen could raise his fire law to the 4-star boundary. While Fong Chen opened his eyes, his face full of smiles. He stood up and saw Bai Qingqing in the distance. Congratulations! Bai Qingqing walked over with light steps and congratulated with a smile. Qingqing, I want to try the 3rd puppet. Fong Chen couldn't wait to try it out. After his fire law had been raised, his strength had clearly increased. If he were to face a king-level puppet again, he would not be as helpless as he was 2 months ago. "Alright, I'll take you there." After saying that, Bai Qingqing brought Fang Chen to the treasure pavilion. Ho ho! As the king-grade puppet appeared, Fang Chen's face turned solemn. His body was surrounded by extremely tyrannical, undying flame. The fire law power in the air was constantly being absorbed by the undying flame. In the blink of an eye, the undying flame's aura had already reached its peak. Heavenly imperial godly art. Fang Chen bellowed and performed the divine art, heavenly imperial divine art. The hidden star sword issued a sword cry, as if responding to its master. Then, a terrifying sword chi spread out from the hidden star sword. 36 sword lights pierced towards the puppet from different directions. Pung! Pung! The king-grade puppet's defense was very strong. It easily blocked the heavenly imperial godly art. Fang Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. Undying flame. Immediately, without waiting for the king-grade puppet to attack, Fang Chen activated the undying flame and integrated it into the hidden star sword. Immediately, the hidden star sword's blade turned red-hot. The majestic sword chi contained a heart-palpitating scorching aura. After evolving, the undying flame had become abnormally tyrannical. Only now did it show the demeanor of a king of flames. Whoosh! The heavenly imperial divine technique was used again, and 36 purple sword lights burst out from the hidden star sword. The purple sword light was the product of the fusion of sword chi and undying flame. Crash in the process of the 36 sword lights attacking, 35 of them suddenly spread out and formed a circle. And within this circle, a slightly thicker sword light turned from purple to black in an instant. Dong, even the void was trembling. After the black sword light appeared, the other 35 sword lights actually fused with it. In the end, it turned into a single sword light. The dark sword light represented Fang Chen's strongest attack. Bang! Under Fang Chen's control, the black sword light suddenly collided with the king-level puppet. In an instant, the terrifying undying flame enveloped the puppet's entire body. The black sword light ruthlessly pierced into the body of the king-level puppet. The puppet tried its best to resist, but the undying flame was too strong. Its body was being burned. The undying flame is too strong. When Fang Chen saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on his face. The undying flame was the king of flames. Now that it had evolved, even a high-level life and death realm martial artist would be apprehensive. Although the Sky Puppet Race's king-level puppet's defense was very strong, it still couldn't resist the undying flame's invasion. In the blink of an eye, the king-level puppet's exterior was destroyed by the undying flame. The boundless fire law's power invaded the puppet's interior, rapidly destroying its structure. Fang Chen had a good understanding of the Sky Puppet Race's puppet. Therefore, when the fire law's power invaded the puppet's interior, he could easily control it and destroy the puppet's internal structure. Roar! The king-level puppet let out a furious roar as its arms were burned by the undying flame. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the king-level puppet's defenses were broken, and its body swayed. However, right at this moment, Fang Chen frowned. Soon after, he used the time book without hesitation and suddenly appeared behind the king-level puppet. The hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed out. Poochie! The scorching hot hidden star sword pierced the king-level puppet's chest as it turned around. This king-level puppet actually had a trace of self-awareness. After sensing danger, it actually wanted to escape. Fang Chen was somewhat astonished, but he still managed to predict its movements. This sword directly pierced the king-level puppet's control center, thoroughly destroying its internal structure. Gotcha! The king-level puppet's body finally fell to the ground and broke apart. Huff! Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword, and the undying flame entered the puppet's body. The undying flame combined with a 4-star fire law. Even a high-level life and death realm emperor would find it hard to resist. Fang Chen inwardly said, as expected of the Sky Puppet Race's puppet. When he thought of the Sky Puppet Race's puppet, Fang Chen thought of his good brother, Qing Ho. Back then, when he was on Remnant Island, he was plotted against by the Demon Cloud Province Lord and almost died. In the end, he accidentally entered the ancient era's sky puppet race's place of seclusion. Then, the two of them obtained the sky puppet race's inheritance. Unfortunately, when he was mining, he came into contact with the world wall and was sucked into the void ocean. Later, when he returned to Remnant Island, he also saw Qing Ho. But after that, there was no news of him. "I wonder how Brother Qing Ho is doing," Fang Chen whispered. At this moment, Bai Qingqing walked over. "I really didn't expect you to be able to defeat the king-level puppet in such a short time." Bai Qingqing's eyes were filled with excitement. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded her expectations. "After passing the third floor's test, you're already qualified to enter the Precious Treasure Pavilion," Bai Qingqing said. Hearing the words Precious Treasure Pavilion, Fang Chen was somewhat excited. "The Moon Dragon Sky Fruit is on the second floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion," Bai Qingqing said. "After you enter, you must be careful. Don't touch anything else and don't enter the third floor." The third floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion was only accessible to Silvermoon Island's people. Once outsiders entered, they would trigger the traps set by Silvermoon Island's ancestors. It would be very dangerous. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Fang Chen said. Then, Bai Qingqing waved her hand and the door of the Precious Treasure Pavilion opened. Fang Chen jumped and entered. Precious Treasure Pavilion. Arriving at the first floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Fang Chen looked around and found that there were many cultivation resources here. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be attracted. However, Fang Chen was indifferent. Although the cultivation resources on the first floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion were very tempting, they could not be compared to the resources in his Summer Ring. It seems that Silvermoon Island's ancestor was also a strong person. He left behind so many cultivation resources. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. Then, he went up to the second floor. The first floor was filled with cultivation resources, while the second floor was filled with cultivation technique. Fang Chen gave it a cursory glance and quickly discovered the Dragon Moon Sky Fruit. On the wall of the second floor, there was a portrait. Under the portrait, there was a stone table with a jade box on it. The Moon Dragon Sky Fruit was in the jade box. Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. Fang Chen was very excited. He quickly walked to the stone table. He felt the aura of the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. It was very charming. However, Fang Chen did not act rashly. He bowed deeply to the portrait. Creak. A small line of words appeared in the portrait. Fang Chen frowned when he saw the words. To get the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit, one must solve a riddle. These words confused Fang Chen somewhat. If he wanted to obtain the Dragon Moon Sky Filling Fruit, he needed to solve a riddle. What was the riddle? There was no hint at all. How could one choose? Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, another line of words appeared in the portrait. At the foot of Silvermoon Mountain, Silvermoon Dragon. These words puzzled Fang Chen even more. The Moon Dragon Sky Fruit in the jade box was very tempting. However, Fang Chen could not get it. He was very anxious. At the foot of Silvermoon Mountain, Silvermoon Dragon. Could the riddle be at the foot of Silvermoon Mountain? Fang Chen thought to himself. Thinking about it, the Silvermoon Island's ancestor would not leave these words for no reason. Could it be that he foretold that someone would come here to take the Moon Dragon Sky Fruit?